This is an audio test. If you can hear the sound of my voice, please type "Disco is a real cool guy" in chat. I see Twitch, but YouTube. Disco is a real cool guy, YouTube. There you go. Kenzo says Disco is not a cool guy. All right, we're going to start our 30-minute countdown in about 2 minutes. All right, next question, chat. How many fingers am I holding up?
What? Uh-huh. What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. What they talking about? They ain't talking about nothing. Huh? They ain't talking about nothing. Aye. Peekaboo. All right, fam, you know what it is. We're going to come right on in here. It's a fantastical, magical Monday. We got harder. What up? You were here, noise. You were here. Dietrich, what up? Rufus, what up? There we go. Stretch out the muscles. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh, that's better. That's better. So we're gonna do a recap of CitizenCon because I mean CitizenCon was dope. So let's look at it. Let's see what we missed. Need to move this over yonder. I shall move this thing. I shall move a thing, a thing, a thing, a thing, a thing. I shall move a thing. What up, fool? Good to see you, man. Saw this live. I'm so fucking excited. Same. I was watching it live as well. I was in Austin. Kemi was there. Crucian was there. Xylo was there. I got some goodies, like some of the fam that was there. So like, I'm not gonna wait through this whole 27 minutes, right? Like, I'm gonna like kind of scroll through because they had like random things happening throughout this that are like be pretty cool to watch. So like, we'll just probably skip to those. But like, there was this cool thing that Pyro Fort gave me that I'm gonna show off here in a little bit. And there was this cool thing that Xylo gave me that I'm gonna show off in a little bit as well. So like, we want to go through right now and like
behold,
kick off the beginner stuff. Waiting for Disney lawsuit. Let's not even talk about Disney. Disney doesn't count in any of this.
Except for by being incredibly, well, horny. A commodity highly sought after by hunters and poachers alike.
What is it with this stupid computer? Is it only at 4K? Nope. My browser's just been real weird about like being stuttery in full screen recently. Let me see something. Let me switch to a different browser. Appreciate you, coffee. Okay, maybe I need to try a different browser or like restart. Let me see if I can. Do I have to turn hardware acceleration on? Boom, boom. I'm muting this for a second because like I gotta figure this out. Like, so yeah, we had a great time watching the presentation. It was kind of nice. It was nice. But yeah. Interesting. That's not the thing I was looking for. It was close to the answer that it was not the thing I was looking for. Let me hit the F12. Let me go to hardware, acceleration, turn it on, and then restart the browser. That's the first step. That's the first step. What up, Black Widow? How you doing? Drac, what up? All right, so we're going to get back in here and get right back into the CitizenCon recap. It was absolutely dope. It was a very cool CitizenCon, I think. But also, more stuff, man. There's more stuff to be learned. There's more stuff we're going to get over time. So we're going to be easy about it. But, all right, also it's a browser update. So let me install this real quick as well. Just get all this done. What surprised you the most? The fact that what they started on. They started with Nix. What? That let me know we were in for a time. Like when the first thing they say is, we're giving you another star system next month. That's kind of friggin' dope, I think. So it was more just like stupidly surprising. Like, wait a minute. You're going to start off this whole event saying we're going to get another star system. What? That's a lot. Welcome to the game type shit. Like, welcome to the game type shit. Almost teared up. Right. It was wild. Like that's where we're starting. Okay. Cool. All right. So we got the reload on the browser window. Let's see what we're talking about.
Behold,
4K.
the Copion. Though not particularly prized for its intelligence, what it lacks in brains.
I went
makes
full
up
screen, but it's not really a full screen, but it does. It's
incredibly,
close enough. We'll allow it.
Horny. A commodity highly sought after by hunters and poachers alike.
Nixon, a month feels surreal, right?
Fortunately,
Also, they said like 9
for
months,
our
and I feel like we
Copion,
got
that is, this usually
we just
results
got
in a free meal.
Pyro in. We just got Pyro in like December. So if we get Nix in November, it's not 9 months, it's 11 months. But we're not going to complain. Like it's just a semantic thing. It's like you keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. but no, like it's still wild to see the level of progress that we're getting, nonetheless.
Why'd you bring this rookie?
Foundation Festival. Tradition. How do I go prone? Which button? Shh, press Z.
No control.
I press everything. It's not working.
Get down!
Guys, which button do I press to get up?
Inconceivable.
Press to get up. Alt F4.
Okay, if he said 2 systems in a year, cool, but I feel like I remember hearing 9 months, and I was like, 9 months wasn't quite it. But also, we're waiting for Genesis now, which means like I feel like once the new Genesis system goes online, that's when we're going to get the rest of Nix, which is cool in
Steve.
itself.
It's his first day on the job after passing
I'm not
his
that much of a
Atlas
noob,
operator certification.
But it's only part of
This
Nix.
is Edwards.
Yeah, like one
After
planet on
36
Nix
years of a
requires
successful
Genesis, I
cargo foreman
believe.
Career, he's ready to retire. And this is Bob, your everyday hauler.
What up, Bob?
Bob doesn't give a shit. Bob is too busy reading a funny post online.
I was probably mixing those up. 10 patches in 9 months. That is a thing that happened. Okay, hold on.
Bob is too busy reading a funny post online.
See my leg? I love how we just got Helldivers references in that video. Sweet liberty, my leg. If you know, you know. Ranching, farming, different quality materials, like it's insane. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so basically we're cutting to this. Yeah, we're not watching this whole for like 30 minutes. You were loving those mozzarella sticks. They were fucking dope. That's why. Mozzarella sticks were dope. Damn. All right then. Glad he's doing work. What? Damn. How was CitizenCon? I thought it was dope, fam. I thought it was quite fantastic to see. It felt like a long inside Star Citizen, essentially, but like we definitely needed a year of like chill out. Thought this happened 2 days ago. It happened Saturday. We were rewatching it all, Andre, because I was not streaming during it. I was at the Austin event. Since I was at the Austin event, I felt like it was time for us to come in and chat about it, because we do it on stream anyway. And rather than somebody coming in later like, man, did you talk about what happened in CitizenCon? Because that question is going to come up. I would rather be like, yeah, just go back and watch the VOD. Hope that update hits soon. I want to fly my Shiv. I feel like they mentioned during the broadcast that they were going to update the PU with like some of those ships. So I feel like the Shiv might already be in. How's the Austin event? Want to go? My budget? Yeah, I barely made it with my budget. It was dope though. You brought us some mozzarella sticks, right? No, I did not. Crucian was kind enough to buy me a drink, and then I forgot to ask for mozzarella sticks, so I ordered some right after that. But yeah, they were good. They're all in the out. I mean, sometimes you got to go into the out. In the PTU, so you can just go in the PTU and try it right now. Dope. I had the feeling they would. I didn't know they were going to push it live or not, so it's dope that they're in the PTU. Do I want to install another 100 gigs for PTU? Part of me wants to. Update is this week. I just want to fly it now. My PTU is jacked. What up, Red One? How you doing, fam? It's been a minute. How you been? All right, so we got this.
Hi there, I'm Scooter from the beautiful Brio's Breaker Yard on Damer. Now, some people think Brio's is still a rough and tumble kind of place. But
I like that armor. What armor is that?
Brio's is a safe environment with fun for the whole family. And we don't just
That black and orange speaks to me, though.
We also do ship repairs, ship
So we coming live this week? Oh, well, dope then.
And even weapon swaps.
What are they talking
When you
about?
need your next ship upgrade, you come on down and you tell Scooter sent you. Y'all have a good evening.
I'm so happy that these people won stuff, because these videos are dope. Be life in A. Good to see you, fam. Catch a ride, Scooter.
You won't know.
I need that fit so fucking bad.
Silence crawling through the shadows.
Oh my god, I need it.
I don't care why. I finish the job. Darkness makes
Whoever
you
edited this is a
weak.
beast. Boy, shit.
No pain, no fear, just a cold breath on your neck. When
I
the
can bring you
light
in
comes
warm.
back,
I can bring you in cold.
already gone.
That was fantastic. Boy, sheesh. Man's was a problem. A whole ass problem. Now, this trailer I saw and I absolutely loved. He's killing civvies. He really is. It's kind of rude, really. Really. But, like, this trailer was fantastic. They did a great work with this. Look at this. That's cool as hell, Motor Wolf. That's so dope. Like, the idea that they have, where to find these videos, these are from the official CitizenCon broadcast, Red One. Like, we're rewatching the CitizenCon Direct, because rather than watching it alone, it's like, we already know, most of us have already seen it, but like, might as well go back and watch it again, because excitement over all the stuff they announced, I think is a good idea, personally. I also like that there was a 2D option as well. Yeah, all of these are fan made. So all of these are like players taking their time making videos, and we gotta acknowledge how dope these are. What? I didn't even see this one when it happened. So much I missed. So much going on. Yeah, there's a lot going on, especially in this game. Like, there's so much going on. Like, we were hanging out, we were chatting, like, having a good time. The final boss, absolutely. The elevator will get you every time. Every time. I didn't even see this. still has the highest KD in the game. Factual. Why did the armor not do leg day?
One day.
That's adorable. All right, so now we just, how do we get to the next section? There's got to be a keyboard shortcut. Just go to the next section in YouTube videos. Who knows what that is? One of the channel people actually said she worked with Chris back in the Origin Wing Commander days. Yes. One of the videos they played in the venue, they had orgs that were like had tables in the back where everybody was hanging out, and she worked with Chris back in the day. So it was like they had a longer video. I feel like everybody had 2-minute videos, and they got to go a little bit longer, which was dope. Game has no bugs, only features. Touche, Joe. Touche. All right, so now it was a solid direct. I'm only a little disappointed. What were you disappointed by? Like, I know that one of the things that we were having discussions about was like people were saying like, what are the things you most want to hear about? Personally, I wanted to hear more about crafting. So we got a bit about crafting soon. Yes, Larry, this is a replay. The CitizenCon Direct was this past Saturday. But yeah, it was a sweet event, man. All the things they highlighted. I was hoping for a new industrial ship to be announced. I feel like with Intergalactic Aerospace Expo being next month, I feel like they were probably holding off any new ship announcements for that. Outside of the 3 they gave us that are fitted specifically, like I feel like they said Nyx, and then everything honed in heavily on Nyx, which I thought was fantastic. But everything they talked about was Nyx focus almost. Like everything felt like it was like, this is your next update. These are the things that we were working on that are specifically about those updates. That's fire. Give Perseus, agreed, but also like Intergalactic Aerospace Expo is where they do a lot of military ship presentations. That's where they send the Idris around the star system so people can come and hang out and get tours of it. That seems like the perfect place to debut the Perseus without having talked about it now, so that there can be an element of surprise of like, hey, look, it's done. Here you go. Like, does that make sense? So I feel like that to me feels like the way that would more likely play out. So like when we consider that literally they have CitizenCon, Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, and then like the holiday season, they typically have major patches for each one of those time frames. Like this is one of the first times I can remember that there was not a major patch or a bunch of ships that were alive immediately almost for CitizenCon, right? So we have that. Then we have IE next month, which is like a multiple week long thing. That's a lot of work that they got to do for that. And every time they have IE, I feel like they introduce new ships. So if there's new ships that you want to hear about, that's probably going to be the place they do it. But they had to have some new ships in CitizenCon. And apparently, the Shiv was shown off in videos as far back as 2019 from CitizenCon or Squadron 42. So like, it's like these have been there. So like people were like, that's a stupid ship to introduce. And then like a lot of people were just like, hey bro, this ship has been around for a long time. We just haven't seen it yet, which is good. No major patches because so many smaller ones, right? Like their smaller patches are fixing so many bugs that like, I don't think we can really even be mad at the progress they're making.
This year has marked a turning point in StarCitizen's history. We have finally moved past the question of whether we can build an architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly, and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience. I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts, or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness.
Wasn't one of the ones upset about the Perseus not being mentioned, but a teaser would be nice. It would have.
Server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements. Something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months with content
That's
that brought
wild,
StarCitizen
bro.
storytelling into new and exciting directions.
That's
We
wild.
pushed
Thank
more
you.
than
Appreciate
2
the
dozen
follow.
features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse and stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro, and the
Hey,
moral
what up, large human?
compromise has been made to combat the regen crisis.
They make $1, you make a
Now,
dime. That's why
as the
you.
stories come to a rest for the time being. It's time to look forward to the next chapter of StarCitizen, where the instability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats.
Oh, I know
Last
what's
year, we announced our next StarCitizen would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share.
That's why I
the
watch
adventures
DJ on
in
Company
Nyx
Time.
Begin not next year, but next month.
That's
And
wild,
StarCitizen's
bro.
third system comes online in Alpha 4.4. 2 new systems in 1 year. That's only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams.
That is wild, bro.
Server meshing accelerating what's possible, the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you.
Now, keep in mind, they have so many procedural tools to make new procedural stuff that they're going to be able to pump out more systems, I feel like, because they have enough art that is already made that is specifically made for, like, buildings and, like, having air and, like, there's got, like, outposts. So I feel like they're probably going to do more with, like, making new paints for them, making some new cloth physics for, like, random things laying over stuff. Like, they'll do, like, the stuff that fills a space they need more of, but like I feel like they have a lot of options as far as the filling of an area, right? Like, because that's just nice. But like they've done a fantastic job at everything thus far, so like it makes perfect sense that he started this with, we have built the foundational tools. They're there. We can do more. Keyword said procedural. Oh yeah, they have tools that can procedurally generate entire cities, entire outposts, entire planets, and then I'm excited once we get to the Genesis portion of this. The fact that they have created tools to redo the environments, like the biomes, like they did that once before and it was dope. So like I'm very much looking forward to see where this next version of it goes even further, because if they're gonna redo all the planets in Stanton once Genesis comes online. And I feel like once they like, that leads me to believe that they've already done it. We just haven't gotten it yet. So once it's done, I feel like that's when they'll say, hey, Genesis is done. Everything is here now. What? Well, the grassy biome, same. I also want. Like we said it in the in like one of the post-show recaps. It was like we were talking about the cows. And I want to build a base on Nyx just because of those forests that are in the mountains, because I would very much like to get a smoker and smoke space cows. I would absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. They only showed a sliver of the real alien base locations. Oh yeah, they shouldn't show more than that, I think. I feel like if anything that could spoil Squadron, I don't want to see in StarCitizen yet. Personally. If it's like a bad spoiler, like a story spoiler. But like the alien biomes that are going to be on places like Nyx 1, we just need more time to get there. Like, give them time, let them cook, so that when they release it, we can all touch it and say,
Someone cooked here.
Let's continue.
I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere, and all happening simultaneously today. So even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans.
I think
for
I
the
pray I
next
don't have
year of
nightmares.
StarCitizen.
Why? Like, why would you have nightmares? The Van Duel stuff? Oh, StarCitizen, or hold my meetings in the game itself to debug the face tech. I mean, that would be dope. But also, I feel like that's another company that made FOIP. So, like, that's from Faceware. So the question is, interesting, his face is bugged. Savage. All right, we got a monstrosity out here, fam. Somebody get it out of here so we can watch this with no interruptions. Damn, Rofus been holding back points this whole time, fam. That's a silly amount of points to drop at once.
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted. Allowing us to forge ahead.
Tier 2.
Hey.
5-star.
Oh, look, a button.
Nix will see the
Hey, Cypher, welcome back.
Added back
94
to the
months of sub support.
while also bringing you
I greatly appreciate
one of
that
its
so much.
most iconic
You're a boss
landmarks,
and a beast, fam. You know what it
the
is.
Glacian Belt.
You see a check them out.
Here,
Cypher's right
you'll
there. Do the
experience
thing.
a new combined
much.
arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to
Also, go
discover.
follow Cypher. PC
With
specs.
this edition,
AMD Ryzen 7 9800X3D, 64 gigs of DDR5, 2 4 terabyte M2s, 1 terabyte Windows drive. I don't know if it's an M2 or not. I don't think it is. Radeon 9800, no, not 9800, 7900 XTX. There we go. So yeah,
A beast.
this thing is noise.
of our third star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire StarCitizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year,
Damn,
with the
Cypher
addition of
wasted
several
no time.
major
Golly.
locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nix content throughout the year. It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro, but we feel this gets the content into your
See, I wonder.
hands
This part
sooner,
was a thing
and
that I've
shows
seen a
your
lot of people like questioning.
and that is to build it right in front of you.
Solving this,
Oh, what the
this
fuck?
approach.
Home to the people.
Ew. All right, we got
With the
1 minute of
foundational
change.
technology-
Exclamation Empower gives 2 random players 250% boost. They can give to only, or they can give to anyone. Exclamation Jackpot gives a random player 6,390 creds. And an Exclamation Smite gives a 1.2 times extra damage boost for 24 hours for everybody here. So, I mean, I would personally go for Jackpot or Smite, but I mean, that's just because ease of use. It automatically picks the things. Just means we aren't getting all of Nix at first. Right, like I'm torn on that. No Ryzen 9. I mean, the 9800X3D did just come out like a year ago. So, I mean, I'm not mad at the 9800X3D not being a Ryzen 9 because it is stupidly good. It was an upgrade. I had a Ryzen 9 previously and then upgraded to the 9800X3D. So, not a complaint for me personally.
Now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5-star systems. Nix will see the much
The
loved
cargo area in Levski,
Levski
right.
landing zone
Right.
added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacian Belt. Here,
Expect
you'll
we'll get a lot of
experience
system,
new
but some of the big new
combined
set pieces
arms
will be rolled out
operation
progressively. That makes sense.
that will introduce
That's
new
what I expected.
factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our 3rd star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire StarCitizen experience, and that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex,
Oxy pins are
we will
sexy again.
continue to unveil new Nix content throughout the year.
Hearing the face of
It's
the
a
game, I'm really
slightly
starting to
different
dream big and
approach to
tangible
how we
ways and
deliver
starting to make my
Pyro,
heart ache.
but we feel
We'll get
this
there.
gets the content
Been playing
into
No Man's
your
Sky.
hands
It's a very
sooner,
different kind of
and
game than
shows
No
our
Man's Sky, but I
intent
think it's
as we
good.
continue our march.
It's one of my
towards
favorite games to play
1.0.
personally, so
I'm
I would say
so
yes.
incredibly proud of the work our teams have done and are continuing to do, and we're excited to have you on this next step of our journey. And as with any journey in StarCitizen, that begins with a little story.
We like little stories, and big stories, and medium stories, and tall buildings with like 50 stories. Want to talk to the wasted Lusky ATC again? Right. What the hell up? Chillin', Gabe. What's going on with you, fam?
In 2025, we introduced 2 major storylines spanning multiple
did.
patches,
Yeah, they did.
creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn, It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced the Frontier Fighters, who are relentless, brutal, and determined to wipe out any threats that cross them. And with this month's release,
hey, we got the follow from Street Drip. Appreciate you.
To that storyline. The second was Science Run Amok, with the Regen Crisis throwing the Empire into chaos, and you all jumping in to help the various corporations respond. Through that journey, we pulled back the curtain on ASD and its shady practices, uncovering long-forgotten Onyx facilities, and met new characters like Dr. Logan Yorit and Detective Arkham Meller of the Hokro Agency. And just like the Pyramus Burn storyline carried us into a new system, Science Run Amok is now setting the stage for Nyx, the next step in the larger story we're telling on the road to 1.0.
Shady practices. They're talking about
As this new chapter of StarCitizen begins, let's hear from just a few of the team members working to bring this next era of our universe to life.
Also, I told y'all I feel like a fucking boss lately. I'm down like another pound, fam. I'm down to 261 and change. Boys making moves.
When the Nyx system was first
at 250 next month, boys gonna be going down.
The United Empire over at the UE came out and did scans and kind of found out that the system wasn't really worth settling. The planets were too hard to terraform, the resources were too tough to get, so they opened it up. And one company saw opportunity where the UE didn't, QV Planet Services.
Keep it up. Oh, damn,
and
you're
so
trying to.
They expanded into the system and tried to mine as much as they could, making a very slim margin by the sheer quantity of resources they were pulling out.
The system itself sort of ran its course from sort of a large corporate interest perspective, and then was mostly left abandoned.
Now this ended up being the ideal situation for the People's Alliance, who were a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer regime that was going on in the Empire at the time.
18 pounds?
They went to the next system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it.
I'm excited to get Levski back, man. It's been a long time. CitizenCon, yes, we're rewatching CitizenCon Magic 86.
What they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen onto hard times. So Nyx today is kind of at an interesting point in its history. Now that the UE has kind of transformed itself into a democratic society, what is their role? What are the People's Alliance rebellion?
Oh, no worries. Thanks for stopping in with us. If you want to see it wide, we're on Twitch as well.
As being inherently unfair. They see their role as still
gonna be cool. I can't wait.
Free and fair
I've been back to Levski reminds me of Port Olisar, right?
Like more problems than ever. And there's new.
Also, what system is Port Olisar moving to? I know somebody suggested that it would be moving to Nyx, but also I can't remember. So, like, what system is Port Olisar supposed to be in? Because if we're getting it in Nyx, that'll be dope. Because then, like, the throwback of having Port Olisar back is going to be fantastic. But now I'm curious, since they redid the old school Port Olisar, I feel like they're probably going to end up redoing it again. And then we may get like an old school Port Olisar just to exist, but then it's only going to be like floating out in space somewhere. No, yeah, Port Olisar is not supposed to have been in Stanton, right? Like they were moving it somewhere else, which is why we now have Seraphim. So I thought it was going to come back at its original supposedly location. I think Levski brings much needed excitement to the verse. Absolutely. Because like the people who want to fly hull ships will have so much more capability to fly their hull ships and actually have somewhere that you can fly into an asteroid to unload. That's just going to be dope. Like, so there's so many things that they're going to be talking about that I want to talk about that I absolutely forgot about. So like, it's going to be nice to be in here and just kind of like going into stuff. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. 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 I'm kind of with it. All right.
Threats lurking around every corner.
Now, did you mention this? I would love that to happen.
Are they prepared to handle that?
Redo the Porto model though. It was the oldest tech. Yeah, they definitely have to retouch it before they put it back in. I believe it's in Nyx where it's supposed to be all along. Yeah, so it might be that because then they took Port Olisar and Levski out so that they could put them in Nyx where they're supposed to be.
Making a star system is you.
Damn! D-Trick with the 5 gifted. All right, we kicking the day off with the bean time. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Oh, great, fam. Have you ever got the feeling that Bean Boozled dislikes my taste buds? So if I get rid of my face in this, realize that is 2 black jelly beans. And when it comes to this specific set of Bean Boozled, this jelly bean means only one of 2 things. Either We get burnt rubber.
Sir, I don't like.
I don't like it. I don't like this at all. Either it's burnt rubber or black licorice. I hate the taste of black licorice, and burnt rubber sucks. So this one is one of the, like, it's gonna suck regardless beans. Burnt rubber. Haven't busted out the sticks in months. Might be time to refresh. It definitely is. Yep, that sucks. I knew it was gonna happen. What's crazy is that asteroids have dynamic movement that makes it dangerous for flying as well as motoring, which is dope, because that's. I started to talk and then I got a taste of the licorice on the taste buds, which fucking sucked. But
hey, streamer.
Huh?
Hydrate.
Okay. I'm gonna need to. Oh, the coffee helped. Oh, the coffee helped so much. Oh, that's so much better. Appreciate the likes, Magic 86er and Larry Stubbs. Thanks much. Yeah, I feel like the asteroids having dynamic movement is a great thing because that makes it to where that pulls the skill into play, right? That makes it mean your being a pilot has to be good. Also, one thing that I've been curious about that I don't remember ever like really looking up, with the golem, can you take off the mind pack and then get a pack that is for the refined things? Otherwise, you still have to get another ship to move the stuff that you refine once you mine it. I'm curious about that. Yep, it was burnt rubber. It sucked. The fact that they mentioned Vandal raids, they come in and try to kill everybody. Don't care what was happening at the moment. Oh no, that's fair. Can send you a bottle of licorice. Why would I want a bottle of licorice? Who the fuck? Who the fuck did it? Hold on. I'm sorry, that's fucking hilarious. Who the fuck? Was that automatic? The bot just did that shit. Somebody just got timed out. And they were like, yeah, I was like, black licorice sucks. And then for some odd reason, Gabe, like all of your text disappeared for a second. Like all of it. Okay, it was Kemi who got timed out by the bot for not putting a space. Oh my goodness. In my head, it was like, I was looking at Gabe Gonzo's words and then it's just like, also I was message deleted by a moderator. And it was like, wait a second, who timed them out for saying, can I send you a bottle of licorice alcohol? Now, if you're talking about Jägermeister, I'm not against Jaeger, surprisingly enough. Mostly because I mix Jaeger with other stuff. You don't drink Jaeger straight. Jaeger bombs are the way you drink Jaeger, which is like, I don't even like Jaeger bombs because memory serves Jaeger bombs in beer. If you're gonna drink a Jaeger, you gotta mix Jaeger with like Red Bull, right? Right? Yeah, see, Dietrich knows what's up. You gotta mix Jaeger with Red Bull. You don't? I don't like black licorice at all. But like, I don't have a problem with Jaeger. If I drink Jägermeister with Red Bull, I'm fine. But like the taste of black licorice on its own, hate it. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. So yeah, what up, Sonic? Good to see you. Roller coaster and the Stinger is too short, right? Like it's like a little tiny kitty roller coaster, bro. Like it's like one of the little Mouseketeer, welcome to Disney World little roller coasters. Jaeger bomb is Jaeger and Red Bull. Okay, cool. Then I'm cool. I thought a Jaeger bomb was Jaeger and beer, and I wanted no parts of that. But if it's a glass of Red Bull and you drop a Jaeger shot in it, and you have to take it to the face, I'm with that.
What is this system?
I'm with that.
Bringing to the gallery. How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
Hell yeah, unique.
So the next system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UEE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vandal.
Message deleted by night, right?
Frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like
Jaeger bomb, the one you drop it in Yingling or Guinness. See, that's what I thought it was.
More like a Mad Max wasteland, and
I could do Yingling, but like
Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to find hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main peacekeeping force in Nyx.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going under the Messers. They got out. They said, we're just going to start from scratch.
That's what I was trying to
build
do in
our own
IMAX. I'm
society,
sure, bro,
but
that had
build
to
it
be
the way
dope.
that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe.
All right, I'm going to
and make it
rewind this
prosper.
for
They
like
are
2 minutes, and I'm going
trying
to come
do
back
the-
to it in a second because I want to
lurking around every corner.
refill this coffee real
And
quick.
we
Like,
have to ask,
I will
are they
BRB.
prepared to handle that, or do they need to turn to the UE for help?
Making a star system is you approach it from kind of two angles in a weird way. What is this system bringing to the gallery? How does this new system plug into it, and what does it bring to the table from a sort of a flavor experience? We want to make sure that whatever it's bringing to the company is unique and has some flair to it.
So the Nyx system is a remote system where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and influence of the UE. It's a remote and rugged system with a lot of hostility coming from the ever-present threat of Vanduul.
It's kind of like a frontier-esque thing. It's not lawless like Pyro, it's just kind of out there. Pyro's more like a Mad Max wasteland, and Nyx is more like Silverado or like Deadwood, right? It's kind of like a smaller scope.
The emptiness and the loneliness is the defining factor. You're still going to find gangs, you're still going to
We back,
find
fresh coffee, let go.
hostile presences, but it's where people go if they want to
tickets.
live off the grid.
The People's Alliance is the main
must be seen
peacekeeping
soon.
force
Yeah,
in
same.
Nyx.
They were unhappy with the direction that the Empire was going.
Perfect
under
timing.
The Messers.
We were
They
listening
got
to this
out.
before I walked away.
They said, we're just going to start from scratch.
I
build our
came
own
back fast
society,
enough.
but build it the way that we think it needs to be built.
They're not perfect. They're just people, but they're doing their best. They want to help keep Nyx safe and make it prosper.
They are trying to do the best that they can, but are faced with the realities of dealing with people, which is tricky.
Yeah.
The Pyrostar is quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral. And the Nyx is a little bit cooler. The system has its star, and it has this dark, really, really dense gas sort of nebulous cloud. And it has points of light scattered around it, and those points of light in this gas cloud is really, really hazy. So because Nyx is bordering Vanduul space, it was important that we have a gap in the Nyx gas cloud where you could sort of just, in between the clouds, see a piece of the Vanduul space. It feels so close that it's even like protruding some red light. The level designers are using it as an actual visual indicator of where to place more dangerous POIs. So if you point your ship in the direction of it, you should find, as we build it out, that you will be in more and more danger. And I think that's really cool. To give more atmosphere, I was testing out adding some sort of space snowflakes, essentially. So when you look towards the sun, you can sort of see that sort of like sparkle.
Someone constantly need to stay on radar.
And then when you
Absolutely.
look
This does not
away
seem like a
from the
place you
sun,
were
you'll see
comfortable
the
flying by yourself.
reflections and sort of like little glints of light.
For different reasons than Pyro.
For the jump points in Nyx, we'll have 2 on this release. We'll have 1 from Pyro to Nyx and 1 from Stanton to Nyx. It should be going from Nyx to Castra, but we're essentially bypassing Castra temporarily.
Hey, we want to make sure you can get there any way you want.
Glacian Belt is a huge asteroid belt that
Nyx is going to be enabled for org activities.
The middle
Absolutely.
Of the
It feels like that's what I was getting the feeling of as we got toward the end of CitizenCon, right? Because with so many of the set pieces that they're planning on placing into the system, this is like a system that you don't come to by yourself. You just don't. It's a bad idea to come here alone. You have one job, Kimmy, right? But like that's with the fucking Vanduul showing up. One, like we'll get into that in a little bit. I'm trying to like calm myself and then focus on one thing at a time. Port also didn't have any plans to be relocated, but Sig might give it to us as a derelict. That would be dope, especially for the people who are used to walking around and know where everything is. That'd be dope. That'll be dope. That'll be kind of dope. Even moving cargo is going to need escorts unless you're small haul blockade running. Right. Like, so like, it feels like a place that if you can get in there and mine something and get out, you have done magical things, right? It feels like a high power, it feels like a level 30 area, if it makes sense. And we caught up on the ASD missions. I think we still have one left, red one. The 677,000 one that we've never finished yet, but we have like 4 of the repeatable ones that we can go do. But I know that the 677,000 one is at least the start of the last of the missions that we got to do. What is the Vandal, or what they're called? The Vanduul, VANDUUL boot is the alien race in StarCitizen. Or not the one of the alien races in StarCitizen. It is the primary like enemy in StarCitizen in Squadron 42, but like they're a very aggressive race, right? Like we're gonna get a little bit more into details about these before we get them. Is gonna be dope. Asteroid belt before gold standard, Connie. I'm sorry to hear that, Baji, but at the same time, like they're doing what they can, man. Super stoked for 4.3 continue those missions. Agreed. Apex. I still need to finish those missions, man. Mostly because I want to find more of the armor. I think I've got like a helmet and arms, and I think I need to go down into those tunnels one time, or into those missions one time with no backpack, so that I can get the ASD backpack. Because I don't want to drop a backpack, like, or just go in with a mid-ass backpack and then swap. Still waiting for the Orion so I can break those big rocks without being forced into an event. I feel like the Orion might be further along than we want it to be, but we haven't gotten it. Or they couldn't even do a lot of work into it until we're in a situation where we have large asteroids. And that's one of the things that they're putting into Nyx heavily. So I feel like the Orion, there's a bunch of big mining ships that I can foresee hitting the verse within the next year. And think about it. We're getting Nyx next month, which is a system that we already know that there's going to be one major thing, like one major station that's going to be there. We might have I feel like the asteroid field seems like it's one of the more important parts. So I feel like we're likely to get the asteroid field pretty quick. When the asteroid field drops, it almost feels like a requirement that we're going to get more mining ships. Just stack it inside a big bag, a big backpack. I feel like I've not been able to put a backpack in a backpack yet. So if I were to get a large backpack big enough to hold another backpack, I would basically need to go in with large armor, and I have not done that yet. Also thought of the Orion for seeing the rock cracker. Exactly, because that's exactly what it's for. I don't see it flying inside of that thing, but it's going to be dope. We need to have player refining done as well. Orion is a refinery. Aha. So that also gives me hope for, not the Galaxy. There's another RSI ship, or is that the one we're talking about? I thought the Orion was MISC. I did it yesterday. You can. Dope. Appreciate you, Red. This definitely feels that the capital ships will be worked on more in the next year. Oh, almost guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. They're like, we literally at the end of this broadcast are going to see major org style gameplay. So I'm fully expecting that we're going to see that before the end of the year. Could try running in with my Hurston heavy armor and maybe get a bigger backpack. I mean, I have some heavy armor. I could also rock the Hurston heavy. I just hadn't tried to do anything with putting a backpack in there yet. So I might just have to do that. Orion is RSI. Okay, cool. A Rastra RSI. Oh, cool. All right, we got the follow from Magic 86. Appreciate you. Spider Rob, how you been, fam? Good to see you. Welcome back. But yeah, so like there's gonna be big ships that I feel like the mining ships. There's multiple mining ships and refining ships that I feel like once we get this system that has mining and refining as such a crucial part, we're going to get more of those. The next year, we're gonna see a lot more mining stuff. I feel like a lot more mining stuff. That's not even a question to me at this point.
Machine Belt is a combination of a bunch of technologies that we already had. The asteroid fields we use for planetary rings and the gas clouds, and it's combining them to make something completely new that we've just not seen before.
It's full of resources that are still left unharvested because it's kind of a tricky spot for mining. It's not the easiest place to go, but that means that there's still a lot of opportunity for independent miners to go out there.
So the rocks in Nyx are a bit more sharp, like sorts of like icy look, rocky, cliff-like very different from those in the Pyro and the Stanton.
One of the big differences too is all of that extra added movement that just adds a little
gas
bit
harvesting
of extra
eventually. I wouldn't be
It's
surprised.
also
I
a
expect
good
as
hiding
much.
spot for people who are trying to elude capture,
Calls,
maybe
John
set up
who was
ambushes,
smirking at one
that
point,
type of
hinting
stuff.
at the expanse.
Always feel way more interesting flying in those spaces than just, through empty void.
And as we build out the Glacian build over the next year, lots of places to put new content.
Delamar is a very large asteroid in the Glacian belt that QV Planet Services had built a mining base on that got taken over by the People's Alliance and renamed Levski.
Levski is our first and biggest social outpost for Nyx.
It's kind of like the place where you stop before you do your panning. So it's kind of a San Francisco before you go out to the gold rush.
It's going to be the central hub for trade and hauling and all of the commerce within Nyx and also from Nyx to other systems. But it does have a CD underlayer to it.
Over the years, you're sort of improving the generation method of those asteroids to culminate towards this specific point to make large, explorable location.
What would happen if we got some AI tools to merge Battlefield 6 with Squadron 42? What? What? Nyx is the better system, hands down. Blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. Just wanted to make sure I was up to date. Make sure I
When you
wasn't missing
fly
anything.
towards the Levski, you see this huge gas ring around it. It's scattered small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids.
Well, Levski is immediately apparently unique by the fact that it's a facility clamped onto the side of an asteroid. The breathtaking views of looking into the belt instantly gives it a unique charm and flavor.
As you approach, you'll initially see a very dramatic borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid. You'll also see, growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pads along what I'd call the spine. Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
Before, we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you
Hey, what up, not
will
spoiled?
see
How you doing?
that there is an area to fly
Appreciate the
underneath.
likes, fam. Good looking out. Magic 86 cigar is
We plan on bringing
688.
in whole sea gameplay. So
This
is
is gonna be so dope.
Cargo elevators. So as a team, you will be able to load and unload cargo.
That's gonna be so dope.
There's a lot more movement
And
on the
eventually chasing you
exterior,
back to your front door with the planet
such
next
as
one.
the cargo trains going around
No.
tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone to walk on using gravity plates, but you can drift off and kind of go wherever you want. They can explore
I love that so
fully
much.
the whole place, which is great.
Secure system like Stanton or no? No. You haven't seen the presentation, Red One, because we're rewatching from Saturday. Right now, they're giving us a background on what happened with Levski, how Levski became to be what it is, and no, there is nothing secure about Nyx, and it'll make sense here shortly because. No. Also, Spider Rap with the heart me. I don't know why it's still not giving me the fucking sound effects. When people give me stuff, I want to be able to show appreciation when it happens. So Pyro 2.0, nah, not even. I feel like Pyro is light work in a way, and compared to what's going to happen in the Nyx. It'll make sense in a little bit, but mark my words. From everything that they've shown us with this, Pyro is light work in comparison.
Unlike the majority of anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict.
It says because Genesis is
dilapidated
releasing
location.
next year, but you
It
don't
has
need Genesis for the
sensible
planets to
order.
be there.
But only
fair.
Where
they said no, we heard them saying that Nyx will release and they're going to be adding to it over time. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be where we don't get the planets, just because since we know that they are going to rework planets, I would not be surprised if we got Nyx with the planets and then just like they're just, you go down to it, it's going to suck for you. One of them is a gas giant, so that one I don't even think really matters, right? Like they could put a gas giant in there. We have Crusader as an example. They could change Crusader and then just let it be empty, right? Like that's neither here nor there. That's what I'm expecting personally. And then for the second planet, I think it's Nyx 3 is a gas giant. Nyx 2, I mean, we're gonna get the details about that here shortly, I feel like. But like, if 3 is a gas giant, 2 is a stupidly radioactive planet, they could literally just put empty planets in there and then just make it radioactive. Or like a gas giant, you have no surface, so there is no landing, so you don't have to worry about that. So I feel like that's not even a thing that I'm worried about them not doing. Personally, I know a lot of people are saying like they won't put the planets in there, but I feel like or they won't put the planets in when they launch, which they did make it seem like based on what they said. But that also could have just been like a specific wording to make it seem like if it could be an under promise, over deliver thing, which Star Citizen has not really done yet. If we think about it, this will be one of the first times that they've said like, hey, look, we're going to do this thing. And then the thing they did be better than what they said they were going to do. And yeah, there's going to be jungles. Not spoiled. That's going to happen. But in Star Citizen's history thus far, we have not had a situation where they were like, hey, look, we're going to do this thing and it'd be better out of the gate than the thing that they said they were going to do. So I feel like there's a perfect situation for that. Need Genesis for jungles. I mean, Genesis, again, they said they were putting out Genesis next year. I think we haven't gotten to the Genesis portion, but once we do, yeah, so we're looking at like, if we let it play like 20 minutes from now, we're going to get into Genesis. But like, I can't remember when they said that. No, they said next year. I can't remember when next year. So that's really the question to ask at this point. I think they worded it like that, so nobody's expecting jungles and swamps on Nyx swamps from the start. Right. Like, we got to allow for it to be what it is, because they did say that they're going to redo everything that's in the game right now when they get Genesis out. That's a lot. Imagine they have just with Stanton, there are 4 planets and something like 12 moons, and Pyro has more. But Pyro, if memory serves, with the red star, has things that are just like very similar. So like, it's really just the surfaces that they're going to redo, but it still could be a lot. It could be as early as January. We'll see. But it's a lot. So if they said that we're going to add to it over time, I feel like they gave us Pyro, and there was only a couple things missing from Pyro when they launched. So like, at this point, I feel like it makes sense that they'll give us Nyx with the planets, and then like, since Nyx 1 is the only one that we're actually really going to be doing a lot on foot with now, I expect that Nyx 1 is only going to be the only one that has on foot stuff to do. So that's what I'm expecting. What really matters is they have the tech and it's on the way. Literally.
The People's Alliance has people living.
We've had LiveScoop before, and we've updated it quite substantially to be more in line with the newer features that have been put in since, but also visually. And there's been a lot of quality of life fixes that we've wanted to add and bring up to like a good standard for a landing zone.
Gracing the main lobby of Levski is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a child worker.
And was being worked to death, all of them were. And Anthony Tanaka just had a break and just said no, and stood up against the foremen, the supervisors, the managers, the guards, and was killed for it. And so he became a sort of a figurehead.
And kind of was one of the linchpin moments in seeing the fall of the Messer regime.
You know, they replaced them, adding barren planets isn't hard at this point. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
So if you
I expect that they're going to put planets in. There's just going to be a lot that we're not going to be able to do on those planets.
And
like, I feel like if they dropped in Nyx 2 as just a big radioactive planet that if you go down, we don't even have the gear to be able to walk on it. Dope. It's still there. That's what I'm expecting. You can't land on 3, so let's not worry about 3. 2, it's supposed to be super radioactive, so you get down there and then it's just like, dead. Like, that was your bad kind of shit. So, like, I'm expecting that. I would be very surprised if they put in Nyx with only one planet and a couple points of interest. Because we know that they already have the tech to make the planets. So, like, make the planets, make it super radioactive. You can't land. I know people are gonna be pissed off, but I would rather it be there than not. And I feel like they're weighing something to figure that out. Definitely need special armor. I feel like we might have armor that's capable of radiation, which, if we think about it, it's a perfect series of what they're doing with the story, because the ASD missions require. Yeah, I know we have special armor already. Let me get there. They require armor that can handle a lot of radiation. And it just so happens that if they were looking up stuff that they were finding in other places, maybe that radiation is why the bottom of the ASD locations have radiation pulsing like they do. Maybe they got that from Nyx 2 type shit. So, like, there's a lot of possibilities that I'm excited to see story-wise that could be one of the things that they're going to plan to put in later. But, like, reasons you need to wear the armor, yes. But also, they've already hinted at having, like, there's things that involve the armor. The fancy stuff. Games addictive? Absolutely. Slum. Absolutely. Excited for the chance to rework, but some hilarious features are going to come out for sure. Oh, guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Area as well, so that you can go through the cargo shop. You've got your normal
I can't
kind of
play
cargo
it.
needs.
Why not, Street Drip?
You'll have ability to trade and buy your tractor
Gotta
beam
upgrade
and
your
other
computer.
gear that you need. So if you were to die in the Nyx system, then one of the places you might come out from is the hospital in Levski, which is called the Mercy Hospital.
I love the way that
So
people
Mercy Hospital
with that
is basically it's
accent say hospital.
local med station for all the residents of Levski. Anybody traveling through the system, again, they're trying to provide as good medical help for people as they can.
When you arrive at the HAB's location, you'll be presented with a lobby, elevator bank, and then you will take that transit to the HAB room. So within that room will be pods.
And that's where the original miners would have lived. They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home for people in Levski. If you head down to the lower view deck, you'll go through into the Grand Barter, which is your main social and commercial area of Levski.
This is where you will see market sellers selling their wares. There will be stalls, there will be kind of more embedded shops.
And that includes things like Corderies, which is your armor shop, and also conscientious objects, which is for weapons. There's also one of my favorite places, Cafe Musée, which is where you can go down into some of the more rocky depths and grab yourself a drink, and you never know who you meet down there. If you explore a bit more around the Grand Barter, there's other routes around and little side passages. There's another shop that's away from that area called Teachers.
Teach's Ship Shop is basically where you would go if you were looking to pick up a used ship, buy some ship parts, fix up your old ship, find some new stuff, sell some scrap.
We've closed up Dumpers Depot for Levski, and everything that used to be sold there will
Part of this
now
next
be
will
sold
release
at
without link
Teachers.
features because it's coming next month, and people are just like,
Another
how could
new
they do it
area
that
as well
fast?
as
Power
the
took years.
cargo shop
Power
we've
wasn't
added
that took
is
years. Was the server meshing?
refinery
Another
deck
text.
for
CR
Levski.
mentions at the very
That's
beginning
where
of
you
CitizenCon.
can
Two
take
facts.
your processed
Dirty
goods,
ass
not
resume,
just from
yeah.
Levski, but from the rest of the Nyx system.
These can't
and
handle
refine and sell those
fair.
goods there.
How
As a
soon
lot
are
of
we
the
talking about
content
you getting an
in
upgrade?
The next coming releases for Nyx is going to be mining related. So it's super important that Levski is a really nice hub for mining type of gameplay. So we're really happy to bring Levski back into the game. It's been gone for quite a few years now.
I think it really provided a unique environment of it's run down, but the people who live there love it and are working their hardest to make it a great place to live.
This is a location that has a lot of nostalgia for you guys, and we don't want this just to be a re-release. We do want you to go, wow.
It's not going to be as complete as Pyro was when it first came out, but it's going to be our first iteration, and you're going to be able to see it grow as we work on it.
like with everything, we're always learning and improving and finding new ways.
I mean, is there anything more Star Citizen than just building the system while the players watch us build it around them?
Going to add a nice dynamic to Stanton and be a much more calming of, style system than Pyro.
The people that would have played it before are going to love to see this come back, and the people that haven't seen it before, it's going to be a great new location.
This is the first time that I'm going to be able to touch stuff and kind of bring my own content to the game, and that's really exciting to me.
Levski coming back into the game is a huge milestone personally for me. So I worked on the original quite some time ago, so seeing it come back and updated and improved and better is fantastic.
Better is nice. Starship flight today, 4 hours. Dope. At least a system a year with maybe something like terrorism exception being so detailed.
So we talked about eventually. We talked about the Glacian Belt.
Oh no, I feel like that's where we're at right now. CS. I feel like the reasons that they the reasons that they did Pyro or Stanton first is so they can get all the biomes situated, and now that they have the new Genesis system coming online, I feel like that's going to make it even easier to get more systems out with more diverse biomes, and like they've shown how they've got like ridiculous amounts of like trees and like different types of things. So I feel like they know they got to go faster, and that's why the tools are so important. So like I feel like now they're excited because they got 2 systems out within a year, which is dope. I feel like in very short order, like if we can probably go back and find the I want to say it was an Inside Star Citizen. I can't remember if it was Inside Star Citizen or a previous Citizen. I feel like it was an Inside Star Citizen where one designer was like, I made a system in like 3 months, which is kind of dope. People be in a disbelief until they see work. Oh no, agreed. But like when they said the previous version of the Genesis tools, they were like, yeah, I remade this in a couple months, and then like the whole system. Like, mind you, that was stuff that was already previously needed and done and already like or replaced. But like to be able to remake the entire Stanton system within 3 months is dope. And that's with the older tools. So I feel like the new tools are going to make it to where they can pump out more stuff, especially because of the reasons that I was talking about before. Once Squadron 42 is done, they're going to dump more work into Star Citizen. So I get the feeling that it would not be a surprising thing for me for them to drop Terra and I'm trying to remember what the other last system is that they need to get to 5. I feel like Castra. So it would not surprise me that if they drop Terra and Castra at the next CitizenCon, if not before. How dope with that? How can I forget Castra? Easily. Easily and immediately it happens. Glad they focus on the tools first. They'll be able to crank stuff out sooner at crazy speed. And that's my point. That's what they've been trying to do this entire time, was build the tools. Like, we can go back to the CitizenCon of, I want to say, like 2018, when they first launched the planets, the planetary surfaces. It's 2017 or 18. And they showed I feel like there's around the time the People to Planet trailer came out, and they showed the Minesweeper tools of building cities. So they've had that tool at least for years. And then they showed how you can build floors inside of those buildings. If it wasn't that CitizenCon, it was one of the next ones after it. So like there's a lot of stuff that they've been able to build that is partly procedural, but also asset filled, right? Because you have to, if you're going to build a level with like elevators and shit and like fill it up, you do have to have like the boundary boxes of saying like, this is where oxygen exists, or like once they add it into where you can turn off the power, like those sort of things need to be connected. So the fact that they have those tools to generate a building that designers can go in and adjust a couple numbers and then make things work in a way that is heretofore unseen, that's kind of dope. Other games would focus on the game and then get the tools, and the game can't keep up with the players. Yeah. So like it's wild. It's wild. So like they're doing ridiculous things, and if the tools are progressing the way that we expect them to, I feel like Nyx 1 is just going to be the showcase initially. Now the tiers I'm not sure about. I mean, I feel like I remember them showing a CitizenCon or Inside Star Citizen where they procedurally generated floors inside of buildings. Not spoiled with the follow. Appreciate you. But yeah, it's coming. I think we're going to be in a situation where these things are wild and ridiculous. Imagine the games that come out when they license and release StarEngine. That part, Red One. That part. I feel like once this game releases, it would not be an unimaginable thing to have something like The Expanse license the StarEngine, or Star Trek or Star Wars license the StarEngine, because all of the things that matter to those types of games are already in StarCitizen. The ability to travel the speed of light, that's warps or quantum. Like, they just change the visuals, right? And then lasers, easy. Torpedoes, easy game. So, like, ISC had the dev from Montreal revealed the Lorville update, and Area said Area 18 will be next years ago. Area 18 for, like, what? Like, for building out the whole planet? That'd be dope. If they actually had a bunch of cities on Area 18 that you could land at instead of just Area 18. Oh my God. Because I feel like Area 18, if memory serves, is the only place you can really land that is a city on that planet. So I feel like there's passes of stuff that we have not gotten yet that I look forward to having. Because gimme.
What's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's find out.
Welcome to Nyx is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved. There's things for the player to explore and look into.
So we have biomes to Area 18 as well.
Twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So
license the damn ship models.
Closing out
get that Marvel bag and
our
release ship models to the
Science
Mandalorian
Run
series and future films. Oh, good.
Storyline, we had...
Bro, they could license this engine just for a Mandalorian single player game and it would be so dope. So dope. So absolutely dope.
Revealed that
I feel like the
ASD
Firefly
was
ship, there's too many
procuring sort of very black market illegal stuff in order to
we have not gotten enough Firefly stuff. We need to find some devs.
Continuing.
See, now that wait, hold on.
So
that I feel like I want to take a screenshot of this because I feel like the color of that radiation is the same color as
very
Nyx 2.
black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this
I wanted to make sure to take a
mission is
screenshot of
basically
that.
going to be continuing on that trail.
Make sure to pick a
So the
screenshot of
Navy
that.
has learned that illegal tech is being sold in the UAE, and they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UAE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various kind of military operations that they don't want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I gonna be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all gonna come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the Nyx system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective,
This is
you'll
where
be
it's gonna
weaving
get
through
interesting.
asteroids, going through the Glacian belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the Nyx system as the system was being established. But you'll also see some
I wonder if
additional
it
design
comes in through
cues
this
that
ASD
QV
2.0,
planetary
right?
services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken. It's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to? Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now, these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
Yeah, salvage that Polaris. Try it when it comes out. I mean, this is just the beginning, though. Science Cat, I feel like it's gonna get better. I might call it a PP. PPAP.
I have a vulture. That's a Polaris. Oh, salvage it.
The Vandal.
How many people are on their previews team alone now? A lot.
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nyx system. They don't really know what they want, don't know why they're doing it, but it seems like whoever's running the station is really pissed them off.
Vandal raiding parties have been arriving in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
They'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
Oh, one Vandal and a 10-part Tessa Bears mission. Remember? I don't remember that.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or join the fight. This will be the first time since
my
the
Perseus
PU
at the
launched
alien
that you'll
boots
be able to fight against Vandal aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player...
The blade of the Perseus of the alien
They'll
booter.
have to come back in to fight off this.
This thing is going to be a menace.
and
Absolutely.
that'll be the
It
end
is
of
absolutely going to be a menace. Not even a question.
After you fight off the Vandal ships,
Not even a question.
the mysterious inhabitants
Keep
of
the
the
Avenger
station
out your mouth.
invite you to come on board.
Which instinct sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QB stations have come back online.
You dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a
Powerful,
real
but
surprise.
so light fighter will tear it apart. I mean, that's if the light fighter
Immediately ambushed. These guys are not
gets
your
past them
friends.
guns.
Of course, it's not going to be easy because the people that are inhabiting the station are going to fight you every step of the way.
The fight will be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission. This will be the players getting a sense of what exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll be in unfamiliar armor. They will be wielding unfamiliar weapons. And we want you to get
Basically,
a sense
Vandal
that
F8.
you are in a new place, in
Fair.
a new territory, fighting a new faction.
Which is kind of the point, though, right? Like the F8 is slow, but not that slow. Not that slow. The F8 will dip on a motherfucker real quick. But touche, size 5 cannon will be a problem. So like, if that light fighter can get past that cannon, if you're fighting somebody with a Stinger and there's a group of light fighters, y'all got a good chance. But like, man, the handful of people who are going to get served up by that cannon before you take it down is still going to be a problem. It's got a larger payload than the F8, yeah, which is even more the point. You got to get past, you got to get to it without getting got, because you're going to get got. You should check the gram. I saw that you should check the gram. Welcome back. 50 months of it.
This is the way.
Appreciate you, my duder. It's going to rip through ship. Oh, no. Not a question about whether or not it's going to rip through ship. I'm not even doubting that because all of the Vandal ships are dope as fuck right now, for real. Like, I don't like the blade all that much. I feel like I'm trying to remember if it was the blade or the glaive. I feel like I have them still because referral bonuses from their first referral program. But like, I don't know. There's something that I need to figure out, right? Matter of fact, I'm going to look and see if it's in there because I feel like it's there. All right, this is the referral tier. So we still have 4 new citizens recruited since the new system went online. We get out of the F8. I think is I gotta remember to put the extra stuff on this one for the legacy. So yeah, we got the dogfighter of the that's the glaive, because I feel like the blade has a big blade arm. So if we go back through the referral program that we initially got, where we got 371 new people into the verse, which personally feels good, man. Like, because I love this game. I feel like if we would have got a lot more of the prospects in, we would be already at the next tier of referral stuff for the old school ones. But I do not care because I'm excited. We got one of the Gladii from this arena commander. We got a bunch of stuff in there. The speed racer of the. I feel like I still have this ship, but I feel like that. Oh yeah, there's the blade. That's the glaive. That's the blade. Okay. And then this is the next one. So I want it because I want the terrapin, right? Like if I end up CCUing, if they put the Perseus, if they put a med bed in the Perseus, I'm likely to CCU my terrapin and something else, right? And then the Hurricane will just be a fancy ship that also I get to rock as well. But I would feel more comfortable since the Carrack is an explorer and the Terrapin is an explorer. If I CCU my Carrack to something else like the Perseus, I still would have an explorer in my fleet. I don't know if we're gonna ever hit that. For real. I don't foresee that happening either. But we should still have the glaive and the blade. I don't think I CCU'd them to anything else. So let's see standalone ships. I have way too many standalone ships. So we go all the way back to the beginning. Dragonfly, Ride Together, 2-pack, dope. Origin 85. I feel like most of the 85Xs I have are tokens to get other ships. That's how I got my C1 Spirit. 85X is the Reliant Mako. Then we got the Origin 600i. That was a gift, which I feel like they were still reworking the 600i. What kind of games do you play? Mostly FPS. Surprisingly enough, Igote, it is very much heavily focused on FPS, but I am mostly a sci-fi streamer. Like, I love sci-fi games. So this one just so happens to blend two of my passions to give me both of the things that I want. I used to have the Anvil Hawk, and because they haven't put in the bounty hunting gameplay, I CCU'd it over to the Zeus Mark II Clipper, which is going to be a better Hawk, man. Like, the Hawk is like a low tier, like not a low tier, the Hawk is a light fighter. The Zeus is a medium fighter that has more seats for more people to be able to help, which I feel like is going to be able to dish out more disrespectful damage. So that's a thing. Then we got the Misk Prospector that I CCU to the Hornet Mark II, which I forgot that I even did. Then we got the Merlin Free Fly Reward that I CCU to a Pulse. Then we got the Avenger Titan Renegade, which I wanted that just because it's a fancy Avenger Titan, man. I melted my Stalker, but I wanted to make sure to keep a Titan around. You know what I'm saying? Plus, once the game launches, we know that they're going to add in the modules to make it to where we can add bounty bays to it. So then maybe I only put like half of the bounty bays into that one and then do more disrespectful things. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
So I digress. Somebody we gifted a 125 alpha and they just haven't taken it. So I may cancel that and give it away. When you mean if what? I talk fast, so my bad. I was wondering if I had an Aurora still. I don't, because I CCU'd that to a Steve. Most of my referral bonuses are just stuck in my account now because they won't let you melt a referral bonus even if you CCU'd up. Let's see, with the utmost disrespect, what happened with the utmost disrespect? They launched the game. Jokes. Jokes. But we got the Star Runner. I'm never gonna, like, I like the Star Runner. At this point, it's like, as much as I love Ors, like Mercury, Crusader. I love Crusader ships, but like,
Sub DeejayKnight, hope you had a great time at Barca. Glad to see you back.
Did he just sigh? Like, he didn't say something. He says, "Welcome back, Black Wolf."
This is the way.
Appreciate the continued support, fam. Thank you much. Hereby duel the dub, the Vandal Stinger, the Metal Croissant. I mean, it does look like a croissant. You're not wrong. Legionnaire is not going anywhere because I need the hacking ship gameplay. Plus, bounty hunting is security providing organization. We need to be able to break into ships. For real, for real. You have Galaxy in that hangar of yours? I believe I do in my exploration pack. Because in 2018, I melted the vast majority of my fleet and got an exploration pack because of the Carrack. Right now, the character is the most important part. Can you replay that sound alert? Which one? Which one did I miss? What did I miss? What did I miss? I didn't see it. Rude. Hang on. What's the best beginner ship for bounty hunting and salvaging? I feel like salvaging is probably the Vulture, my guy. Just Vulture, dude. Like, I feel like the Fortune is a thing as far as salvaging, but I feel like the Vulture's just right now. The last time I looked, the Vulture was the choice. So let's go look at Pledge Store. Cutlass Blue Bounty. I mean, the Cutlass Blue Bounty is dope if you're talking about bounty hunting. Like, if you're talking about bounty hunting and salvaging specifically, I don't even know. I wish there was a way to look at by type. What happened to the old? There it is, ships. Because I don't even like to showcase the price of ships, because I feel like that's a thing that, for all intents and purposes, doesn't matter, man. Like, we at this point, we're at a point where we don't even need to be looking for pricing on things. Just like, get a base game package, man, and then let it ride. Support, transport, multi-role. Nah, man. Where's the? It's got to be industrial. Oh yeah, the Golem. The Golem is not mining. Vulture for salvage. That's true. Black Wolf sub alert. I thought it played. I heard it. Like, can't like do it there. There's a place that I could do it. I don't even remember where I need to do it. It might have to be through Stream Elements. Azrael, what up? I did have a great CitizenCon. Next one's amazing, but now creates a massive plot hole for lore, but a great day and all. How does it make a massive plot hole for lore? Don't get it as trash. Don't get what it's trash was. Oh, the Hammerhead. Make sure you have a crew. I don't really bother with the Hammerhead personally. Is he talking about the sign instead of the sup? I just thought he was like, which I thought was hilarious. I can't wait for Nixon crafting. Fam, same. Absolutely same. And as somebody who is technically the leader of an org, I feel like if we need to get a big ship, we will be able to get people together and rock that joint in verse. I mean, Astro, if you're trying to join an org, we got people who have big ships, and we are starting to play more together. So, like, you got options. But yeah, we get through here again. Cutter Rambler. I feel like I wanted to have the Cutter Rambler on my other account, but man, too late. The Guardian. I forgot I even had the Guardian on here with the C1 Spirit paint. The Fury, which was a referral that we used CCU to the Fury. I feel like part of me is kind of mad about that, really, because like the Fury is dope. I almost want to melt the Guardian and then CCU the Fury to the Guardian, because the Fury's too little, man. Like, I don't really like. We might put the Fury in something like the Carrack that has a really small cargo hold, or like has a small like landing pad for ships. But like outside of that, like I feel like I would probably rock the Guardian more. The Ranger CV, we will never get rid of the Ranger just because I need that bike. It's basically a motorcycle in StarCitizen, and I need that shit. Put inside the Star Lancer attack. I mean, I have the Star Lancer regular, and I feel like me and Smashley were in a ship. I think it was a Star Lancer. If you have attack, it'll fit the Fury hanger on the Star Lancer attack. Fair. Fury is definitely more of a mosquito in the fight. Absolutely. So like, I almost feel like I should melt. I can't melt this because referral bonus that has been upgraded to something else. So I may need to find a ship to melt, and then, well, I can't melt it. If I can't melt that, then there's no point. That'd be atrocious. Fill an ironclad with Furies and ruin someone's day. That sounds like a fantastic way to exist. Because once they put the dynamic server meshing in, that is going to be its own server, and then your server is just going to dump down on people. It's going to be great. It's not so much. I mean, it is a little bit. Then we got this, which is the hover quad that's been CCU to the CSVSM. And then we're back to the first page, which P52 Merlin. I may CCU this to the not Lion, the stupid. The new ship. Because I feel like we have another P52 in the referral bonuses at some point. And then that's been upgraded to the MTC. That's the Star Lantern Max, which is dope. The announced instances, I was so happy. Oh yeah, I feel like the instances are just going to be a great bonus for the game. Still got the Intrepid on that one. We got the Golem on that one. At this point, my referral bonuses are basically LTI tokens. Yeah, see, we got a P52 right here. We could ignore a lot of this other stuff and then upgrade this P52 to the Lion joint. Look at this hangar's wild while I look at my dusty starter card. To be fair, Gabe, I've been playing this game since 2015, and I had a full-time job when I started, and I was able to buy some ships. And then realistically, we are in a community of people. Like StarCitizen is the kind of community that will, if somebody's like, man, I need this ship, the community will come together and make it happen. So I was lucky enough to have that happen a lot. Haven't seen anything about it. Last I was on was about a month before Pyro dropped. The Ranger. Oh yeah, we haven't done anything about the Ranger yet. I feel like the issue that they were having is wheels. Appreciate that follow. Chum Congo, that's a name. That is a name. Nick's one was Wesley Barron, now it's Legend Amazing. Part of the reason why the Messer government never went after the People's Alliance is because Nick's had nothing to offer, so they left that small. Anarchist group survive alone. I feel like Azrael, the reason that we get Nyx 1 right now is much like the same reason we get Stanton as the first system. They needed a place to showcase in game. Because if we think about it as like only certain parts of the planet have those lush forests on it, that I feel like is the thing that we're probably going to get. Right? So I feel like if they only keep the fancy places small, it makes sense. And if they don't keep the fancy places small, then we are looking at a situation where they're probably just showcasing what Genesis can do without... Like, it's easier to showcase the capabilities of Genesis with the new, like, swamps and stuff like that on a planet that we haven't seen before, because the likelihood of people going all over fucking Microtech, right? Like, Microtech has small swatches of forests and stuff like that. So, like, people aren't necessarily going to rush over Microtech again to find those. They're going to eventually, but it's not a thing that you're going to get so many eyes on it at once like they would by changing Nyx 1 for now to showcase Genesis. I think that's what's happening personally. But yeah, TLDR, I've been upgrading my game packages for a long time and upgrading my referral stuff for a long time. I got the Saber Raven. Thanks to Pyro for making sure I got the AMD so we can technically have Intel versus AMD fights. And then the Expiration Pack is where my Galaxy sits. That's where my Galaxy sits. Now with the Genesis, we'll be able to ride bikes now. Oh my God. We'll be very lucky if we get into Genesis next year. I mean, they did say they intend to get it next year. Also, this is delaying our even talking about this so much because we got so sidetracked. But yeah, the Zeus Clipper, Galaxy's in here. This is still the thing that's tripping me about. Like, the Expiration Pack from this year was like $800, I think it was. But like 20,000 credits is what I got in this starter package. You can get 20K right now with Fear of You Hanger, 2 years of insurance, a full fucking suit of armor and a sniper rifle, iron weave paint, and an Avenger Titan with 20 G's in game for $56. That is the dumbest good deal that you can get StarCitizen for right now at all. That is the stupid, dumb, just fucking do it level of package. And I will tell you, if you are going to get this game right now, look up the Duelist CitizenCon starter pack and get this shit because that's dope. Does the insurance start when you buy it? I feel like the insurance starts on day one of the game launching. You can look at it in 20 minutes. I mean, to be fair, J. Lou, we just like watching the stream. It's recently upgraded to a Carrack. Best choice I've ever made. I have a Carrack, and I'm tempted to CCU it to the Perseus. To be fair, I already have the CCU. I just didn't apply the CCU. And also, we got these ships that we still haven't given away. Like, they give me a lot of stuff to give away, and I feel like if we don't have an event around it, like if I'm doing a bunch of other games and not focused on it, we got ships. I think the next one we're going to give away is the St. Patrick's Day joint, just because we got to give it away. It's been so long. I feel like IAE, we're going to have a lot of giveaways. And I think at this point, it's more figuring out the best way to do the giveaways, which I feel like is the most important part. Invite a friend should pay way more too. Oh no, the referrals? No, they changed that already. Two-sider. The new referral system has updated that entirely. Like, this doesn't work because we just need to remove that. Also appreciate the follow, Brandon. Thanks much. How dare you? Oh, so I just need to update my link. Dope.
42.
Ciravel, welcome back with the 42 months of sub support.
This is the way.
Appreciate you. That's a long time. Doing a giveaway during IAE would probably bring a lot of attention. I mean, I think at this point it's more like how to do the giveaway, right? Like I feel like at this point during IAE, we're gonna do a big giveaway of like one of the bigger ships, like the Asgard. I feel like the Asgard and the Tumble Nova is gonna be one that just runs for like a week. We'll probably do one every week during IAE, which would be dope. So we'll probably do the Asgard and the Nova, and then the Meteor in another one, and then the Kruger in a different one, and then the Avenger. I feel like the Avenger and the Saber we're gonna do this month at some point, just because I want to make sure to give the Halloween one away around Halloween, and just we got a lot of stuff happening between now and then. So reasons. It was like 5K before it was bad. Oh no, they changed it. If we go to the new referral system right now, if you refer somebody to StarCitizen, oh wait, did they change it to the referral dash legacy? Oh, nice, they did. So I don't have to put all the extra stuff in there. I'm mad that how it works doesn't pop up. I wonder if that's because it's me doing this. No blocking. Refresh. Nope, it's just not popping up. But like, I think it's now like 50K. So referral bonuses much better now. Absolutely much better. Absolutely much better. Just hands down, no questions. It's just better. But yeah, do it. If you can refer somebody, do it. 5K was not a lot originally, but I also feel like at the time 5K was not like, was a decent amount. And then we started to get more expensive stuff. Almost 2 bills. Oh yeah. 2 million. 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million. All right, let me get back in here because we will never get done with this if we don't actually start watching this video, man. Because sidetracked.
Ambush. You get back in touch with Intersect, and obviously the question is, who are these people? Why are they attacking? Why are the Vandal attacking them?
At this point, there's more going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station and collect as much information as you possibly can.
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
It's not just the space station.
CitizenCon never ends. Nah, we just talk a lot. Do an event where you give a ship to someone who hunts you down in game. Nah, because somebody's going to find me immediately and wreck me.
Forces that the Vandal have been attacking.
There's been people who playing a lot longer than me and who are just way better than me, so that would be an unfair advantage to them. And if they can find me and hunt me down in game, they already have the game. And one of the things I've been trying to do with a lot of the giveaways I've been doing recently is make sure that we get people who are new to the verse. And also we've had a bunch of people in the community who won multiple ships, and I'm trying to minimize people winning more than one ship at a time. Like it's a balance. I'm trying to make sure, like, if you're already in a verse, give somebody else a chance to get in the verse, right? Like, let's get new people in here, get new blood into the game, so that way I want to play, but I can't afford it. Boom, end of the giveaway. Like, I want to play, but my computer's not good enough. Here, you have the game now because you won, and then when you upgrade your computer, it'll be waiting for you. That type of thing. Instead of like, I have 18 ships, let me get into a giveaway. That's a lot. What up, Morley? How you doing?
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle of what's going on at the space station, and find out what kind of loot they have for you now that you beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is
definitely haven't been around since the hangar module.
Sell, maybe even give to Wicklow. This isn't just a one-time event. This is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find ways to do it even better, even faster.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersect will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story, and you can start digging and giving more information to Intersect along the way.
Okay. Don't know what you're talking about? Not a sub 50K backer.
I'm super excited to finally see the Vandal in the PU.
I'm excited
Same.
to bring cool Vandals
Same.
combat to SC.
Players in the PU will now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander, where you get to fight the Vandal swarm, and being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
Feel like the way StarCitizen is going with the instance and the mystery content, big
This
same.
marks a great milestone for us for not
Big
only
same.
pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Yes, Descent was classic.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Voyager Bar in beautiful scenic Orison, where the staff of Cloud Imperium Games Manchester is gathered for their very own CitizenCon Direct watch party. As the dozens of such events happening at locations around the world, we've gathered today to watch this sneak peek at just a little of what the next year of StarCitizen has in store for everyone. Oh, that was really good, everybody. I'm Jared Huckabee, your host for the festivities and for the show
This
today.
goes
And let me
silly.
tell you, it's not a
Vandal
joke.
landing
It's
craft
not a
bursting through the
gag.
floors, a hint or
Next
something?
week, we're
Yep.
hitting our 9th patch in 10 months, and
We
then
have
in
to feed
November,
Vandals.
we're going to finish out the year strong with the long-awaited arrival of the Nix system. And in case you missed it because you were chatting with friends, hi. It's not the lawless wasteland of Pyro many folks have
Bingo
been
model's so sick.
speculating, but an independent system with its own set of rules and laws and multiple ways to get there. It's an exciting time for everyone at Cloud
Doesn't get
Imperium
open world
Games
content with
because
MMOs,
as
with the looter shooter
architects of our
content, if
persistent
it
universe
works,
said
it's
at
kind of the
start
perfect,
the show,
you know, agreed.
The foundational
Get to
tech
meet
that
him at the
we've been
bar. We
building
got a
for
bunch
so
of
many
people.
years
Like,
has now unlocked us
I had to meet a
bring
bunch of
more to
citizens.
StarCitizen than
I
ever
got to see a
before
bunch
as
of
we
our
continue our journey towards 1.0.
friendly
Now,
friends
before
who've
we
been in the
continue
verse
with
for a
the
long
show,
time.
Let's get a few housekeeping tasks out of
Also,
the way.
StarCitizen
First,
retweeted
we're
your like
simulcast
tweeted
on
your boy out on
YouTube
the
and
IG
Twitch.
stories.
So if you want the keen
And
communities
then-
of Twitch or the 4K ultra high resolution
Like they did it
of
twice.
YouTube,
They were like,
you
"Yeah,
have your
DJ's here,
choice.
bro. Check out your
Second,
mans." I was
throughout
like,
the
"Oh."
broadcast today, we want to
And
see
then
and hear what you have to say along the way. And you
later
can
in the
tell
show
us
when
on
they
social
showcased
media
the
by
people
using
who were at the
hashtag
events,
CitizenCon.
like I
We're
got to see the
especially
homie
interested
Tyler.
to see any photos
That's
from
me
those
at the
watch parties that are
events. I got
happening
to
across
see
the globe.
Astro
We're
Pub,
gonna
Crucian
find some
Gaming.
way
Like
to bring
the
bring
fam were
a
there.
few of them into the
The
broadcast
fam weren't
later
there.
in the program.
Telling you, Jared has a
Third,
PhD
we've
from
also
Improved
had
University.
a
Absolutely, dude's
CitizenCon
been getting it.
contest going for people to create their very
Yeah,
own
Kemi was there, so like we
slice
got a
of
bunch of the
life in
fam
videos,
that were
and
there,
we
which is
played the
dope.
winning
Busted the
entries
Destroyer was
during our
there.
pre-show countdown. The offerings were
What about
super
Hayes? Good to see you.
varied. The idea was to work
you
with
on
a
Instant
team
Watch
to
Party?
show
Yerp.
the life of a miner or a hauler or a bounty hunter or whatever. But one guy just said, I'm going to make
Both,
a
two
video about
slider,
how
both.
awesome I am.
So no Grey Cat Social
And I
because
respect
vehicles
that.
suck.
So shout out Nocturnal
Probably.
Revenant. I don't remember if you were one of
Probably.
the winners getting an L21 Wolf from Kruger for their efforts, but you won the coveted Disco Lando Complete Narcissist Award. Good job. And to all the winners, I'm sure someone will either be in touch with you about your wolves or they'll just show up on your accounts. I really don't know how that
Prove my
process
illustrious
works.
smartphone knows better than
Probably
me. I
would have
mean,
been
it's
good
like
to find
that.
out before the show, huh? He's
Like
so
to prove
afraid.
PhD has more
Either
value,
way,
I mean, it's
if
there.
you missed the pre-show and are curious if you won, you can check the replay after we're done here today.
But yeah, it was super cool to be at the
All right.
watch party and then like,
I just realized
and
that
then do
my
a panel
bosses, Chris and Sandy.
because like we did a panel after this. It was me, Astro Pub, and the primary host of the event, which was pretty dope. We had to talk about this, and it was dope having deep conversations about it and people like understanding where my brain works with a lot of this because of the game mechanics. I feel like we are so close to 1.0 that is really just a couple of game mechanics that needs to tie everything together that I am excited to see because that's been the thing I've been
Sitting in
taking
a
away
movie
from most
theater
of this.
watch party in Switzerland right now. A completely captive audience. So real behind the scenes here. This is especially torturous for Chris right now because he's super excited about the next segment we've got coming up. Aren't you, Chris? And you're just sat there right now, forced to watch and listen to anything I say. Do either of you regret that decision so long ago? All right, so I've probably pushed my luck enough. Let's get to the next thing. When Nix arrives next month, it'll
Let me
have
say that
Levski,
1.0 will feature 3 solar
Glacian
systems.
Bell,
Can't remember.
and the
Nope. 1.0 will feature 5. And I remember because I literally took a screenshot of it. No, I think I did that this month. This is 1.0. Once it opens. Or has it already opened and it just didn't show because full screen? How dare you, bro? I literally just double clicked it. What are you doing? Watch it reopen the minute that I get in here and double click it again. There we go. So this is 1.0. StarCitizen 1.0 is going to have these features. So we got Nix, Like Stanton, Pyro, and Nyx, 3 of the primary 5-star systems we're going to have next month. Genesis was one foundational piece we needed. I feel like we were almost there anyways. So like they're going to make it better. It's going to be dope. Trying to talk to someone that is brand new feels like I'm back in the military spitting acronyms. Yeah, there is so much that is specifically StarCitizen that is going to be really difficult to not. But these 3 systems and then the 2 we'll need after that are Castra and Terra. And I almost feel like we will probably get Castra and Terra next year. If Genesis is as good as they are intending it to be, which we've seen, we're missing those 2 systems, and I feel like we might get. I'm expecting that since, especially with Castra only having 2 systems, we're probably going to get Castra before Terra. I feel like Terra is probably gonna be the last one we get if they space them out. But I feel like Castra's. I feel like once Genesis comes online, that's when we can start talking about when we're going to see them. At least have to update Nyx because Nyx isn't fully done. No, you're not wrong, but like. We haven't gotten Nyx yet. So I feel like the step 1 of Nyx is for us to have it. And I know there's been a lot of speculation as to whether or not it's going to have the planets, all of the planets or not. And I think that is the real question. Because the wording that they put out makes it seem like we won't necessarily have all the planets. But because it's sick and because they have so much that they're capable of doing, it wouldn't surprise me if we got a planet. It's just empty. And I'm okay with that. Give us a planet. And really, with Nyx 3 is a gas giant. So that one doesn't count. Nyx 2 is radioactive. So what are we talking about as far as the radioactivity on Nyx 2? Is it going to be too much for any of the suits in the game? Because that'd be a great way to make it to where we need to get higher tier radioactive suits, which is going to be, which I imagine they would give us in some of the higher tier ASD missions. Like if an ASD mission took us to Nyx 2. For example, like the reason I took a screenshot of the radiation earlier is because if the radiation from, let me make sure I even have that still in the folder. Hopefully it actually took the screenshot because it might not have. There we go. If this radiation color matches Nyx 2, my brain is connecting to mean that this is from Nyx 2 and ASD. Like we're getting the nuggets of information that lead us to that later. So if that's the same color as Nyx 2, that makes sense that they are recreating this to connect it to something from Nyx 2, which would give us literally a reason for ASD to be on Nyx 2. And that means you would have had to complete the story missions from ASD in Stanton. And since we know that we're going to get the cargo missions that go from Stanton to other systems or from other systems to Stanton, there would be a direct connection for you to be able to go from Stanton to Nyx 2 for more ASD missions. So like, whoa. But TLDR, the reason I even pulled this up is because we want to talk about how close we are to 1.0. The vast majority of this guild system is the biggest part of it, I think, because we got 6 guilds. Each guild has a bunch of different little stuff off on the side. And I feel like at this point, there's so much that is in the game. I think the things that we can go through right now and figure out what is not in the game right now, and that'll give us the game mechanics that we're missing before we get close to 1.0. So, operative, go do kill missions. Pirate, shipjacker, go steal ships. We're missing hacking gameplay for that. Crafter, illegal. We get crafting by the end of this year in a technical preview to kind of start the process, and then we go back later. So hacking, crafting, criminal ship violence or FPS violence, we have that. Smuggling, that's stealing boxes, right? So like maybe we need to be able to disable ships without blowing them up and then hack onto them. So like we'll still connect that to hacking. And I feel like we already do have the ability to disable ships. It's just we need a more specific way to do it, right? Organized criminal, that's just working with a mob boss. Racing, that's already in the game. So out of all of these 8 things, there are 2 game mechanics really that specifically we need for this. Industrial athlete. That I feel like with the sports federation, I feel like industrial athlete is probably going to be like box moving and stuff like that. Parkour athlete, we don't have the ability to vault everything reliably, so that is going to be a thing. So vaulting. Racing driver, racing pilot, marksman. I feel like marksman is just going to be like a firing range or long range outside events that are essentially firing ranges that you can get missions for and go do cool stuff. It starts with armor and weapons. Maelstrom for crafting ships. Oh, that's what Maelstrom is. Is the ship crafting? I'm not even worried about that. It's going to be a minute. Seems like Castro might be a quick system for 6 to kick out only 2 planets. Exactly, but also with Nyx would seem like a system that'd be easier to pop out because only 3 planets, and then we've got 2 hours of video footage of them talking about what they're planning on doing with it already. So, oof. But like, that's, I don't know if they're going to put that in that quick, Kimmy, but it'd be dope if they did. And then I'm very much curious to see how long it's going to take orgs to craft massive ships. But across these 2 guilds, 3 game mechanics total that we need in the game. Academy of Science, Hunter, we already have hunting missions. Farmer, we need farming. Crafter, which we know is crafting. Crafting needs to come, so that's 5 mechanics. Search and rescue exists. They have you going into caves, finding people all the time right now. Researcher, we need. An explorer, we need. So that's 7 game mechanics across this whole side of the fence that really most of them are things that we already know they're working on. Mercenary Guild, Soldier and FPS, done. Bounty Hunter, we need the bounty base to work, so that's taking us to 8. Combat Pilot and Operative and FPS, done. Because being an FPS operative is just going to get a mission and take somebody out. Interstellar Transport Guild, Trader, done. Transporter, that is more like moving people, which that takes to 9 game mechanics. Recovery Expert, that's medic, I feel like, almost. Or that's going to get boxes, which we already have missions for. If somebody stole our boxes, go get them back. That's there. Think of a GTA, how the glass shatters if you get blasted, and a light fighter with ballistics in it. My ship won't even spawn. Why do I care about all this? What ship are you trying to load, Terra Pinnacle? Because that's the first I've heard of somebody having a ship that wouldn't spawn. That wasn't quickly fixable. Also, what's going on? Lags would shred through the cockpit and take the pilot out. Oh, so that's what... That'd be dope if that was a thing that was a part of a Maelstrom. What do they say? I don't need your help. And T-pose. I mean, then let them get served. But yeah, even by the end of this, most of these are already in the game, except for... I feel like Transporter is more like transporting people. That's the only mechanic. So that's 9 game mechanics that we don't need, or we need to get to 1.0. Resource Workers, Repair Technician. Repair depends on the type of repair. If we're talking about like the multi-tool with like fixing tools like we have in the caves right now for the ASD missions, that's already in the game. Breakdown Engineer would be the reverse of that, which we have. Fuel Gatherer, that is Starfarer functionality, which leads me to more gas gathering, so I feel like that's going to be there. Salvager, done. Miner, done. Builder, the builder is going to be an interesting thing, because what are we building? That is going to be, I feel like, almost lean toward base building. And Refinery and Crafting, done. So like we get the crafting that's already on the way. So I feel like we're at 10 mechanics basically before we get to 1.0, with 11 being the guild system overall. So the question is, how quickly can they pump those out? The largest, longest known creature to humanity is the Castra. Can't wait to see it. Damn. Pirate Fork, what up? Which use my vulture to repair my friend's ships. You can't? Okay. It's always, that's the first I've heard. But there's a workaround and never, yeah, 6 should do better. I don't know, Tara, I always say that 6 should do better. We regularly discuss how they need to be fixing things. I literally just got done talking about 10 game mechanics that they need to have in the game before we can get to 1.0. And that's not counting fixing the bugs. So it's not even, I understand that you hear that a lot, but like, also consider the source, right? Like, ask people who are here whether or not we talk about things that they need to do better. It's a regular thing. So I'm sorry that you're having a frustrating issue of not being able to spawn your ship, but also that was never a question of whether or not SIG should do better. That's the point. We're here so that we can see them do better. And this whole 2-hour presentation is them talking about ways that they intend on doing better, at least in some ways. So hopefully you can get your ship out soon. That's it. 3 to 4 years, within 2 years for 1.0, or close after 2. I feel like we're probably looking at 2 years. They love community. What up, Devil Dog? You know the guy who's throwing his glass? No, I'm not Jordan. I don't look anything like Jordan, but Jordan is dope. He throws his glasses all the time. All right. All right, that troll's up, fam. We got to do something about that troll, fam. Hook it up. Fix it, fix it, fix it. StarCitizen's going to be firing. I'll always prefer this sim over GTA just for the sheer amount of... I mean, it's not, for me, it's not even about preferring it over another game. It's just,
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art. When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world, and not just in the building of the new planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for StarCitizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous.
All right, CS just said they said building the plans for Nyx. I feel like building the plans for Nyx in the game that we're talking about could be building out the details on the surface. I mean, last time I tried to tell people not to run the Book of Flesh, they ran the Book of Flesh and it sucked. So by all means, if you want to run the Book of Flesh, fucking, it's on you, man. Appreciate the follow, Lags. All right, appreciate you. But yeah, I mean, if you want to fuck around with the Book of Flesh, fucking do it, man. I'm not in it. My name is Bennett. I'm not in it. My name's Saul. That's between y'all. Do what you want. But I feel like with the way that they do things, I don't expect them to have no planet. People are just making assumptions, but I mean, you're true. You're not wrong. But like, for real, I feel like it's
Buster the Destroyer.
What up, fam? Good to see you. Fam, if you haven't heard of Buster the Destroyer, you should. Buster's a beast. Great streamer. Got to see Buster this past Saturday at the Austin watch party. It was dope. Didn't know what the book was. Oopsie. Yeah, don't fuck around with the Book of Flesh. I've been telling people to not. And then we did it last time, and 30,000 points from one, or 30,000 credits from one of the houses
Dis the fuck appeared.
So by all means, do what you want. Do what you want. You refunded Battlefield 6 for a StarCitizen pledge. That was a bold movement, though. StarCitizen is not done. Battlefield is. Like, don't get it twisted. I'm always gonna say get the game you want the most, but like, reliably, Battlefield I feel like is gonna work way better over time. Just because Battlefield, they have a long history of having shooters that last for years. You never were a Battle 6 player, savage. But what if DJ is wrong? The Book of Flesh could be anything. No, we already know the Book of Flesh is not anything. It's not anything good. Battlefield 6 is done. StarCitizen, literally that. I will forever not tell someone to refund a game that is out. Also, we're playing Battlefield 6 after we get done talking about CitizenCon today. So I am fucking here for Battlefield. So I would understand if you enjoy StarCitizen that much, but like, one of the things that I like to do regularly is play StarCitizen until I get a bug and it's like, fuck. And then like, when that bug hits, I'm like, all right, I'm out. Because even when you go to launch StarCitizen, like, I'm not even going to play StarCitizen right now, but I'm going to open the launcher to prove a point. Just in Battlefield 6 and warming up. Yeah. So like, if we click launch game, you can't start the game without a warning. Early access alpha version. StarCitizen is presently available as an early access alpha version in a state of active development. Whether in the live environment or PTU, bugs, service interruptions, resets, or errors may occur. That is just, they won't let you start it without telling you there's bugs. And you have to click, all right, cool, every time you start the game. So I would never tell you to not get a completed game to get StarCitizen. Could even be a boat. Been doing that for years. Play I'm frustrated, and then go play something else. Are they announcing something? They announced a bunch of stuff this last weekend, Cody. We're getting the Nyx system next month, which is just like way sooner than we've gotten another system. Isn't Battlefield 6 on the Xbox Game Pass on PC? I'll just pay the $15 to play. I mean, I feel like it might be. I don't remember. I know EA Play is in there, but I can't remember if that's a part of it. People say it's not alpha. I would never be one of those people. I try to regularly let people know that this game is not done. StarCitizen has been in development since 2009. That is incorrect, Lee. StarCitizen has been in development since 2012 when they started the Kickstarter. There was very light work done. There were only 8 people on the dev team. Somewhere between 8 and 12 people on the dev team when they did the Kickstarter. The Kickstarter was in 2012. They basically took the Cry engine, if you've ever heard of that game. If you've ever heard of games like Crysis or Far Cry, the very first games, they ran on the Cry engine. They licensed that version of the Cry engine that existed in 2012, and they started to hire people who are great at it. They've been spending the last 12 years at this point building tools to procedurally generate a massive amount of content and make it work. The original lawsuit was Crysis was funny, yeah, because they it's now the Star Engine. They've added. If you've ever played Crysis, for example, that game is mostly made for maybe 4 square miles at best. That engine at the time, 4 square miles. There are craters in StarCitizen on moons. There is a single crater on a single moon that is big enough to hold the landmass of every Grand Theft Auto game in existence that we can currently play. I don't know if they're going to be able to fit the GTA 6 landmass in there, but that is the level of game that we're talking, that they took an engine made for like 4 square miles, 12 square kilometers, and that's what they took the 32-bit location data and took it to 64, and that's what they were able to create. And this game runs on 1 load. Now, if you die, you load again, but otherwise you do not have more than 1 load time. So we're talking about very different experiences. StarCitizen is dope, but if we're going to have conversations about it, if someone's going to come in and say it started here, you're thinking Lumberyard, willy-nilly, and at this point, it is no longer Lumberyard. It was called Lumberyard because they were working with Amazon. Amazon's doing their servers, but they've rebranded Lumberyard, which was the version of the engine, to Star Engine. So they are now running it as Star Engine. It is their engine. They have gone a long way to basically redo the entire engine, which is why it has a different name. You don't understand the idea behind persistent universe concept? True. But I feel like it's once we get deeper into the game experience, once we get closer to 1.0, I feel like that's going to change. This event, I feel like is going to change a lot. If you think that a game can't be an alpha over 10 years, StarCitizen will ask you to hold its beer. Fair. Fair. Appreciate the follow. Thornburg Media, thank you. Or Thornburg, my bad. Or, no, Thornburg. My brain is silly. But yeah, we're talking about, if you're going, I'm a firm believer in, if I'm going to talk about it, I'm going to talk about it from the way I understand how to talk about it, which is as an educator. So I will happily inform you of the things that you might be off on, because if you're going to say it with your whole chest, say the facts. And I'm a firm believer in speaking the facts. Not only is it an alpha, we are the alpha testers, lest people forget true facts. Jared said and Chris Roberts said you can drop Skywind into an area on Microtech, or the whole area of Skyrim. That would not surprise me. We pay them in test, but also we pay for the dream of a developer who wants to make a game that no one else has made. And we all know the basic rules of all of this. To do something that that has never been done, you need to do things that no one ever has. So when people ask me, why do I support StarCitizen? Because I want to have a developer that wants to make a game where the publisher doesn't interrupt their gameplay efforts, their game creation efforts, to say, you need to launch this right now because we need a return on investment. How many of us have played a game that on launch was mid as fuck and never got updated? Because the developer closed, because the publisher said, you need to launch this right now, and then stopped giving a fuck. The reason I back StarCitizen is because of that. I want them to make the game they want to make. You remember? Yeah. I feel like it's leading to Ready Player One. I feel like Fortnite is doing more to lead toward the Oasis than any other game, if I'm gonna keep it a buck. Because Fortnite already has every fucking, if it's not everything, it's gonna be everything. Yeah, they don't know the game they want to make. I would disagree with that. Apollo's down. I feel like they've been making this game for long enough that they understand exactly the game they want to make. They understand the exact game that they know that they need to make based on what they have sold to people. So that's one specific thing to kind of scroll up and check out, because you can go to, where's the page? Community? No, I don't think it's going to be in here, but not support. There's something in here. Isn't it funny? Because I'm trying to find where they put the original Kickstarter, because I know they have the original, like, I don't think it's under the funding, but it might be. No, roadmap. That can't be the roadmap. I feel like the roadmap is weird. Anyone that's upset should get some patience, go try to create a game. Oh no, that's part of the reason why I love it, because I know the shit it takes to make a game. Been there, done that. They're making an MMO space flight sim FPS gameplay is solid. Ships look cool and need more of the engineering stuff program. Factual. The amount of people who have Star Citizen living rent-free in their heads is astronomically high. Go do something else if Star Citizen doesn't bring you joy. Stop being negative. There are other games out there that can or do make you happy and rant. Pretty much that. You want an org? I run an org. Adon. It's under Kickstarter. Where is the Kickstarter link? Because I feel like they have it on the website as well, though. So, like, that's what I'm curious about. Finally got my Drake Corsair and be taking a decent break from cargo runs, as you should. You enjoy that. How long till we get the Admiral Bissum character in Fortnite with the flowing trench coat and all? That'd be dope. The more people try to take a single negative and change its entire narrative, people who are up on the project speak out. But truthfully, 99% of them look at it side-eyed. Fair. How big is your org? Like 100-something people. Like, it's mostly the Twitch community. Funding tab, I was thinking it might be the funding tab, but also wasn't sure. Because I feel like I try not to pull this page up just because people. But yeah, when people see like $876 million, oh my God, like you run a game that has live servers of one server shard at this point is 5 different servers that run 100 players at a time, and they're always up for a game that's not done. That's a lot. So this is the game they want to make. This is a game they already agreed to make. These are the stretch goals that they've already agreed to. So I don't think we're in a situation of them not knowing what game they want to make. I think, if anything, that they have been held back by the technology that exists to being able to make that game. And that's why they've spent so much time on the tools. That's why when we're watching this video, we're seeing them talk so much about the tools. Even though they've got the foundational system built, they still needed one level more tool. Bottom line is, SIG makes a ton of mistakes. We know it, but they're doing one thing above all else. They're trying their best to stay to the vision of the game they pitched to all of us after the scale change that we all voted for. And the majority of the time, at the time spoken, said yes, it might be taking them a long time, but they're sticking to their guns, which is that part. 14 million or 16 million. I had not looked at it. Where are the stretch goals? So let's see, 14 million. 14 milli, 14 milli. And why is this thing being weird? So scroll it. 14 million. Hibernation mode. With explorers out there, we have the ability to save and resume while you're out in space. While not in combat, power down your ship, hit the bunk, and exit the game safely until you can resume in your journey. We can do that in the Avenger Titan. Professional quality, high feature link behind the scenes of Star Citizen documentary film. Bro, this is inside Star Citizen, bro. Star Citizen will feature a 4th land out option on Earth. Where will it be? London, Berlin. It's going to be interesting. I don't know if they're gonna build the whole Earth. That's gonna be it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. Additional ship class, the escort carrier, that's in there. 42-page upgrade handbook manual with their game, which goes through the process of customizing and overclocking ship systems. That's not even, once that feature gets finalized, I feel like that's when that's gonna happen. Arena mode, yeah, Arena Commander. Every player who backs before 16 million will receive a laser pistol. Yeah. So like, nah, whatever. Super carrier. It said escort carrier, so I don't know if. With the size of the carriers that already exist, I think we might have already gotten it out. I think we might have already done that. I know over 3 people who got 3K or more in it. I imagine somebody would not put 3K into a game that was mid. We're going to start selling land as well. Land deed is 1K. I think the land deeds were less than 1K, fam. Like, they were like 50, 60 bucks. Like maybe a hundo. Like I feel like people have already had those. Like that existed a while back. But also everything that they do right now, I feel like I haven't, like, while we were looking at the Kickstarter page, everything that they do right now is literally how they keep their company afloat. Which is why when you go to the shop, you can go to the pledge store, you can get other ships and everything. So like all you ever need to buy in this game is a base package. That's it. Base package, get it. You never have to spend another $1 on this game. 45 bucks. Technically, the best one that's available right now is $56.25. Absolutely, because this ship alone normally is 75 bucks, but this comes with the Avenger Titan, a paint for it, a full armor suit, sniper rifle, and 20 G's. This is absolutely the best deal that this game has ever had. This is a stupidly good deal. That's it. How they keep robbing people? How are they robbing people? Like, we can literally play this game right now. How is that a rob?
Art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better
love the full Earth update.
When Genesis comes to the persistent universe starting
1K now,
year,
I don't think I've even seen the ability to get a land claim. So let's It's going to forever be gone, Charles. I mean, I'm a firm believer in enlightening people and in entertaining people and making sure that if we're going to say a thing, we're going to say it right. Okay, so handle change past StarCitizen novella. We're not worried about a novella. Yeah, wouldn't be in any of this. Other? Add-ons? Nope. Yeah, let's just go to this page and let's go back to the main of this page. Because now I got questions, man. Because I feel like if you're talking about somebody saying like, oh, it's $1,000, that's because somebody's trying to sell their shit. And somebody out there is willing to pay $1,000. That's probably what that is. Because I don't even think you can buy them from SIG anymore. If memory serves, they had them shits available, and now you can't do them until you actually can get a land claim. You have to buy a third party, yeah. And we don't fuck around with third party sellers or buyers because the fun part is anybody who does a purchase that is not from directly Cyberspace Industries. First things first, you don't support the team that made the game. Second, the reason that people are charging stupid money is because people are impatient and don't want to wait to do a thing in game, because you absolutely can do nothing and wait for the land ability to be made in game, because guaranteed they're going to enter a testing phase when it comes to land claims. When they release the gameplay feature of it, everybody's going to be able to get a land claim because they need to test it to make sure that it works. So they're not going to charge real money for that, I think. Now, do I know? Obviously not. But like, I absolutely see, considering that land, like building bases is a core feature of the game, they're going to be testing it at some point, and you know what the testing requires to give people access to do it. So you see how the interest sale went? You can't tell me third party isn't necessary. Do you need an interest? Absolutely. Then that is a personal issue, because I feel like you don't need an interest. Not to spend money for it. Again, I'm a firm believer of buy the game package, leave it at that. 1.0, you have to earn citizenship in order to purchase land. Dope. Am I allowed to get that CitizenCon starter pack if I already have an old Cutter starter pack? Absolutely. This is the pack. It's War Bond. You do what you want, man. First of all, you don't need a land claim to build in UEE space. I feel like we're not even getting that deep into it. It's more just that, like, it needs to match my Polaris. I mean, that's just you having impatience on waiting again. Impatience on waiting for a thing. But I'm glad that you have the ability to have the funds to be able to get the thing that you want like that, but I'm not going to buy anything from anybody else. You don't like when people sell their ships online? It's not that I don't like when people sell their ships online, Caleb. It's more that one thing that what we're essentially talking about is the gray market. We don't refer to the gray market in here because the gray market does not support the dev team that made the game, first off. Second, if someone sells a ship, right, and you buy a ship that they have, you only get one transfer once you have bought a thing to send it to somebody. So they could literally give you a ship and gift it to you and then send you the email and you claim it on your account. If they then go to their credit card company and say that, hey, I was hacked, guess what that credit card company then does? They go to SIG and they say, we're taking the money back for this thing. And then the person who paid for it loses it. Do you want to take that chance when you buy something from somebody? Or do you want to just buy it from the company and never have to worry about that? A lot of people that talks about the gray market forget about that part. So they can absolutely say, oh, my account was hacked. Somebody stole my shit and then gave it away. And then that credit card company will go to SIG and say, hey, this is the money for the thing. Thanks for giving it back to us. And that person who sold it in the first place gets their shit back. It is called fraud. It exists. It has happened to many people. And rather than putting yourself into that situation, you could just hold off. If you want to spend the money with StarCitizen that bad, spend it with SIG. Give it directly to them to help fund the game's development instead of giving it to somebody who's being fraudulent. Or people have found out people's account information and used 2 factors to like test them. Like, hey, you want to change something in your StarCitizen account? Give us your 2-factor number. And they do it and they lose their shit. And then once they figure it out, They go back to their credit card company and they take they're going to get their ships back. So maybe don't. And since it's that potential to make people engage in fraud inadvertently, I would much rather never do that. So we don't talk about the gray market because it fucking sucks. So yeah, we don't talk about the gray market. We don't talk about the gray market is Bruno in here, and that's why, because you have the potential to be fucked over for something that you had no control over. If you do your research, yeah, I'm not even in that AK Snowman because I don't, for all intents and purposes, I don't care. SIG has the ability to gift ships. That's enough. That's enough. If somebody wants to do it, cool. But whatever happens, the person who, at the time, has the potential to claim fraud, the other person has the potential to lose the shit that they paid for. And then what recompense do they have? What happens if you pay for a thing that was then removed from your account? And it was a third-party seller that you then have, like, the credit card company may or may not get that money back from the other company. So why not bother with any of that? Just want a ship that they rarely sell anymore. I understand that completely. You don't have to. I mean, if you wanted it and you got it and they haven't gotten you by saying like somebody stole my account and then sold all my stuff, cool. But if you have it and if it ever disappears, if that person ever changes their mind, that is the reason why I don't fuck around with the gray market. We don't have to involve a bank and a realtor. I'll just sell my house to you cash. Yeah, no. It's just always sold. Just because it's limited doesn't mean you need it now. Literally. Still have it. It's been over a year, and that could change at any minute. Prima, what up? Good to see you.
It will change how you experience.
Get where you're coming from. It's not accurate. If it's not accurate, by all means, do what you want. I'm not telling people what to do or what not. What I'm saying is,
we will also go
I'm not fucking with it because of the possibility of that happening.
And reimagine them through the lens.
So, if you know shit that I don't know, then absolutely,
and more
I support you in it.
We'd create slices of
personally, I'm not fucking with it.
Like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for StarCitizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our hype maps.
See out here what possibility?
Or the unpredictable
Genesis engine that they're updating.
Biomes connected were common.
Prima with the heart me, the populars, the populars. Appreciate you.
Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for StarCitizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level
the possibility of getting frauded out of the stuff you paid for. Don't want any more systems to up the shard size. 650 people is too small for 3 shards.
We've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria
Your
is
account
found.
address CC scan for everyone in the game you love. Yep.
So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there.
So fire.
It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules. Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different data sets, like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it.
Absolutely, Red One, absolutely.
Screen piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion. Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we
Also,
want.
I love seeing people on dragonflies back there.
The attention to detail, from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower, is still our core DNA. With Genesis,
I like rocks.
we can
I mean,
keep that detail-oriented mindset as we focus on the quality and it provides the quantity.
Right, plan to start building a home base. You'll be able to.
Ultimate sense
Imagine
of
hunting now. You can
exploration
hunt already,
and
so like
adventure.
it's gonna be dope.
Discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with, and where you want to settle down and build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
Wet Willie.
Thanks, Ian. So, in case it's not already clear, Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve since our presentation.
So he's stagnant, says the haters.
Instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx. So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue.
Scam Citizen,
it's
all right.
not going to surface. I don't really know.
So
Nyx 2 is a yellow.
Yellow. I want to see this with lights, because that's not the same yellow yet, but like this is still the concept art.
Toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
Almost don't want to go to the PU after seeing this.
Got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps. These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology.
God, man.
In some cases, because the current tech couldn't do them
That
at
is
all.
beautiful, man.
Or because we want to completely step up our game for them.
Wow.
So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit. The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface. Previously, we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's
find a
because
random
the
planet and
orbit was
start
designed to look like vegetation.
I expect that we're
going
going to at least get Nyx 1, and Nyx 3 is a gas giant, so I'm expecting Nyx 3 as well. I just feel like they're going to put in an empty planet that is covered in radiation, because it would make sense.
Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look.
Good God,
We then assess the
Name me a fucking game that has this level of detail into the environments they're making. You got straight up height maps. You have topographical data to build out how Come the fuck on, bro.
Planet.
Come on,
and use that to blend in tones of green.
Who the fuck does this,
including
for real?
variations due to species health.
Fucking
and
nobody,
current
like-
season. This creates a far more complete.
That means that they basically just low-key said that they're using tools to make sure that what you see from space is going, if you're looking for a specific type of rock and you know it is formed in these little cracks with mountaintops that look like this, you know not to go over here. You know not to go over to this area. You know not to go over to this area. You know to go exactly in these Come the fuck on, bro. That is ridiculous. They don't do it either. It's never coming out. What? If you want to see what you can use to run StarCitizen right now, I can actually show you because right now, I think it normally is on this page. PC requirements. There we go. Windows 10 anniversary update. DirectX 12 capable graphics card with 4 gigs of VRAM, quad-core CPU with AVX instructions, Intel's Sandy Bridge processor and AMD's Bulldozer processors are newer, and 16 gigs of RAM, 150 gig plus SSD required because the game is like 100 gigs right now. So that's what you need. I have a laptop that can run it, but my laptop has a 50 series in it, so I don't count. But one of my mods and regular community members plays this on a laptop regularly, so you don't need a supercomputer. Saying that it's never coming out, Palau, is an interesting concept because it's starting right now.
It's never coming out.
If it was never coming out, I wouldn't be able to play. You see how quick this is loading? Holy shit. Glorified Tech demo, man, I backed it in Kickstarter 2013 years ago. Now I'm jaded. I understand that, Palau. But if you've not played it in a while, I think the way to answer that is, when was the last time you played it? I understand the frustration. I understand being jaded about it, but when was the last time you played? Legitimately. Like, I'm not asking to be a smartass. I'm asking to give you an update on what is available now compared to the last time you played. Because as someone who backed in 2015, you are among someone who understands the process. I also taught game design for 4 years. If you've ever heard of Full Sail University, I taught in the game design online degree program, so I taught people how to make games. And that, to me, understanding how the cake is made is why I love this game. Because I've seen, when I started playing this game, there was a base PU. There was no planetary landing capability. It was like Port Olisar and Kovalek shipping hub and fucking Comarays and planets that you could hover over. But since 2015, when I started basically pulling up, anytime a new ship came out, you pulled it up into your hangar, which was like an offline portion of the game that you couldn't even go into the game yet because it wasn't in the game yet. It was a glorified JPEG, and then you load it up into your hangar, and you're gonna give a tour of it. Like, you can see what works and what doesn't, and then couldn't do a lot. That is not now. So I understand if you've been at it waiting for 13 years, it's a lot. It's not done. That's got to be infuriating. But as somebody who has been here, it'll be a decade in 2 months. I see the amount of good shit that they've done to the game over time. The amount of positive changes, the amount of nonstop development that they've been giving us, and I am excited. So I understand the jaded feel of it, but it just takes a perspective adjustment. It may take time to get to that perspective adjustment, but once you see the amount of things that they're doing, like this year's CitizenCon was basically, this is the cool kind of shit we're putting into the game within a year. And most of the shit they talked about is shit that is going to be in the game by the end of this year. So.
And allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface.
Whoa. Let's be honest. First, introduce planetary landing, but when does it get to the point where it's done? First things first, Palau, if we're going to talk about it that way, planetary landing was in like 2018, I feel like. Because that was like the people of the planet kind of time frame, and I feel like that was 2018-ish. We are so far beyond that. If you haven't opened up the game recently and seen that, we're talking 3.0, we're in 4. If you haven't opened up the game and seen that there's not only Stanton, but also Pyro in the game, if you haven't seen the ASD missions, which are literally, in my opinion, the best fucking content missions that have come to this game since it existed, since it's been in its existence, the last fucking patches have added in gameplay of facilities that are doing dastardly shit that you have to absolutely go in, and you almost have to take a team with you to go in and FPS content your way through and find out a bunch of shady shit while making a bunch of credits. The new map updates that they put in early last year change everything. If you have not opened the game since 2018, the amount of, if you loaded it up right now, it is a completely different game. So I'm not even going to say anything else. If you've been a backer since 2013, so does progress matter then? Absolutely. Base bounty hunting shit. There's bounty hunting rep. There's rep for factions that you do missions for that gets your rep better there. You can buy ships in game, and you've been able to buy ships in game for a long time. You can, I feel like at this point it's like every 3 months ish. 3 months after a ship launches, you can buy it in game. So by all means, I could sit here and tell you all of the changes that are different right now. But if you have not started StarCitizen since 2018, nothing I tell you is going to make more sense than when you load up the game. Loading a ship up in the hangar is going to be a breathtaking experience for you, I'm sure. Because they spawn you in the hangar now instead of having to spawn you in the dorms. You load up in a hangar. You go to one of the ASOP terminals and you pull your ship up and then come back and talk to me. I understand the frustration. I understand the jadedness of it, but go fucking do that and then come back and then we'll have a conversation about it because I feel like you're going to feel completely different after you load it up. 2013 back, probably 1%. Nah, I don't care. It's fine with me, Meathead, because I feel like once we get to a point of, I feel like a lot of people who are jaded and just have been following the process or just they come back and it's like, man, it took that long and they didn't do shit. If you don't see the progress, if you were frustrated the last time you opened it and you backed out of it, I completely understand why somebody would be jaded. Since I understand that, it's a whole lot easier to say, come, be cool, open it up and tell me what happens after you've done it. Because that's somebody who's excited. That's somebody. You may not be wearing one. Fix it. That's somebody who's excited. So I'm not gonna lean toward that concept, Meathead, just because the conversation we're having right now ended in, okay, sweet, that's enough to give it a try again.
And start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light.
I mean, in December of 2015, they had what, Hangar Citizen? Yes, I know, because that's where I started playing StarCitizen. There were no planets to land on.
When we approached
I don't know how many people here know it, but I've been playing long enough that when they did the Pupil to Planet trailer, part of my excitement about the Pupil to Planet trailer was the fact that as a black man who had a mohawk at the time, I didn't really see a lot of representation for myself in the game. And this trailer alone, which is 2 minutes, mind you, this was at a CitizenCon. I was there with a mohawk. Had a mohawk for some months. This is how they introduced us. Now, mind you, it's not this part of the trailer. It's later in the Citizen. I feel like this was at CitizenCon, but like they went into like fighting a Valakar during this. Now, what's wild is, keep in mind, we're talking about 2015, December 16, 2015. This is literally shit that has been in the game since about that time. Looks kind of shiny? It was kind of shiny. It was at the CitizenCon, though, that they did it. But yeah, thanks for your support. Ta-ta. This actually does not look anywhere near as good as the game does right now. That's fucking wild. The game hasn't looked this... Fam, this looks bad compared to what StarCitizen looks like if you load it right now. This looks like shit compared to opening up StarCitizen right now, bro. That is wild to me. This was a big deal at the time. And this looks like ass cheeks. Can't wait to go back. Same. We saw that actor on Black Mirror. Dope. If you don't mind me asking, where you were a pilot? No, I was security forces. I was a cop, basically, and I fucking hated it because I'm from Chicago, so I did not feel like any policing was going to be my thing. And in my defense, I never actually gave anybody a speeding ticket because I sped to get to work, man. I'm not about to give you a ticket for some shit that I did. I literally sped 30 minutes ago. I'm not gonna pull you over and give you a ticket, bro. So luckily, I never had to. But yeah, this looks like butt cheeks. This is smacked ass right now. This looks like smacked ass. But like at the time, it was like, you mean to tell me that we can see a player on a planet and then they zoom out? And we're already half done with this. This looks like pure shit. Back bottom gristle lumps. If you know the reference there. If you know the reference there, you get it. But like, and it is dope that was Lesky. Great, what up? Also, Caleb with the 1K likes, Magic 86 with the 688, and Palau with the 279. Appreciate you. StarCitizen remained relative. The haters were not. I mean, I don't. Just stopped me in the middle of my Battlefield 6 objective push with that one. Nice. Nice. What's the entry price for this game? $56 right now. Trunks, if you want the absolute best. I was pumped as hell in 2015 when they showed this. This is literally around the day that I actually no, if this was in 2015, this was before I even went to a fucking event. Well, that's actually kind of impressive. I hadn't even realized that, because that's around the time where I started playing this game. Same month and everything. But yeah, if you were gonna get this game right now, the entry price is $56, fam. Like, don't spend more. And $56.25. That is the best package you're going to get for this game right now. It is the absolute best. It features a ship that I've been telling people is one of my favorite ships in this entire game for years. Never spend more than it costs to get your base game package unless you want to support their development process. But aside from that, $56.25 plus taxes is all you need to spend. And I feel like that will get you plenty in this game. You will have a blast. TDR versus Jacobs is happening right now. And it looks like Jacobs is in the lead. So y'all might want to fix it. And then come find folks like me who have so much time and money in it. We'll help you out. Yeah, oh, that's a common thing as well, Trunks. Like, people who have been in this game for a minute, there's a couple different ways to do it. You can actually ask in chat, but for the most part, just like Baron's chat in World of Warcraft, chat is going to be chat, right? Just acknowledge that out the gate. But there's also, let me see where it is. If we go back to the main page and explore community. Where is it? This. Oh, I didn't want to go to the Spectrum forum. I wanted to look for this. This is the welcome to the game. It's a video that explains what it is. And if you go to read, this is how you get started. There's a quick thing. It's going to show you how to do some basic stuff. This is kind of some of the updates that they've done right now. There's a literal section on this website for people to be like Sherpas, basically. They will take you through the game. How do you play with a guide? Find a guide. You can literally find somebody to walk you through how to do stuff. So I can't think of many games that have this level of community. Appreciate the follow, Palau. Appreciate ya. Boneyard Gaming come and took that second place real quick. Goodness.
The surface of the planet. We wanted to start.
Join me. We can learn to murder people together.
Soil and rock. One of the things that was missing from our terrain
the Aurora back when they had
was simply
it for sale.
feature complexity.
Smart.
Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer.
Now, I'm going to say this first things first, because this doesn't look like it's going to be as big a deal when you see it start going across the screen, but it gets better.
It's called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data.
Would you say is your favorite thing they added that's in the game now? Absolutely, positively, the ASD missions below. Like, I'm going to load it up over here just because it is absolutely one of my favorite things that they've touched in this game at all. Are we delaying finishing this video? Absolutely. But also, I don't care because it's worth it. These are just 2 trailers that they put out because of their most recent updates, and it'll make sense in a minute. Nothing to apologize for. I love this game, which is why we're here playing it. Like, that's not even a question. And yes, oh my God, the first layer of server meshing. If you haven't played since 2018, then you probably have, I feel like 2018 might have been either 20 or 50 people on the server. For a long time, then they upgraded that to 100 people per server. And last December, they put in server meshing when they put Pyro in, and now there are 600 people. Yeah. You can tell, been playing the game for a long time. Right now, if I loaded up the game, if I let it load like we had loaded it up earlier, 600 people. in one shard or one server cluster, but each shard has 100. So there's 6 shards connected to one cluster, and then there's 600 people in there. So between Pyro and Stanton, 600 people can be in the verse at one time. So imagine in 2018 having a full Stanton system where 50 people were there at most. You might get an Idris fully, like you might get one Idris staffed decently and then go fight AI. But like right now, you could have 6 Idris fully staffed on one shard. And the interplay between servers is instantaneous. So you could have, the next thing we're looking forward to is the dynamic server meshing, which will make it to where like if you have a fully staffed Idris, then you'll probably have your own server at that point. And then the servers interact with each other in real time. So like you don't have to worry about anything, but they will spool up another server when a bunch of people pool into one place. But this is the video for the ASD missions. Or the first video for the ASD missions. All right, that's still not gone yet. Gotta go.
What is this place?
I feel like the vote's already done. It just didn't get off the screen, so I just hit it.
Hello?
Somebody let me know when there's another attack happening. We need more than 1,000 for 1.0. Absolutely. Stop convincing me to buy a scam. We rolled a 120-man op a few weeks ago. Got third party by like 40 folks, and it was, oh, I'm sure it had to be fucking dope. It had to be dope. What's funny is I know exactly where this is, and it looks like it does in game. Oh my god. There it is. All right, cool. So it wasn't fully done. All right, bus. All right, now it's done. My fault, fam. I saw the timer was up, and I was like, it's not doing it. Also, if you haven't played since 2018, you don't even know that the Valakar worms, they have baby versions of the worms in. Those are Copian. Those are doggos. You can hunt those and steal their horns. And those are irradiated Copian. So you get irradiated Copian horns. There's missions to go hunt down Copian and then bring their horns back. Like, you want to go hunting? Fucking do it. Appreciate the follow, vitamins.
Some things are better left buried.
You want Monty the variants in the next patch? Yep. If you haven't played since 2018, you don't know what the Valakar are. Hey, fuck exactly. Underpaid deputy with a follow. Appreciate you. And this is
Hey, it's me.
the follow-up.
I'm grounded on Pyro 4. Any chance you're nearby?
Location received. On my way.
Mako Broadcasting win? I absolutely need to Mako Broadcasting
Just
ASAP.
another day in paradise.
We visited like 5 times in that one mission. Exactly. We died a bunch. Oh, fuck. You haven't seen any of the cargo stuff? Good God. Oh, my God. I'm going to have to pause this for people who haven't played since 2018 because there's so much cool shit. Oh my god, the medevac is in. You can actually drag people while you're playing. So dragging your buddy out is a thing. That's an Atlas. If you've ever seen Alien, you know exactly what the fuck that is. That is, what is it? 4 SCU containers? The larger containers? The loot screens of looting enemies? Oh my god, oh my god. Oh yeah, Underpaid Deputy. I've been playing this game for a decade and streaming it that whole time. So like, yeah, I understand. We're gonna pause the pausing of this, unpausing. Oh, we gotta pause a bunch. Refueling! Fuck, I forgot about refueling. I feel like that looks like technique so much. And yeah, you've been able to log out in game in the bed. I don't think that's in yet, but I can't wait until it is.
If you can hear me, I'm coming.
I think somebody else heard you. If I may. Watching streams getting more and more hazardous for my wallet. Good. That just means you like the game and you know what's good. You know what's up. Love it so much. Big fucking thing. Big insane.
Can you hear me?
Hold long ago did they say this stuff would be in? Oh, this shit is already in. This isn't CitizenCon anymore. This is shit you can go play right now. This is already out. Like, this is in. You can go do this shit right now, immediately. This is no longer CitizenCon. We paused CitizenCon to pull up these trailers. The last video we watched and this video is shit that's in. They removed, I feel like the refueling was in and it wasn't. They're redoing refueling. But other than that, all of this shit is in the game right the fuck now. Yeah. You want to play Star Citizen, want a challenge? Go do this shit immediately. The longer you don't play, the harder your learning curve. Absolutely. Now, I haven't even done these missions yet. These specific ones.
Whoa, stay down. Let me look.
But yeah. Me too. I don't know who they're talking to, but it's not even, that's not even the right word, Tata. It's more like, I choose in not a bad way, ignorance. Also, fucking Bandul. Interesting. Also, that yellow matches this yellow. So that isn't the same ASD mission as we're doing, but it is a similar yellow. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What have they done? So yeah, that shit that's in there. This was 3 weeks ago. Like, yeah. Now this is back to the shit.
Make changes. They also bring
that is the new shit that's not in the
local
game.
erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values.
Good
and this
lord.
gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale, and allows us to create far more unique.
They are going for realism in a way that I am so excited to still be playing this game.
Let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got two major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly,
hit that follow button. Absolutely.
Feature, cliffs. We are adding large-scale, very detailed.
Mission Bro comes back after 2 years, keeps chatting about this is how this work. Everybody saw that.
This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before.
Love seeing their tech demos. Same. And what's funny is that it's not really. It's only a tech demo because we can't play it yet. Like, we won't ever be in the situation to create using these tools like this. But like, it's only a tech demo. They're showing us shit that is literally something that is available right now. Like, we just don't have it.
The second is a big one for ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell.
Oh, absolutely.
Using physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis.
This might be the reason that we haven't had bikes yet. Because if you get a motorcycle and they're just spreading rocks everywhere randomly, all willy-nilly, you can't rely on being able to drive a motorcycle. And people will take a motorcycle out and then just bump their fucking wheels and get rocked and then be big mad because you can't drive it anywhere. How does it stop me from hitting invisible rocks in space? I mean, the space rocks are going to be the space rocks. General Durgan. They're just space rocks. They do what they do. But this tech cleaned up Hurston's surface. Yep. A hover bike? No, we have hover bikes, but there's also motorcycles. The Ranger is an actual motorcycle with thick wheels. But I feel like part of the reason we haven't gotten those motorcycles is because, like, I don't know this for sure, but I do feel like there's rocks on Star Citizen right now are like this in most places. Like, there's a lot of rocks. A lot of rocks. And if you had a regular motorcycle and physics exist like they do in the game, you hit a rock and that's going to be a wrap for your front end, right? Like, you're going to wreck that thing. But if we see, just watching this, we see that there's clusters based on the surface mapped data that you won't see rocks. Like, even in the places like this, there's a lot of rocks. So that changes everything.
We now create
I'm
rock
so
sets
excited.
related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source. And this ties into how we'll be distributing minables in much more interesting ways.
Oh yeah, you're in for a treat. An absolute treat.
So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes.
You know, navigate them in the proper way. Exactly. No erosion yet?
Nyx 1's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations, and they're found in all sorts of elevations, like mountain valleys, open plains,
is the paint
dense
in our
meadows.
medevac. Look at that, man.
And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning into more wetland-type biomes.
This is your first time watching this? No, I was actually watching it live.
Let's focus on the grasslands.
I was at the Austin watch party,
today.
and once we get later, I'll actually show you because like they posted about our watch party, and when they showed the social media about people who were at the events, my tweet showed up in it. So like,
but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance.
Hey, have a great one, Underpaid Deputy. Appreciate you coming and hang out.
In terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass.
If you haven't followed, that'd be great to do it. But I feel like I said earlier, thanks for the follow. You were like,
happy to, because it's good to see the verse out here.
And I was like, dope. So I look forward to seeing you soon.
Whether it be dense meadows,
bought a ticket and everything was so sad I couldn't go because life. Oh, that
you
sucks.
can see in these wetlands.
That sucks.
We are also able to fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming.
It was a lot though, because like I had to wake up at like 6 to make sure I hit the gym. Because today made day 27 of being in the gym every day, running at least or hitting 30 minutes at least on the stationary bike and then doing some yoga. Like to be fair, I didn't start the yoga till like a weekend, but like, yeah, man, I got up at 6, hit the gym, hit the road at like 7:30, got there at like 10:30. Because it's a long ass trip to Austin, and then was there all day, and then Pirate Fort gave me this sweet fucking thing, which I'm gonna show off now because like I was gonna wait until later, but I feel like we're probably not gonna be done with this covering of Squad 42 till it's done. I was gonna hop into Battlefield later. We may not be able to do it, but what's cool is that I'm going to hang out with Baron this evening. So like after the stream, I may be able to stream a little bit longer because actually no, I'm gonna stream a little bit longer because hanging out with Baron this evening is gonna be dope. Update on other systems, which Nyx is gonna be like. I know Pyro's like frontier territory. Oh, General Durgood, you are. This whole event explains what Nyx is gonna be. It's gonna be fucking dope. Hug Baron for us, absolutely will. But yeah, Pirate Fort gave me this. Look at this sweet fucking thing. So like this is a stationary kit. I don't even know whose signature this is, but it's obviously an important signature. But like this is from CitizenCon 2094. Mark II Hornet. Whose signature is that, fam? How's bad news? Last I heard, good. But like we're gonna find out for sure this evening. And then there's a code for 10% off any item, which I don't even know. I think this might only valid during CitizenCon 2954. But like as we go through this, like this is if I can take this out without breaking it. Pretty sure that's Chris Roberts. That's fucking dope. Oh yeah, this is being hidden. Look at that fucking fancy notebook, got the UEE logo on it, like go CitizenCon 2954 and everything. And then like I made like, oh man, I like the smell of paper. I'm silly, but like it's got Star Citizen stationery and whatnot. Then we've got like this fancy CitizenCon pen. Like get my face out of there, bro. Don't even focus on my face. Also, welcome back, Cypher. Good to see you. But look at this flipping thing. Look at this thing. Look at CitizenCon. Oh, does it actually have the year on there? Dope, it does. And then there's a couple things in the bottom that I hadn't taken out yet, but I feel like I should out of principle because we're talking about them. So we got a UEE sticker, which I'm not in a rush to take out of principle because like I got to find out what I want to put it on. There's another UEE, like I think it's like what is it? Oh, this is an iron-on UEE. It's an iron-on. That's fucking dope. I'm gonna wait for that. And then let me put this back in here. Oh, that's not even what goes there. Okay, give me this thing. There's a UEE patch in here. Civilian Defense Force. Once I can actually get something under it to pull it out. There it is. We got a fancy UEE patch in there, you know what I'm saying? And then there it is. A CitizenCon 2954 challenge coin. I love the fact that challenge coins have made their way to non-actual military stuff. Because as somebody who's in the military who has lots of challenge coins, like 4154, 4400. So I got a custom challenge coin from the homie from a CitizenCon that I was not at. So appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you much. Got my laundry done. Send me packed for San Diego. Nice. Getting gear for the gym. Schmove. Schmove. So yeah, thanks again to Pyrophoric. Pyro was like, man, I got something in the car. I'm gonna give you before you leave. And I was like, you didn't give me shit. And then he showed up with this. So it's like, dope. I'm excited. But also, since we got the view up anyways, I got a thing from Tyler, aka Captain Zylo, that like I didn't know existed until he was like, you know, I only got like 2 of these, DJ, and I want you to have one. A SIG employee gift with a Cuddy Black on the cover, you know what I'm saying? And then you got the fanciness on the back. Like, look at the casing, and then you open it up, and you see what? A Cuddy Black, but also got a few Chaplin coins. Chaplin coins are dope. Look at the fucking Cuddy Black. It's actually a model of the Cuddy Black, fam. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now they have these on the website now. You can actually go buy them, but like I have not taken it out of the box yet, so this is gonna be the first time you see it done. And I got the stand for us. Let's actually put this thing on the 3D printer back here because that's dope as fuck. But they have it to where you can buy ships on the site that are already pre-made and built. So like Cuddy Black. And what's almost sad about it is that I no longer have a Cuddy Black in the verse anymore. Seiko made so much money they sold assembly model kits of ships, true, but I feel like you gotta take baby steps, man. You gotta take baby steps, man. Like that's dope. That's awesome, absolutely awesome. And yeah, like what's funny about it is like I am always a fan of like dope stuff, but I had no idea what it was, and then like I looked and I was like, what is this actually? And I opened it and I was like, fuck. And big ups again to Pyrophoric. Pyrophoric saw me holding this when I was getting ready to do the post-show like recap with Astropub, and he was like, well, let me hold this for you real quick, like, because I don't think I saw another one there. So like I got a lot of questions like, what do you have, my guy? And I was like, my wallet would catch fire from how fast I pulled out to buy a Cuddy Black model kit. Right. It looks perfect. It is absolutely dope. Pre-painted too? Yep. It's nice. It's nice. But yeah. Excitement. And there's another series of like coins that I haven't brought in here yet. So I think next time we play StarCitizen, we'll bring it in, or at some point today, because there's more. There's more. Love the idea of the coin in the box. Someone clever.
Underneath.
Yep.
Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets. And as a result, they are now gravity.
I'll be the one.
Each blade
appreciate you hopping over to Twitch that things in that Subarino.
This is the way.
Thank you very much. Y'all know what to do, fam. Put some hype in the chat, please, and thanks.
Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass.
Damn!
Wait.
Of a grass blade,
Augie fan with the 5 gifted.
Is lit very differently.
You have to gift any subs. Appreciate you. Also, let me pause it because being time. Also, War, since you're here, if you could start a sub goal giveaway, I would greatly appreciate it. Because the sub goal has been marked at this point. Like, we are above the 10 for the day. Like, once we get to 10 for the day, I'm restarting up the sub goal giveaways. Once we get to 10, the goal is 10 a day. And then once we beat that, we give away something. We have spreadsheets with just game keys in them. So, like, let's do it. Double black, please? No. This one, though, is the worst of the beans. Hi, Bob. Thanks for the follow. This is Barf or Peach. So, technically, like, third worst. I thought this was berry blue. I thought this was a strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish. Dead fish is, like, horrid. But it's not Peach. That's Barf.
Surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more.
And we're on a hype train.
Think about it makes sense. At
Appreciate
a distance,
you. Also,
a field of grass is far
we're real
more
close to the
like
next
carpet or
goal. We're gonna do $100 gift cards to the retailer of the winner's choice. Once we get to 250 subs, and we're gonna do it again once we get to 500 subs. We're gonna do it again once we get to 750 subs. So, if you want to engage in this hype train and then
help us get some subs,
you help your boy give away a gift card to somebody who wants to go buy something fancy. So maybe you want a $100 StarCitizen gift card. And I get it for you. Send it to you as a possibility. So maybe there's a shipping StarCitizen you want right now that costs less than $100, or a CCU that you're looking for that costs less than $100. If you win, that's what you get.
Flat surface. This improves how our grass looks from a near perspective,
Just saying.
as well as
Just
bringing
saying.
us nicely into how we're solving the distant representation of grass.
Saying. You got options.
So let's talk about the distance problem.
Let's talk about it.
One of our biggest achievements with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes out of flora and geology assets like a building set. Like, can I say Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away.
True facts.
Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in StarCitizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathes of the planet? Enter the virtual terrain. Virtual terrain, or VT for short, is how we now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance.
Don't know if you remember we played Far Beta way back.
Terrain,
Holy shit.
We assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied.
It's been a
For
long
all of
time
our
since the
biomes,
Far Beta. Holy
we're
shit.
now able to use the same
Welcome
shading
back,
model
fam.
for the
Put some hype in the chat. That's a long time to come back, man.
close-up asset.
Genesis said deals with planet building. You have to worry about Khan looking for his tech. Genesis?
More dramatic rockscapes.
Genesis?
Those muggy wetlands. Or even our festering swamps. So, yeah, we didn't forget about the swamps. And they're coming to the next one as well.
God, man. The idea that we'll have swamps like this next year is fucking
all the technologies we've developed, these swamps now spring into existence.
Ogie fan with the
from
Get the Tub
planetary
courtesy of
data.
Northern Tech Kermit. Appreciate
This biome combines all
Thanks for the
the
Get the
elements
Tub, fam. Good
from
looking
the
out.
biomes we've shown you today.
Looking out.
From water
Absolutely
interaction,
crazy good level.
denser spawning, unique ground coverage. And I think it creates something
good vibe, my
really
bad.
unique.
Good God, man. How does this game get prettier every time they touch it? Like, they just... Stupid. 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 Stupid.
Anyway, that's our update
Appreciate
on the
you.
Planet Tech
Good vibe.
portion of Genesis.
Always as well.
And how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of the next one.
That's wild.
And I hope you're as excited as we
We're
are
gonna melt
to
our PCs,
explore
absolutely.
and everything
But
we
like,
haven't
they
shared
don't
yet
melt like
next
that
year.
anymore. Also appreciate the rose and the heart me, and you join the community.
Appreciate your vibe. Is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set our worlds apart.
All right, fam. 57 seconds left in this sub goal giveaway or in the
let's move
in
on
the hype
to
train.
a little travel between systems.
You want to push us to that next level?
We only got 12 subs, so we give away a $100 gift card.
Or cheer. If you cheer as well, you got options.
Up until now, our
You got
mission
options?
system has been specific to the star
You got
system you're in,
options?
meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take
Shut
place
up and
there.
melt my PC already.
We've never been able to link these together.
Once
but
they
with the
figured it out, we tried
introduction of
way
our
too
third
early and
star
didn't have the
system,
grunt for more
it's
than a
time
small
for
city
this to
block.
change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today? System-to-system hauling.
I bet. Good vibe. Appreciate you,
Hauling
man.
is back.
No one said Holly was gone. He doesn't even play the game?
That's a valid point.
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nix.
Bro, that's
taking
dope.
Various volumes of cargo
That's so
between
dope.
the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of fulfill the purpose for the Hull C and the other series of Hull ships.
Damn! We got a big old GGs. Appreciate you. The super GGs. Good looking out. Good vibe. Appreciate you.
Pyro, and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the Helios.
So if you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to. They're no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between standard and...
I'm not gonna be doing those in the cutter. That's too big for that.
Just a Drake cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake cutter is really cute, so...
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions.
I don't think people know how big this is. Interstellar cargo missions don't just stop at cargo. This means it'll be expanding to other things in the future, and that's the joy of it. Tata, you've pinpointed one of my favorite things. File class action if my shit starts sparking after a feature fidelity update. That would be funny as shit. But I feel like the thing to keep in mind here is, yes, it's going to be space hauling, but that means that the gameplay functionality of having missions that take you from one location to a different star system is there, and that means that it's going to start with hauling. But that means that we're also going to be getting missions that are just going to be interstellar. Like, all right, cool, go to Nyx, take this dude out, and then go into Pyro and take this dude out in these specific locations. That's going to be dope. It's going to be dope. So, like, right, the framework is there for all of it. All right, go over here to this farm and then pick up these specific vegetables from the location and then bring them back here and then take those then from there and then take them somewhere else. And then once you get to that the trade-off missions. So take these things to this specific farm and take this fertilizer to this specific farm in Nyx, on Nyx 1. You land, you take the fertilizer there, you take the grown crops to this specific place in Pyro, and then once you get there, go to this station. Once you deliver it, you're gonna get like a script. You take that script over to a specific person in one of the stations in Pyro, and then they're gonna give you a bomb-ass gun. And like, that means that you not only is that affecting the gameplay by giving us more varied missions, it also gives us the possibility of boosting rep at a bunch of different places at one time. Because we already know that the rep exists based on the planets that you're already in, right? So you go to Nyx 1, you do a mission for somebody, and then your rep is a little bit boosted there. And then now that you're going to take that from there to Pyro, you got a little bit more rep with a group in Pyro. And if you got too high-end rep with that group in Pyro, their opponents may not like you, which means that when you go back to Pyro, you're going to have to deal with them lighting you up. It all is built in a way to get squared away. Is already running? I was about to press a button. No, I don't have one running yet. I was asking you to.
Cute. You're a bomb-ass gun.
41 months of it.
Can't wait to give you a giant hug this weekend.
Looking forward to it, fam. Very much looking forward to it. Take these aspirin to guy on planet A, then take the powder he makes to chemists on planet B. Literally, like they're going to make Jumptown shit. 57 minutes. Did I say 57 minutes? I didn't think so. Yeah, run it however you want to run it. I appreciate you. And I feel like we're also not very close, not very far off from running the second one. So like the faster you start it, if we get enough subs to get to the 20 today, then that just makes it even more likely we get another sub goal giveaway kicked off. So appreciate you, sir. Thank you much. Also, Ward, did you already have Battlefield or not? Eject equals death. Blah, blah, blah. All right. So no, the potential of this affecting every gameplay mechanic is huge.
Cargo, and
it's just going to start with
express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight, and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems.
Appreciate that.
Just as
Gifted
much love
sub.
has
Thank you
gone
much.
into the interstellar
Most give me a delay advantage. All right, you are gravy, my dude. I appreciate you getting it squared away nonetheless. And we just got Ogie Fan with another gift, so appreciate you. And you just got
going to build out the Nyx system
squared away with the squads. Also,
after 4.5.
If you haven't typed in !squad and you're on Twitch, do me a favor, just type in !squad, because that's gonna get you squared away with a little bit more stuff. Cause reasons. It's gonna be nice. You get to engage with the battles when they happen on screen. It's gonna be nice. Yeah, we already knew you were Squad Jacobs because the bot gave it away. Actually, no, not you. It was somebody else. But yeah, get squared away. You can be dope. It's gonna be nice. Northern Tech Hermit Squad, all caps.
4 launches next month.
Lego.
And why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors, so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rock Cracker.
I am so excited for Rock Cracker.
Okay, so Rock Cracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rock Cracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Kiga Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life.
It's a giant alien space egg. That'd be dope.
Not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
Lighting the beacon.
Light the beacons of Gondor.
One of the main features is the laser head.
Might be away this weekend. Might be time to fire up the cutter for the first time. Hey, hell yeah.
It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long forgotten
tunnels. This is the future of Geodbreaker YouTube channels.
Or you're going through
Cracker Rock and the Xenomorph pops out. That would be dope. Appreciate War for getting a sub-go giveaway started on mobile.
Traversing through the
That's
facility,
wild.
You'll
That's
find the
appreciative.
old engine room.
Thank you very much.
Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to stop you from what you want to do.
It's a dangerous game.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
That is so fucking wild, bro. Opening an asteroid to go in it.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid.
What?
Yeah.
Calmly, like, yeah, absolutely.
Get into your ship and
Tell me
fly
the rock
in,
magically
start
heals itself, you
searching
get trapped
around and
inside.
trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
That was a thing that I was wondering, like, how, once it's open and cracked open and done, how do we get another rock in there? Is it gonna slowly?
I'm really excited about Rock Cracker because
when does the AI push new rocks in there? Better not be another giant worm. That would be hilarious, though. If you open it up and there's a giant worm in there, that'd be kind of fucking dope, for real.
it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
I personally am hoping that there's no reavers in there.
For players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be very new.
I love how he said a
experience
little and everybody was like,
compared
yeah,
to any
whatever,
other
bro.
studios,
Like,
because
little,
this one,
little nothing.
kind of like Alan and Mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch in an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
It wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that we want in the game for 1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come and just get a monumental amount of minerals.
I want a monumental amount of those.
So that's a look at some of what's coming over the next 12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems we'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements, and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did.
I do love the fact that he absolutely did a thing. Let's see. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the org, my apologies. We do have an org. It is called the Night Corps. If I may click in here real quick, like organizations. I'm in multiple orgs. I love the fact that you can be in multiple orgs, but like we run one. 186 people. See, I've been saying like it's 100 something. I forgot how close we are to like 200. That's real close. So yeah, this is the org. We're a bounty hunting and security providing organization, and yeah, you got to apply. I feel like I've been trying to keep it to where like assholes don't get in here, right? Like we don't want anybody who's an absolute asshole to be in the community. So like, nah. A little sad we're still waiting for bounty hunting v2.0. I'm not. I am as well, but at the same time, like let them cook. Because I feel like with the amount of progress that they've been making with all the stuff they're making progress in, that's just one of like the bounty bays alone are one of my most excitable features that I'm looking forward to. So like we need those bounty bays like ASAP.
And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
Oh well,
you already did.
You weren't already in there, Gabe? So we need to actually join the org, still orgless, then fix
Good
that.
job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system.
All right, I'm going to just fast forward to the digital goodies pack. Cause
what else we got? The CitizenCon Digital Goodies Pack. That's a hard thing to say. That went up for sale a couple weeks ago and has a whole bunch of mysterious items in it.
I got this thing.
And that's where I can tell you now that almost all of them are tied to the Nyx system in one way or another.
Big
so let's find out what's actually in there. There's a gunship flight suit and helmet, 2 armor sets from that mysterious faction causing a ruckus with the Van Duel, and an Intersect BDU sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons that I'm certain we're going to learn about in just a few minutes, some slick Levski swag, and finally, to celebrate the long-awaited addition of the Van Duel to StarCitizen, a cool Van Duel knife and adorable plushie, which I swear to love.
I do want to see what I didn't even, he said a Van Duel knife. Oh, that's the knife. I didn't even see it on the plushie. That's kind of dope though. Like, I like this armor because if that's large armor, I'm gonna have to rock that. One of these is happening. Also, I love the little triangular pieces on this. I should not like those as much. Jared asked that guy to be an extra, and he has 2 years of acting school. Did you get any good knickknacks when you went to CitizenCon? Oh, absolutely. Like I showed it off earlier, Doc. I don't know if you were here for it. I got this Cuddy Black from the homie Zylo. He was like, "You want this, DJ?" I was like, "Absolutely." It is absolutely a Cuddy Black. It's fucking okay. I was just curious if the turret turned. It doesn't. Put that down. Pyro Forward gave me a sweet like stationary set, which is absolutely dope. I got a bunch of coins because they had a custom coin that if you went to if you went to one of the official watch parties, they all had SIG employees showed up with custom like challenge coins for the year. So matter of fact, well, I'll resume this, but I'm excited because we're about to get into like the Nyx stuff. I'm going to fast forward so that we can get into talking ship because then they're going to start getting into the ships. But like all of this gear was in the digital goodies pack. I copped it because I like free shit, and it wasn't free. But like I do like the idea of having the Levski poster. I think now that we have the ability to put these 1 SU containers in our ships and basically have secondary storage. So if your ship doesn't have like storage in it, you still have the option to use this. Also like the LMG I was wanting, so like I'm glad that it's in there. And then the Space AK I'm kind of excited about as well because like it's a lot. It's also it's a lot of bones on there. I'm very concerned about the bone parts. But Let's see. I feel like
a Star Citizen, a cool Vanduul knife, and adorable plushie.
We'll just move in the talking ship, and I'll go grab the other coins and stuff here shortly.
I'm the vehicle director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking Ship.
Also, he was in DC. Xylo was here. Was in Austin. He was in DC. Like, I'm just so stoked, man. All of this fucking game is so dope. BRB.
We're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent universe. The last year has been pretty hectic in terms of vehicle deliveries. I think we've delivered the most we've ever done in a 12-month period, and we've covered all the way from tiny little snubs all the way up to capital ships.
We've kind of filled out a few little gaps. We've introduced some new ships by some old manufacturers.
We had the Polaris come out, and obviously people have enjoyed playing with that. We snuck the Idris in without none of you expecting it for a while, and it's been a busy year. It's nice to start revisit some of the older catalogue and some of the bigger ships again.
I think my favourite ship from the last year is a tie between the Wolf and the Golem.
Favourite ship in the last year? Probably the Wolf.
I feel like it's the obvious one. I'm trying to think of something else, but I really like the Wolf.
Everyone's mentioned the Wolf. The Wolf's everyone's favourite.
The Wolf,
yeah, I got to CCU one of the
Kruger,
T-52s to the Wolf.
Aesthetic to the game.
The Wolf was, you know, it was kind of everything we set it out to be, and it revived an old manufacturer. We've not seen anything from a while, so yeah, I'm going to say the Wolf.
You know what a manufacturer we haven't seen much from in a while? Origin. Now, it's been some years since the 400i, but since the 400i, what other Origin ships have we gotten? So if I don't pay IRL money for Culture
Hey, streamer. Hydrate.
Cutlass Blue, how much in-game currency would it take for them? I'm not sure off top of the head. With the G12, isn't that the SUV? The Origin SUV? I'm so excited about that. Scott's Arcade with the raid. Appreciate you.
This is the way.
All right, Scott, what was your stream up? What were your stream up to? How you feeling? What's going on? The 4 Series? I don't even remember those. Oh, the bikes. That's been a while. I thought the bikes and I thought the bikes were before the 400i. Love Origin, but they have no real value add in the verse other than RP. But since they have been breaking the Origin ships, I think they're reworking them. That makes sense. I do know that they were reworking the 600i, so that's going to be interesting. So maybe they're cooking an Origin 1080 Interstellar. Interesting. Been messing around in DayZ, kind of October go-to. Smart. All right, so before we get too deep into more stuff, look at this sweet thing. Prax had a valid card that he 3D printed with the name on the back. That's pretty dope in and of itself. And then we got, finally, one of the Texas Bar Citizen Challenge coins. Come and take it, which is very Texan. Texas Bar Citizens, Lone Star State. So I got one of these, and then this is the challenge coin that Sig gave to anybody who was at one of the official watch parties. So welcome to Levski, which is dope. It's kind of rusty, which is kind of perfect. And then you flip it to the back. Stronger Together, $29.55. So I got to basically 3D print a fucking coin holder. And then somebody 3D printed some sweet coasters so that when you got to register and sign in, you got CitizenCon Direct Austin 2025 on it, which I'm going to put this shit out there on the next to the couch. And then this was a thing that I was handed to by a SIG employee that said, this is rare. So apparently StarCitizen did a thing, I think he said it was China, where they had one runoff of challenge coins made. And it's only the one run of them. Of these. So it's like a golden challenge coin with what looks like a carrot on the front. That feels like a carrot to me. And it reminds me of my old challenge coin to dig out. But yeah, this thing looks fucking dope. And they were like, hide this because nobody like has these, and they are eBaying for a lot. And I would never personally, but like they were like, it's in the thousands. And I was like, no. I like having Star Citizen things that nobody has. So the idea that I just got handed a thing that very few people have because it was a one-off. Yeah, no, I'm keeping that. That is going into the hold on to that forever type shit. It's like the Citizen card, you can't get them anymore. Yeah, no. You talking about the metal ones? And it's funny is that Disco gave me one of the older ones. I need to go find the wallet that it's in because I have one that's just absolutely just metal. And I was like, that's fucking dope. So yeah, I have one. I just need to find out where it is. And I get the feeling it's in one of the storage containers in this that's in the storage. But like,
Gollum,
so
I think,
dope.
is just an
So dope.
incredibly well-formed ship in such a small package. It really just shows off that Drake aesthetic, giving you the absolute bare minimum needed.
Got a black concierge one.
I honestly do really like the Zeus. I think it came out really well.
I can't wait till the Zeus ES and the Zeus MR. I need the Zeus MR. Mostly, I need the bounty bays because I want it. Like, we were a bounty hunting org. We need those. So, don't have a citizen number. I need to figure out what mine is. Plain to say about that. It's on your profile. I don't even know if it's not easily accessible. Would it be on here? Blah, 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 blah. I don't want to go. Let me hide this because I feel like sometimes you go to a page and it's just like details of your shit. It's like, calm down, bro. I don't need all my shit out there. Like, be easy, baby. Be easy. Be easy, baby. Got 2 of the metal ones with my citizen number on them. Dope. Apparently, I am a space marshal concierge tier, which is pretty dope. I don't see my code. Oh wait, no. UEE citizen record 481213. So first 500,000. All right, then. Dope. We're a bounty hunting org. I guess I need a better ship. No, man. Once we have a bounty hunting org, that just means that we have the capability of having other people who have bounty hunting ships that we can bounty hunt people with. Did I accidentally click? Ain't that a bitch? We were in the middle of talking ship. Never talk. They're right here.
It's kind of hard.
Damn, it was almost exactly where we needed to be.
You know, a lot of really cool ships.
Next year,
It was
we've got
back when
some
they stopped
super
giving them out for a
exciting
while.
ships
Oh wow.
coming up.
Contact support.
Ticking off a few big ones, which is good. We're gonna see
Also,
again,
buy a ship in
maybe
game.
some ships from
Save your
some
money.
manufacturers that don't have that many in their lineup. There's a few big challenging ones starting, so they're good. A breadth of ships, should we say?
The 3 new ships we're going to introduce today all tie in some way to the primary factions fighting over the Nyx system. We'll start with the People's Alliance and Anvil Aerospace. Anvil is a very military-based brand. It's been a brand that's in StarCitizen for a long time, fighting for lots of military contracts and lore, often up against Aegis, and to a point actually beat Aegis in the past. You will be familiar with a lot of their ships' designs, such as the Hornet and Lightning. Earlier this year, we introduced the Anvil Asgard, based on the Valkyrie chassis, which is an extremely popular offering. And this year, we're bringing the concept ship we introduced last year, the Anvil Paladin, to life.
This thing looks so fucking
Paladin
dope, bro.
is a gunship from Anvil Aerospace designed to
So
support
good.
ground operations.
A gunship is a ship that's designed to sustain a sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game. They're true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful. It's designed with a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low maneuverability.
It's multi-crew. It's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
Look at it already. It's nice.
It's got a very similar squat kind of form to the Valkyrie. It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously, a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards you, even when it's just sat still. And I think that's something that helps with it feeling intimidating.
If we swing round, following the ship round clockwise, what you'll then see is the first of the side turrets. If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior.
So good.
That's because it has deployable armor, which can come out and give you a little bit more cover while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual-connected wings.
Rip the Redeemer. Why rip the Redeemer? Because this, I mean,
kind of range for those turrets that you can get.
Which is controlled by one of the 2
Introducing the
remote
concept ship Paladin.
stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it. And then the side turrets also have 360 coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have, between the turrets, pretty much 360 coverage in all directions. One of the unique things about the Paladin is all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central 2-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does.
It was less effective because Redeemers.
Like gunner viewpoint.
Rip Hurricane,
down,
stop that. Attack Cat, I don't need to hear that right now because I still haven't gotten my Hurricane via referrals yet.
I need that thing.
I think that really helps with
I need that
feeling
thing.
that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a Paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew, but can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty capable of doing a variety of missions within StarCitizen. So if you want to run this ship solo, you can take on combat missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass.
I mean, to be fair, the Scorpius in and of itself was a beast by itself. Could you do more damage with a one person in the turret? Absolutely, but like the Scorpius put people to sleep. For real. Paladin does everything the Redeemer used to be able to do and more. Damn. So all the ships currently in the game, you're going to play with 3 other people. Which ship would you love to use and why, if you don't mind me asking?
Sort of armory, ready room area.
Depends on the mission. Absolutely depends on the mission. Because I want something that has enough turrets that if we're going to do some combat, we have enough. This would be dope as fuck. Like, because I feel like there's 2 side turrets and then the top turret. That's a remote turret. This would be fucking great. Melt shit. Just melt shit.
You have
and if you don't know why I'm saying you're gonna melt shit,
weapon racks.
I feel like they haven't showed it yet.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back.
I mean, it's
simple.
Anvil. It should be.
It's a very
It's expected
space, but you'll find everything you need in that.
One of the improvements from the original concept is we've added a small dedicated cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates. Forward of that is the route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the dual living quarters, one on the left, one on the right, and then at the rear you have the main sort of engineering
Corsair's pretty good. I mean, the Corsair is dope.
Also within.
I'm very curious to see what this would feel like with full people compared to the Corsair. Because the Corsair does disrespectful damage. Now I want you to change the Corsair. Be disrespectful. They snuck as cargo. And what's cool is that it's just low key, like it's the hidden cargo.
Engineering area where the majority of the components are. Also within the upper traversal area, you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
But yeah, it's like a little tiny cargo, but it's cargo.
I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the
This fucking thing.
adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's
that thing
really
I really feel like is going to do disrespectful things.
So something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship, you know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
All right, so Attack Cat was close with the 888 or the 777. Which one is it?
It's very clearly got a crew.
Paladin Sexy F, absolutely.
And they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot, and the 2 gunners. They're basically all equal on the ship. There's 1 toilet. Everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that. You like that there's 1 toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work. You're
working suit lockers, man. I can't fucking wait.
Toilet never gets cold. Yeah.
When they put the working suit lockers in, shit's gonna change immediately. Because do you understand how often I'm gonna walk around in civvies? Do you understand how much I'm gonna walk around in civvies? I can't wait for the civvies to be a thing where we can regularly walk around in regular ass clothes. I don't need to be in armor all the fucking time. I can't wait to be able to pick out a fit, walk around fancy looking because I'm the leader of an org, so I need to be fancy, and then just fucking swap. Let's go fucking look like a boss on this bitch. I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship.
Almost there, Attack Cat. How many fucking credits do you have?
Xperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialize in recreating exotic and
bro, that's a lot of credits to be dumping right now. Still ain't even gathered yet. What the fuck?
What they're doing is remanufacturing.
Also, y'all got to do work to that troll me. Bro, got to go.
Kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Xperia is the Vandal Stinger.
The Vandal are big, scary
clothing
space
after the NPC
aliens,
spawns.
7 foot tall, evil war race that sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it, fuse it all together into their own needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
Cool spaceships. Agreed.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their higher tier sort of ace pilots or high-ranking members within their clans.
How do y'all have so many getting credits, bro?
Like the FA or I guess the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft. The firepower
ship does look a little sexy. This one looks dope as fuck, bro.
Both the number and the size of them. So it's for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits.
Oh, speaking of, hold on. I don't know if y'all remember, but the referral rewards were supposed to have, the new referral rewards had a ship. And the new referral awards. So how quickly do we need to be working toward getting these referrals is the question we're about to answer. Because I remember they told us that we'd see it in this event, right? Like I'm looking forward to getting to really to 25 recruits because that Vandal statue is dope. All right, minute 46 seconds. We got exclamation Palantir. We got exclamation treasure or exclamation jackpot. A random player gets 21,000 credits. And then if we go treasure, we get TDOR gets 20,000 some change. And then Molly 1 gets 13,000 some change. I feel like treasure seems the better option because more credits get spread around. But also, one person getting 27,000 credits would be dope. So like, it's a tough choice. But yeah, I absolutely can't wait for the big vending machine. Absolutely can't wait. I need to, you know, hopefully more people will copy the game using the referral code so that we can get that because I absolutely want that thing. Absolutely, like, badly want that thing. But also, that Starman statue is dope. I want the Vandal statue because, like, that looks like a Vandal with, like, fancy face armor on. Bro, look at this. That is the statue you get at that referral tier. That is wild, bro. That armor, that face armor is silly. Also, that lets me know where on their head they're weak. If they cover this part up and that's it, maybe bro is super weak. Maybe a good dome check is an idea. So I absolutely want the Gladius Dunleavy. I need the Raptor. Raptor's not street sweepers. You're not a street sweeper. That Raptor's a street sweeper. And I'm so glad that they made this. It was one of the April Fool's events that God, it looks fucking fire. Oh yeah, they're gonna have some wild museums. I do love the idea of a Tumble Storm with a GCD Army paint. Very excited about the Freelancer. I didn't know. It took me. I feel like I've seen this multiple times, but it is a Freelancer Max and Big Brand paint packs. So realistically, I'm probably going to lean toward the Star Kitty paint out of principle for reasons. Raptor's the most anticipated ship of 2024, right? I did not say Vet Raptor's a street sweeper. I said Vet Raptor is not a street sweeper, but that is a street sweeper. Don't put words in my mouth. Now, it's the fucking Stinger. When are we getting aliens? Next month. I need to get 200 referrals, fam. We have 4. We need another 196 referrals so that we don't have to spend money on the Stinger because I want it, but also money. And the Scythe? Bitch, at 500. I don't think this Earth exists to where we can get to 1,042 recruits. It is wild to see that, like, right now, all time, somebody, not that doesn't count for the current one, monthly, somebody's at 214 referrals, bro. That's wild. We already have aliens that are just pinned to the test board at the moment. I mean, yeah, but still. It's not the same until you see them in game. So next month, we get to fight them possibly in one of these.
One thing Asperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done...
Now, I am curious if we see Stingers that are out there and we just so happen to, like, disable one. And somebody just so happens to, like, have a vulture nearby. And they just so happen to, like, repair the hull instead of scavenge the hull. Can we then take that Vandal one? Because if we can take it, then that means it's the Asperia one. And that they're not Vandals attacking. So that's what I'm getting curious, right? Because if we take one down and we find out the pilot was not a Vanduul, then that means that there's somebody in that system who is a human or another alien race. So I'm excited to get to blowing up the Vanduul just so I can see if they're actually Vanduul. Because conspiracy theory shit.
Majority of the bespoke.
What'd you do if you got the very last referral award?
Complaints about the glaive
I would
and
try to
blades
get as many
and
of the
have
community, this
stripped off
community
the
together
original
in
Vanduul weapons,
one server.
allow customization for standard
And
human weapons.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Have a party
Too
on it.
well integrated into the
We
whole,
would party on
even
it
for
together.
Superior to remove.
All the
Because it's
additional weapons
the reason that I would
are
even have it
generic
is
mounts
because
that
of the
can be
community,
swapped
so
with
it would have to
any
be
of the existing
just
lineup
party.
that we have in the game. By doing this, provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Xperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon,
Sounds
the
like
size
that. No,
5 plasma
I didn't. I
cannon,
would not call you a street
functionally,
trooper.
it is the same as the existing
First Vandal
size
Skull,
5
absolutely.
plasma cannons on the scythe and glaive. But it is
Yeah,
a sort
I
of
wouldn't say
Gen
that you're a
2
street
model
sweeper,
and
just street sweeper,
wraps
fam.
it
You're
in
not a street sweeper.
different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the Squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU.
Nice.
We took an opportunity to take, this really well-established art style.
All right, let me pause this real quick, because
add
I'm going to redeem a code that I got, but I don't want to show off what it looks like until I've redeemed the code, because I like the idea of making sure that the thing that I got that was a gift is there. I feel like there was a they said that it was like a something. I'm gonna put the code in and redeem it and then see what it is. All right, so I believe that's what it is. Copy it just in case. Hope they upgrade the Vanguards to bring it more in line with the Stinger. That would be dope. Blah, blah, blah. Man, it says that it's already redeemed. I'm kind of mad at that. I'm kind of mad at that. Kind of mad at that. I mean, I found the error. Booyah, booyah. Holographic Vanduul skull. That is what we get to redeem the key for. I'll show you real quick, likes, without spoiling it, because I had to move the code down. But that's what we just got from the event. And the card has Wicklow on it. So, that's going to be dope to be able to put a Vanduul skull in the hanger, because I went to an event and they were like, yeah, have that. Kind of excited about it. And it cost nothing because it was a code, but still dope. Like the Wicklow one, it is exactly the Wicklow one. Link to Broom. Jokes. I'm excited. Can't wait to show that John off in game. But let's get back to it.
Extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. It connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape compared to some of our other ships, and also gives the pilot a unique position within the ship and kind of gives great visibility out the front.
Boarding the Stinger is a little unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and it leads you kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like
that is so wild. That ship is so big and beefy that there is you ride your way into the ship. How wild is that?
On
I feel like Junkyard. I feel like since we didn't get it at CitizenCon, I feel like any new ships that we get that are mining specific are likely to be coming near IAE, because I feel like IAE is probably going to be when they put Nyx in. And since we know that Nyx is very mining centric, it would make sense that if they're going to release a mining ship without having much fanfare beforehand and then just randomly kind of drop it on the community, that feels like the event that they would do it at. Because how many times do we get to IAE and they introduce new ships anyways? So like, yeah, that's gonna be dope. And yeah, very excited about the Fabricator. Cannot wait for that Fabricator. But let me take a quick second to let this ride, and then I'm gonna have a quick bio.
Kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit. Like
that's kind of wild that they have a Disneyland ride inside of a ship.
Like carried inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
All right, I'm gonna let this ride. BRB. See you shortly.
Very happy with this thing. I think the team done a really good job of making something that feels different. It feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships in Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the StarCitizen universe.
So we have the Paladin for the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted anyway.
I think Gray is interested in, happy customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
So the Shiv, well, we don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of a cutlass visible there, but it's...
All right, came back and they already switched to the Shiv.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of Crusader ships just integrated into the wall instead of what was there originally.
It has lost its side entrance, some of its cargo capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set of belly thrusters. It's upped its firepower.
As ever, with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
There's like loose cables, panels are exposed.
I mean, I wouldn't be against this ship being in-game only, but I feel like we already have seen it from what...
It's gained a toilet.
Astropod pointed out at the event that they showed that ship off in 2019.
Yeah,
so it's been around. But also I feel like I saw a Reddit post where somebody was like, I would like ships like this if it were not for the fact that the bucket. Like, why is there a bucket that I can't change? The bucket feels like a thing that the person with the post was like, I feel like if I wanted to do something like that with a bucket in my ship, that should have been my choice. And they actually had bought it, and they saw the apparently they bought it, and then saw the bucket and was like, nah. And just decided against it. So it was either they bought it already and they refunded it, or I feel like somebody had refunded it. Because they might not have seen all of it. And it was like, oh, that looks dope. Get it. And then I'd be surprised if you saw this event and had already bought it. Because maybe they were just like, the second they saw the shop updated, they were like, getting these. Nothing new ships I buy. They've been lived in for 100 years. Yeah. Like, I like the idea of it being newish. Like, I understand this is like a ship that had enough where it felt like the faction feels like a scavenger faction. And they scavenged ships that were in the area and made them work. But also, like, there should be something that lets you update the toilet in that, I feel like.
Wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It is very much taken that ethos of Drake.
They could have stuck an Argo Crapper in there, best of the best.
Level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
Never trust a mining ship that looks too clean.
This is something new and different for StarCitizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just
nothing.
Just
no comment.
Wow.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, you know, there are just many ways to find these things that, you know, I mean, are they legitimate, you know, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but, you know, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it, don't ask how we got it.
A gray market manufacturer that makes existing ships like this and turns them into a cluster of junk.
I think the Shiv is for someone that is looking for something a bit different, a bit away from the norm, that just wants something that's unique.
Hard no, but like the kit badge
definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship. But
like, I want to fly it, but I also feel like if I would buy this in game, that's the only way I would get it because of the bucket. Like I want to see what it feels like to fire.
The 3 ship offerings,
but like,
they are obviously very combat heavy.
I really don't like the bucket
we
personally.
Wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement, and they're all cool.
As always, super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's talking ship for another year. So.
Yeah, you gotta do the thing with Leslie. Talking weapons.
So I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So we have to throw it over to Alexi for Talking Weapons, which is an extremely original name.
He did not look happy about that.
I'm talking about the new edition that come out in October. The non-weapons are essentially the weapons that does not have a manufacturer.
They say, oh yeah, use the best parts, and there's a bucket.
That you can think of that are made by space pirates.
Gray sells whatever he can sell.
Sometimes he gets his hands on some weapons that come from unknown origins.
He will sell things that no company in their right mind would ever make.
These are the most kind of like scrappy and taped together and the most kind of like pyro-ish weapons that you can think of.
Right now we're releasing 3 new weapons. Rocket launcher, the LMG, and the long-awaited Space AK.
That's kind of wild. The Space AK in and of itself is...
I think this is the one that not only is the most in demand, but I've been politely
because of what it's about to show.
It's a fun rifle that basically fires energy and ballistic in sequence. So your first shot will be your ballistic, your second shot will be the energy.
That's
You'll see
wild.
on the top of the art, there is a bolt that cycles the rounds, and that goes off with the ballistic shot, but it does not go off with the energy shot. And that is just
wild.
Like a really fun
Back and
way
forth.
of
Wonder how many we can
making
pack
a
into an
weapon work
Aegis or
in kind of
Kraken
like a scrappy,
and Zerg Swarm. That's a great question.
glued together kind of aesthetic.
It wasn't a time when like we don't have aircraft seats.
The LMG, this
How can
thing
we test?
is
We were like,
a
we
really
can't.
fun,
Program manager was like, just put
slow-firing,
buckets in there, it'll be fine. Wow.
hard-hitting beast.
Wow.
It will bring
Wow.
the 50 cal.
Wow.
And the only other weapons
Wow,
that
wow, wow.
have this right now in the verse are the Bearing Sniper Rifle and the Coda.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Damn, all them shots, bro, did only get
Even
hit like once.
by one, you just instant tier 1 injury, back to medical.
Let's hold on for a second. It felt like bro literally only got hit once with all them shots. Play speed. Oh no, keep a stable volume, but like play it.
In the verse at the bearing sniper rifle and decoder.
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you.
All right. Playback speed. 0.25. Let's see how many of these shots hit.
Instant.
1, 2. 2 shots, bro.
In.
Because that first shot hit. So 1 shot there. That shot missed. We see the reflection of it on the ground. Missed there. Hit there. So yeah, 2 shots and bro it's a wrap. That's a lot. How dare you?
Back to medical.
That's a lot.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really
Once in the groin, once in the hand, and the man's down. No, the shot that hit was chest. How dare you, bro? Quit playing. What the fuck?
Ones that have this right now.
Full screen. Go back. Go back.
Glued together kind of aesthetic. Hard-hitting beast.
It will bring the 50 cal, and there are only other weapons that have this right now in the verse at the bearing sniper rifle and decoder.
I saw it,
Honestly, if you even get hit by one, you just instant tier 1.
Actually, the first one was in the nuts. That's what makes that worse. Quit the... Stop the cap.
And decoder.
On you just.
So the first shot was right there. Nuts, chest. So nuts, chest. And it's a wrap for you with that web. You get hit in the midsection twice. Bye.
Injury, back to medical.
Bye.
Are you even trying anymore?
You know what? We made all these really complicated, fancy guns, and some people just want, I want a slow firing rifle.
You know, now on PTU, go try them out. I mean, I have it because it was in the CitizenCon goodies bundle.
We don't have
disrespectful nail gun. Wow.
rocket launcher of this caliber. It will be 3 grenades straight
Bro,
together.
that is literally grenades duct taped together.
Into the tube and fire towards your enemies. The cool part about it will have an arming distance.
Wow.
So you will not be able to
Holy
just
crap, Caleb
point
got
it
us
towards an
to
enemy.
6,000
It's also
likes.
gonna have a lot of spread. So
And
essentially, you're gonna have to get
Boneyard
very
got a
close to
2600
your
and
launcher to be able to
Magic
blow
got
up ships with a
688. I didn't even
single
realize that's how
payload
many
in it.
likes we
You
had.
can't
Y'all are
actually
beasts.
aim with the
Appreciate you.
apparatus because you've got the tube on your shoulder. And you try
Are the guns in
aim it,
PCU
you
now? I feel like they
you
are.
put the tube in your
The shots
head.
were lighting the whole
So
room, right?
we were like, oh, we can't have an aim apparatus for this.
Yep.
And then we realized, like, it's in the spirit of being a tube that you can't use the aiming apparatus, and you just kind of like, all right, I think that's the middle of the screen. I'm gonna hit it.
It's in the spirit of being a tube.
I'm actually surprised it took us this long to get binocs, for real.
Are we gonna talk about binoculars?
Absolutely.
Binoculars are really cool.
And it's
We
kind
don't
of
have
surprising.
anything like this in the verse, and I think it
Keep it in
will
the
be
butt.
really convenient to use.
I'm excited
something
about the
that's
binocs.
dedicated to look for the things, especially far away, instead of using your sniper scope, for example.
Will the binoculars have glint?
I'm not aware of this one. Probably not.
You need the bundle, but who doesn't? I
because
mean,
binoculars are not.
I get the
something
feeling
that
we're
you
going to
need
get them in
be
game soonish.
aware of.
Like
It
real
was
soon.
really funny because obviously, due to Glintgate, as you know, I beautifully internally call it, basically there was a lot of community feedback basically saying like, oh, I really like spotting people. I really like playing a spotter. And essentially I was like, oh, this community wants to be able to spot people from distances. And what can we make gadget-wise that doesn't require new features? And it was like binoculars. And I prototyped a thing which
Oh,
is
so your
essentially
rifle
was
in there, at
just a
least nice.
scope in a hand, and it worked. So we've got some really cool binoculars coming that allow you to spot people from distances.
And how much damage do the binoculars do?
Depends on how you throw them.
It's very cool that they introduced 4
Thanks,
weapons and
Alexei
half
and
of them
Zach.
are in
That's
the
the end of this
pack.
segment
I would
for
like to have
That's
seen the rocket launcher in there as well.
and weapons,
Is that
unless-
night vision? I didn't see night vision.
Depends on how you throw them.
300x zoom modules. No, it would be dope if that was one of the first things I actually
Thanks,
had.
Alexi and Zach. That's the end of this segment for this year. So that's talking ship and weapons, unless anyone else is going to come and tell me something else. It's been an exciting year, and I think the next year of ships is going to be even more exciting and expansive than this year.
Well. That is an eclectic bunch of combat ships for the verse.
Oh, the end of the scope
and they're
looked
all
good.
available right now up on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com store. Also, any minute now, there's going to be a PTU drop.
All right,
that
he did the tour here. We can kind of skip
so you
this.
can
Also,
fly 'em
I am
now
pretty
ahead
jelly
of their
about
release next week.
the pizza here because
Three
the
different
pizza
kinds
does
of
look
pizza
dope.
here. What if we just combine them?
That
into
is
like
the
a
most disco
challenger
thing I've seen
situation
in this
here?
whole event, though, to be fair. Because I would absolutely do that. Like, absolutely do that. Now, this is my personal, probably favorite thing. Because I've been dying for this. Right? The minute they announced it, I was like, fucking gimme. But, yeah. Look at this. Look at this.
StarCitizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience.
Low lighter thermal modes would be nice.
You can
Agreed.
set out to tackle the universe in
It would be
whatever
perfect if they
way
had those in
you
the first
want.
Binox in the game. Just
But
give me
that
both.
doesn't mean we can't shape parts of the universe here and there to better suit our needs. That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering.
It's gonna house that pizza.
refining,
Oh, he
and
guaranteed
even
house that
combat
pizza. Like, that's
when
not
it
even
comes
a question.
online in the next few
He
months.
guaranteed house that pizza. Like, Disco fucks with pizza. Like, what I learned from Disco in Germany when I went to Gamescom was that Disco likes to go to other countries and try their versions of American food, which is actually really smart because how, like, pizza, specifically pizza and burgers, he's like, what does a burger taste like here? And he will fuck it up. Like, I feel like when I was in Amsterdam, I actually had one of the best burgers I had in a long time. Like, absolutely fucking dope burger, and the fries were, it was amazing. So like I've stolen a little bit of that from Disco because like it's something that's familiar that you know that you are likely to like, but like how did they make it here? Let's find out. And man, that I think I made a video of it and I just never actually released it, but I may have to go back and do that because it was dope. But I think one of the first times I got to eat with Disco at Gamescom, we had gotten pizza, and it was like, it tasted like Domino's new crust pizza, but different. And it was good. So like, man, like if you get the chance to go to other countries, taste the other countries' food, obviously, but like if you can find something that looks like something that you eat all the time at home, absolutely try it. Because one of my favorite things I've ever had was a shrimp burger from McDonald's in South Korea. They had a shrimp burger. It was fucking amazing.
Is going to be
go to new
quite
places,
small in scale.
try their local food that is like your food.
A concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials that have different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
Actually, pizza is American. Domino's is pizza is hilarious. I'm aware that pizza is Italian, but I specifically said trying American food in other countries. And the pizza looked like American pizza. It didn't look like good pizza that you get in Italy. Like if you were in, like I've been to European countries and had pizza that looked like the kind of pizza that they would have made there and not the Americanized, like, it looked like Domino's pizza. I think that was the thing that was surprising about it, right? Because if you go to a pizza place that is, they make the dough, they make everything there. It doesn't come all perfectly coiffed like American pizza. Like, it looks great, but it's like it's not perfectly circular, right? Like, at least that's the kind of pizza I'm talking about. When I want to go to Italy and have pizza, that's the pizza I want. I don't want something like America pizza. And I feel like that's specifically why he chose that place, because it looked like pizza that we get here.
PS items that you can craft, weapons and armor.
How do you travel to other countries and still so uncultured? That's not about necessarily being uncultured. He just finds it fun to eat what feels like American food in another country, which, having tried it, it's actually pretty fucking funny because you get to taste the profiles of how differently the meat tastes. Meat in other countries, beef tastes completely different in other countries. completely. So it's not about uncultured. It's like you get to learn more about culture by trying the foods that you know and then finding out how ass they are made at home, especially when we're specifically talking about coming from the US, because everything else in every other country is just fucking better. Have a croissant in Europe and then come and try a croissant somewhere here in the States. It is a very different experience. Specifically somewhere like, for example, when I walked through Germany during Gamescom, one of my favorite things was walking past bread stores or bakeries, because you know why? They make all of their shit there, fresh, and the minute that it's stale, it's gone. No preservatives, no weird shit. It's great. You get to taste something that was made that day, or close enough to where here it would have been moldy if they used the same ingredients. It's just about trying different things in other countries, learning about how different things are, and learning about how less than stellar we have it here a lot of the time.
Is our primary progression mechanic. StarCitizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve, and those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in StarCitizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items, it's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game, the materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality.
Also, I do love the fact that they literally just said the quiet part out loud that a lot of people have been sleeping on about StarCitizen. If you bought a ship, you can't lose it. It'll be yours. It's just that the bought ships are the lowest tier ships. Once the crafting comes online, you'll be able to create, I think the ships had, I feel like the items had 5 tiers and the ships had 3 tiers. So like you're at tier 0 and then you have multiple tiers up. If you find one, you can lose it. If you find a ship, yes, you can definitely lose it. There's going to be like hacking and stealing ships at some point, and then like if you insure it, you're going to have to insure it with like a pirate insurer that like you may get a ship back that's not as good. Like ships 5 tiers. Okay, cool. So I had it backwards. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff that comes in when it comes to the tiers, but crafting is basically going to net you the absolute best version of the ships, because the ones that you buy are not the best. They're just like, you have this thing.
It matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item
It's
stats
like Rust,
on
where your
those
ship
weapons.
still exists when you're offline. No, once you log out, I think there's a certain amount of time that happens, and then your ship disappears from the verse. But also, for all intents and purposes, it's probably best for you to store it if you can, just because it stores immediately. You don't have to worry about like, because if you have a ship that has a bed net, like the Avenger Titan, for example, you can log out in space. It'll give it a certain set of time, and then that ship disappears. But if you go to a station and you land and you store it in the station, it's away immediately. So it's really like, what's your comfort level with taking chances on your ship?
On the location of the material, some will have a higher
Yummy.
chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator,
I need that
use them to
fabricator
craft,
immediately, bro.
And
For real.
the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just.
Also, I can't wait for
iron
that
ore
part.
anymore.
I can't wait for that part. Can you make a home base? Not yet. I can't wait for seeing the resource tiers. Like finding the best possible metal or like finding the best possible crystals, and that being a thing that affects the results of the products you make.
It's iron ore of the quality that
Can't
you
wait.
know will get you the
Can't
stats
not
for the
wait.
item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you're collecting, you can see what you have, you can order it.
Oh, I hadn't even mentally seen this part
So
where they
that
actually
all of
show
these
the new
new resources
inventory.
that you collect.
Found high quality copper at X location, absolutely. And considering Star Wars Galaxies was the best MMO for crafting, excited. Look at that's gonna be.
You can see what
the search bar being right there. Backpack, chest piece, legs, the filters. This is just good. You got your equipment that's like similar to the loot screen where you got your primary weapon and it's a little attachments. You actually get to see what's on your belt your med pens. You get to see the armor you have on. That's just good. I can't wait till we get this. Is it convoluted? Yes, but it is still much better than the current inventory screen. But a sort button doesn't further randomize things. Yeah, that part. One of mine, massive asteroids with my Orion. Fair enough. Same. I don't have an Orion though. Did I miss the hydrate action? Couldn't believe no one cheered when we saw the inventory. I think I was looking away because, good God, this is great.
What you have, you can order it better. You can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet. We'll be using the existing ones. Those will pass the
Have you ever been swallowed up?
Which you can then take to your crafting machine and start
working
making
sort
your
and stack mechanic would help 90%. Absolutely.
Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined to the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items. Once you have your blueprint machine and start making through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items.
All those are steel. Cool.
Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's CitizenCon, with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you're happy with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later.
I do love
You'll
that
be
system.
able to
I can't
get
wait for that to be in the
new
game.
crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up
Like,
on your
we'll have
freighter
all the
later
reasons to
and
actually
use
go
it
out
in
and
your
mine.
personal
Like, I haven't had a
item,
need
or
to
tractor
mine
beam
in
it
a long
around
time.
and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
Can't wait to make a gun. Absolutely. Look at that.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant to your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster, maybe it'll do some more damage, or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects or incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in, get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes.
Sword blueprint or a rocket hammer? I would love a sword blueprint for this game.
Obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users.
Melee maintenance.
So I'm very excited to get it out in the
Bro,
wild.
if you were people with laser weapons,
Out on tech
bringing swords to gunfights.
And get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
Although, to be fair, what I need is a katana, and I feel like since we have the laser katanas, I absolutely would love a katana. Oh, I would fuck shit up with a katana, and then like that full ASD kit, the full ASD armor set with the fucking trunk. I will fuck some shit up with that. Absolutely fuck some shit up. Black Saber, like, I'm getting ahead right. I'm gonna wreck a bunch of shit.
You'll be crafting your own experiences in the
Make it deflect
StarCitizen
bullets.
universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in
only
and
get
craft
so erect.
a bespoke experience here and there?
If I may
specifically
quote
tailored
Algernon Krieger.
to individual or small group play.
Used
Well,
to run
that's where
MRTK bounties on Han
instancing
Solo
comes in.
with a knife for the fun
And
of it.
I'm going to
Wow.
let Benji tell you a little bit more. We're bringing instancing to StarCitizen in 2026.
I sincerely hope people
Why
aren't
are we
pissed off
doing
about
it,
this.
And how will it work?
It makes so much sense to do it. Like,
So
every
if you
MMO has
played any
instancing,
content
bro.
in 2025 in StarCitizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have
XP
this
chips are
ability,
dope.
and this is something we really
Facts.
need in order to give you a sense of progression that is.
You think of the Ryzen 7 7800X 3D? I have a 9800X 3D, and it is
difficulty
dope.
Matches
so
the
I don't.
Size. There's a beginning and an end.
I feel like I feel like number-wise it would be a downgrade for me, but I also don't know.
Meaning getting to the.
But I also have heard nothing but good things about the X3D chip, so I would agree with Trouble Magnet there.
Or can be interfered with others, but at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience.
Accident or not?
So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing,
home,
this technology can also be applied to unlock
curated
PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed
better.
instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party.
Because that's what it feels like.
Or join an
like
open
I like
instance.
when they talked about this later in this is like the Siege of Orison would be dope if there was just like 100-player limit on Siege of Orison and then you could just go in. But if you are not in, if you load it up, you didn't immediately load into Siege of Orison. You have to accept the mission and then you can kind of like catch a tram and actually get straight there. That'd be so fire.
That has a number of slots, and so some of those areas will be
Rockstar StarCitizen. Hell yeah!
On different servers. This allows us to leverage.
Yeah, the motherboard, ramen cooler. Oh well, then you about to.
The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content.
Congrats in advance.
You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangers currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Siege of Orison was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Orison. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it and modify it and make it better for you and a small group to work through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF.
Give this man a medal because that whole mission is dope.
Because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles.
Some of people are pissed thinking it'll take away from the organic PvP. No, it's just...
Some of you might sit.
Why would you go into an event to wreck players and AI, bro? Let some players get some shit. Like, every MMO has
sole job
instances.
Is going to be
everyone. WoW has raised that you got to be in a fucking guild to get into.
Some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done.
Be easy about it.
The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources, and with that we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited, to say the least, to bring back Siege of Orison to StarCitizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
Yes, And while things like Genesis, interstellar hauling, crafting, Siege of Origin, and more will reveal next year,
random PvPs
will
happen.
continue
Absolutely.
to bring life into the existing
It's
universe.
like, let people get
outside of the
skilled,
mix.
man. Like,
There's still one more
don't
exciting
just be mad that like,
use
oh man, I can't do
for
that. Like,
we're
bro,
building
give it
right now.
a minute. Let them get
It's
good.
an early
Like,
look than normal, and some
really?
of it is still in white box. But we're
Let them
excited to
get
share
good.
the first look at a major content release of 2026 and what it means for progression-based gameplay.
Yeah.
As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
You know that because I get salty that way.
So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So this is the true history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and, you know, more structural place, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
That NZXT.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're
It's
also
just
trying
the
to turn on
toilets,
the air. It is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but, you know, they have, like, maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into, like, some vents. It's like a free-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new
I do
area
like that they're
will
actually
link
still
back
showing
to
off like
previous
great box
areas,
level stuff. It's like this isn't done yet, but like
We've been
that's
wanting
what we're
to
working
have
with right
more
now.
gameplay
I like it.
around landing zones
New
for
launch
a long
55 minutes,
time.
dope.
Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that
124
allows
gigs RAM,
us to do
damn.
something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
That alone is the thing that I'm most excited about this for. How dope would it be to be able to just take an ASD mission and know that when you came back, it's available? Dope. All right, we got a monstrosity up, fam. That thing has 1,500 armor. You know what to do. You know what to do.
It's going to allow players to return back
Layla,
to
what
a
up? Good to
different
see you. Appreciate you
stage
stopping in.
depending on how much you've progressed and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it and improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Oh, I forgot dude is recharging them shields, so y'all might have to do a little bit more damage.
Back to you, Jared.
Back to you, bro. Back to you. Back to you. All right. So, remember when I said that it was nice to be recognized by Sega? I mean, your boy. Look at your boy. We out here. They took some of the tweets that were out during CitizenCon. Y'all might have slept on your boy being featured in the CitizenCon broadcast. You know what I'm saying? Let go.
the other games.
Yeah. All right, so this is basically just like SIG stuff. We can kind of bypass straight to this. They didn't actually missed one of these. Interesting. Oh wait, no, this is talking about CitizenCon.
Of some of the more candid moments from the filming of CitizenCon over the last couple of weeks. So we're going to spend 2 minutes and take a look at that. Let's see what they put together.
How many CitizenCons have you performed in now?
Performed? Just the one. Nope, my first one.
One last year.
2.
A few.
8 or 9?
Maybe 9 or 10?
Never.
Man, I don't know, man.
Did you like doing
I don't know.
Yes, I was completely terrified.
It was good. A bit stressful.
The first live one, I was a mess.
Weird combination of going from insane highs to insane lows.
Live ones.
Because?
It's over.
The live ones are pretty special.
Pre-samp's always fun, but the live events are special.
So the live ones are
We were
dope.
at the
Having been to multiple, the live events are fantastic.
In Ancoats.
Right.
I like the live ones. Oh, I mean, I love these digital ones. These are the best.
Every time I've done it, it's been
The sarcasm. Oh, these digital ones are dope.
on stage.
Is it because you have a restraining order against you, or?
Didn't know if I was going to be sick, if I was going to lose my stomach.
How hard is it to keep your eyes open on stage?
That's another problem with the lights. They're kind of, I'm realizing through this sentence that I'm closing my eyes as I speak.
All right, so I feel like this is great, but like
I am a
this. Like, we regularly talk about 1.0 in here, so it only made sense that we spent a lot of time waiting for this. Also, that thing only has
Last year, senior game director Rich Tyler took to the stage and revealed
it's also
our
heating
plan for
itself. So like,
1.0.
let's go.
Now, before we end this year's CitizenCon Direct, we wanted to take a
You know
few
what to do,
moments
get some attacks
to
in.
follow up on that reveal from
Exclamation
last year,
Squad, if you haven't
to
already been
do
sorted,
as
you
we've
may
done
already
today
have
and look at the year ahead.
a
So,
bunch of
Rich,
shields or
thanks
credits
for taking the
ready
time
to
join
fight
us.
these bosses.
You're welcome.
All right, so
If
we're
you've
going to
been
jump
lurking,
right into it.
should be good.
Everybody knows the only constant. So I'm going to ask you outright.
I was trying to
what's
say use
changed
all
about
your
the road to 1.0?
your
Fortunately,
points, golly.
nothing. It still remains our North Star. The team is busy
Golly.
working towards that goal in the background, and every patch this year has moved us towards that goal. And if you haven't watched the StarCitizen
I feel like I should pause this. Well, I mean, technically, we don't need to see his face for this part.
1.0
We just let it
presentation
ride.
from last year, I
We just
highly
let it
recommend
ride.
you do so, because
We
everything
just
in
let
it
it ride.
is still relevant as of today.
You mentioned every patch this year has moved us towards that goal, so I want to dig deeper into that. We've done at this point 9 releases in this year, more than any year prior. How does each one of these not just sit as their own moment in time, but move us forward on this road to 1.0?
Well, last year I discussed the framework of 1.0, how all those complex
I
systems
do feel like
can
Exclamation
tie
Treasure
together.
is probably the best
and one
one.
of the core aspects of that
So
was the
touche to
main
that. Nice
story,
work.
which became the spine of the universe, which brought all of the locations,
I'm the boss now.
mission givers, guilds, and all the different areas of the game to the players. Now, what I didn't talk about from last year was all of the content that was going to support that framework, add the flesh to the bones, should we say. And I think that's
broke
where
again?
this
Yeah.
year is
But, like, I feel like you get creds
If you
quick,
think
bro.
about previous
been broke
events
multiple
of
times.
previous years,
And
they've
then you just
generally
wasted-
been locations that we
just
put into
played
the
a heavy
verse,
part
but
in
they've been
wasting whatever that
transient.
thing was.
We've taken
Stupid
them away, like
monstrosity.
Siege of Orison or Zenithreat. We've added them to game, and then they've been moved away. And I think with the addition of the patches this year, when you look at the Hathor facilities, Onyx facility, these are permanent additions to the world that not only have their own story, as when we release them with the patches, but they'll also become points of interest and areas that the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, it's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring their own story to the verse, and that'll never change. But how important is it that we also build this concurrent narrative?
I'm not even
of
sure,
our own,
Pyro.
this crafted experience, if you will, alongside that.
Well, we're trying to create a living, breathing universe. And that includes both the player stories that you mentioned, that they can go and enjoy and create their own memories together. But it also means that we want to have a universe that gives back. We want areas and locations to feel like they're believable and real life locations. And if you look throughout this year and the patches that we've worked towards, we've had an overarching story that's moved from patch to patch, and we're going through some of those cycles right now. We've also been introducing mission content that has fully voiced dialogue and facial animation, which allows us to inject some of the meaning and the why to what you are doing as a player. And I think story is integral to StarCitizen as a connective tissue that ties all of these different complex systems together, because it takes players on that journey throughout the game.
To see this big turn this year to start injecting story into the verse, I think people are really responding to it. So everybody knows, and you mentioned just now that this year we changed a whole lot about how we operate and how we release things. How do you think that's gone?
I think it's gone very well. I think if the mantra that I've always been pushing this year right at the beginning of January was patch always goes. And I think this year has seen a different development strategy for how we've been moving the game forward. That's where this different strategy has allowed us to really take a wider approach. And we also have to remember that StarCitizen is played by tens of thousands of players every day. And while we have lofty future goals, we still have to make decisions right now that make the game fun for the people that are playing it.
All right, we back.
All the time, of playing it as their daily game. If you look at previous years, we've had to hold a patch back, we've had to make concessions, mainly due to around a feature may not have been ready or right to go into there.
There were 3 months, 4 months, sometimes 5 months between patches.
Exactly, and I don't think that's good for anybody. I don't think it's good for the players. I don't think it's good for the development team. I think it's better to have regular cadence of drops. One good example is this year for A Line of Mine. People probably don't know, but A Line of Mine, when you turned on the laser, it was actually supposed to reveal the sandworm Valakar. And I played it, and it didn't hit the quality that I wanted to go into the game. So we changed, and I took it out, and I made that decision alongside Chris and Erin, and we've held that back, and we're going to work on that towards a future patch. But I think definitely the more regular cadences has had the multiple benefits, and like I said, I want to dispel a myth right here, right now. Like, features are still being worked on quite heavily in the background, from radar and scanning in FPS, the new quantum, to inventory, engineering, and crafting, and all of those features are
House of War, what do we miss?
Very, very soon for players to get their hands on.
My reception was not the best in the
I'm not going
building,
to
so I
sit
couldn't
here
get to
and
watch
say that if I was go back to the start of the year, I would hope that we would have released more features. But I also think every decision we've made this year has been through the lens of making the live experience as stable and as good as possible.
Absolutely. All right, so that's a bit about the year before. And the year before has been, I've said this before, I've said it internally, I've said it out there, I'm going to say it right now again on camera. I think this has been the best year of StarCitizen ever. Absolutely. And I'm willing to look right into the camera and say that. The player numbers are up, engagement numbers are up, the length of the play sessions are up, bug numbers are down, 30K is gone. It's been a solid year. But CitizenCon isn't CitizenCon without talking about the future. So I want to move us to the future.
Not as often.
We've talked about story. We've talked about this more diegetic, immersive universe and adding voice lines and stuff like this. But where do we go from here? Obviously that continues, but what more are we going to do to make this universe seem alive and real and breathing?
I think the biggest thing is to start having that conversation be two-way. So if you think about this year, like you mentioned, we've been having fully voiced NPCs, but a lot of those missions and those NPCs, they're talking to you, they're talking at you.
Right.
You don't get to talk back to them. Now, obviously, you get to interact with them through your actions. You get to go and do their mission, and you get to move that along, and then they talk to you again. But it's a one-way conversation.
We're missing that conversation wheel.
Exactly. The next part would be physical mission givers. That's something that we're going to be working towards very soon, with Battaglia being the first one coming back in the verse. Nice. And just to be clear, we will be bringing all the mission givers eventually back, and we want them to be an integral part of the verse and the story that players go and enjoy. We want the locations to be brought to life, and as we mentioned last year, we want to have interactive scenes that you can go and be part of. And obviously the full end goal is towards, you know, to have cinematic stories in the game, and that is what we're going to be pushing towards. Everything we do, every decision we make is through the lens of moving us closer to 1.0. It might sometimes be difficult to see why those decisions have been made at the time they've been made, but rest assured that StarCitizen 1.0 is still our North Star. That's what we're still aiming towards, and that's what we're going to be moving
that sounds about right. If you say mentioning Salty Mike's.
when mission givers were first
I already know where you're going.
they sometimes became a bottleneck. Is there a
His
role in
name is
instancing, which we
not
learned
wrong.
about earlier today? Is there a role for instancing in that, in helping with mission givers?
Yes, partially. It will be one mechanism that will allow us to have players go to their own individual area of the verse, have that conversation, and then go and continue on into the open world environment. So I think that's where, when we look at instancing provides us one tool that allows us to remove that bottleneck and provide a more seamless experience.
Happy you said that, because that's one of our last topics I want to get to, is how we reconcile instancing with the persistent universe. Like, for the last 10 years,
now I need to
we've
watch
been
a
building
Salty
this
Mike vid, because I
giant,
know he's
seamless,
probably had
persistent
lots of
universe where
words about this
everybody
part.
can come in and play together.
Man.
And it would be easy to have a
He
first
said lots of things, I'm
instinct
sure.
reaction to the idea of instancing and say that's antithetical to everything that StarCitizen. But you
Guaranteed
mentioned
he agreed with
last
that and
year
went in.
these 3 pillars of building.
I'm not even questioning
StarCitizen in the PU. And I want to know, you said nothing changed, but I want to ask you about this specifically. What are those 3 pillars again? And how does
All right, so we're only
instancing
down to the
fit
last
within the greater design of StarCitizen?
half hour.
So
okay.
the 3 pillars I mentioned
We'll be able to
last
play a little
year
bit of Battlefield
were
before
open world.
we go to meet up with
That's
a
just
big
like
Baron,
the missions you love
buddy.
today. You can go and play. There's other players there, and you can go and enjoy that together. Then we have instancing, which I'll talk about more, but similar to municipal works that we've talked about previously. And then the third pillar was dynamic content, which would be content that's generated by the activities of the players. And I think it's very easy to become myopic around one specific thing when we're talking about it a lot, when it's the next stage of our development. And I think you could reverse it. If we'd have made a game that was all instance, and then I'd come on camera and said, hey guys, we're going to start doing it open world, it would be like, oh, is the game changing? Are we doing open world now? Is open world the new North Star that's going to take us this way? And it's not. It's just one more tool that's going to allow us to offer different and dynamic experiences for players to go and engage in. Now, when I talk about instancing isn't always what you'd imagine as a solo instance experience where it's only
more so
just
the
you.
answers.
We're going to have several different
Calls for
versions
Answer the Call
of
podcast. They
instances.
roasted this segment.
Some are going to be closed instances, which will be like the new player experience.
Like,
Will be
I
able to-
personally don't mind the idea of instancing in this game because, like the reference point they made, right? Like if you go get missions from an area where there's mission givers, if you can blow up a mission giver just because there's people in there, that's not conducive to a good game. What if somebody has a mission they need to turn in and they can't because you blew up their mission giver? So we got to wait for them to get respawned and return to that building, which realistically is not going to be a quick experience. Like, there needs to be some space. Just like in WoW, there needs to be some kind of space that you don't have to worry about getting wrecked. And turning in a mission should not be that. Just like they pointed out when it comes to like the ASD missions, for example, you still have to go back to the lobby or there's an exit point. Like, there is some stuff that exists. Like, you shouldn't be able to wreck everybody all the time. Like, at least turning in missions, bro. At least turning in missions. Let there be some space. And if your issue is that, like, oh, I can't wreck somebody when they're going to turn in a mission, what does that say about you as a character, as a player, when your goal is to stop people from completing missions? And what happens when it happens to you? I feel like a lot of people don't think that, ain't nobody gonna catch me lacking. Somebody gonna catch you lacking. If there's a thing you can do is wreck people when they're going to turn in missions, somebody will wreck you. And what happens if you're holding the thing you need in your mission and you lost it all because somebody's trolling? I don't need somebody's trolling to fuck up my ability to turn in missions. Come on, bro.
You to go in by yourself.
You can wreck mission
for us to
givers and
teach
WoW
you
and
the
vendors too.
ropes
Yeah, and how long
in
do
a
they come
safe
back?
environment so that you can understand how to play the complex
That's
game that we've
a
made.
lot.
But we'll also have open instances like a cantina or a bar where we might say, hey, we only want 50 people to come in here because we've got mission givers and we've got other NPCs for you to talk to, and you would just walk in and it would be seamless. You wouldn't know that there was an instance, it's not going to get a loading screen, you would just seamlessly walk into that location, it would be full of other players
5 to 10 minutes?
and NPCs,
Yeah, that sucks.
and you can go and enjoy the content. And that's, I think, something that
level 60s could farm
instancing
10
is gonna
level 10 targets. That's
provide us.
literally
It's gonna
what
give us a tool to offer
gankers do in this
different
game.
dynamic content or curated content,
Get the fuck
as
out
I'd
of here.
say.
Also,
it
appreciate
allows
you, Greedy.
us to create experiences that are different to the open world experiences that we've already made. And it's not to say that we won't
Sad
continue
times,
our
absolutely.
open world development or only do instance content. It's going to be a mix. And like I said, this is one of the pillars that will move us towards 1.0. We will eventually work on dynamic content that will move us towards 1.0, and all three of those pillars will interweave to create the full StarCitizen experience.
All right, so we've hit a lot of the bigger topics, the feature work, engineering, and FPS crafting coming to tech preview soon, stuff like this. We've talked about instancing and how that's going to work within the universe. But I want to ask you this one last big one. It's very easy to say StarCitizen is this kind of game and that kind of game. Those of us who spend our days making it know better. It's an everything game. It's everything we can make it game. It just is. But at the core of this is still spaceships. That life of spaceships. What more can you tell us about spaceship gameplay in the future? What can you give us? What can you tee up for us to look forward to for those of us who are really into StarCitizen for the spaceships?
Our intentions going forward are to make sure that every ship or ship archetype that you acquire has a role and has content that you can go and enjoy in the universe. For example, right now I know that we're working on more robust mining missions, more robust salvage missions. We're going to be working on refueling missions. And we want to make sure that each and every one of the ship has a purpose and has a reason to exist in the game. That's from the smallest Argo MPUV.
I love the music. I should not enjoy the music this
all the
much
way up to the large capital ships.
in these games.
We want to give them purpose. And I think it's something that we are absolutely aware of. We want to make sure that we're building that spectrum of content to allow players to go and engage in. And I think 2026 is going to be a very good year for StarCitizen. And I think there's going to be something that's very interesting and something that a lot of people have been waiting for. But rather than me spoil it, I'll let Ian and the team go into the details on that.
Get a twinkle in his eye. Ian, take it away.
There's new Pedro music, I think.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations, we've added lots of mission activities for different purposes. Combat, cargo, mining, salvaging. But for combat ships, the only thing you've been able to do is fight other combat ships. In 2026, this changes. We're going to be delivering a spaceship focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating. So we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run it into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersec, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and
Hey,
on
streamer.
this you will have this place
Hydrate.
where you will find three big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
I absolutely love the fact that this is
Your Polaris,
essentially a raid.
If you get it close, it will get.
I don't care what anybody says. This is a
the
raid.
idea of these is so we can
And
sort of
it is fucking great.
Make it so we can
Groups,
mix up that
groups,
ship combat,
rolls.
and not
It's a
everyone can
raid,
just
bro.
bring the
It's a
biggest ship
raid.
and win just because they have the biggest ship.
It's a raid, and I feel like this has been a thing that we've needed in Star Citizen for a long time. A reason for a bunch of people to have a bunch of different ship types that help everybody else.
Superstructure and
It's gonna be great.
take down anything that may.
Imagine coming to one of these with a vulture and cleaning the fuck up.
So at this point, you're thinking this
Immediately.
turret.
Immediately.
But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage.
Or like they haven't put it
Your
in yet, but
missiles
the
won't
one
do
that has that looks like an El
anything, your
Camino
lasers
that
won't
has
do
like
anything, your ballistics won't do anything.
a spot in
to
the
them.
back for
But
like small
everything,
ships
they do have a
to get
weakness.
good.
You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But
Thanks,
it
it's gonna be
may
incredible.
not
Understatement.
as
Imagine
easy
you're
as it
working in a
seems.
full
Here's our
strike wing
first
with other
recon.
players.
The
Exactly.
power relays have their own
Exactly.
shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Getting on Star Wars for this one, right?
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that? I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
Good use case for the Ares Inferno. Right.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along
Just
the sides that you'll need to take out.
Dumping bullets. Oh my god. Oh my god.
There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able
That
to
is so
dodge. You're going to have to move
dope.
quickly. You need an agile ship.
So dope. So dope.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the
What's the new
core
sniper
to
ship on the
overheat,
Mantis
which
hull?
means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the
RSI.
station.
I don't know. We got
This
another
core
trench
is
to prevent
armored
them
and
from
just
staying there,
takes a
turrets
whole
inside.
lot of damage.
I feel like the flying part, this part, there's a lot of stuff in there. Like, I get the feeling there's also going to be turrets in there at some point, but like,
Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer. Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're gonna get our new feature in: ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're gonna be able to land in a hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those two ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
Space, so you only have to do a forward.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back
Question
up
is, do
and
you
head
want to
back
slow
out.
down and stop
And it's a
inside
good
of
thing that
a
you've rearmed and refueled too, because
building
now
like that?
another group of ships is coming to attack the
So I get the
People's
feeling there's
Alliance.
going to be something in there to stop exactly that. 30, make it out before shutting down. Yeah. Because I feel like there's probably going to be a timing kind of thing. Like you need to take out one part of it, and then you have to get to the next part because the door's closed type shit. Like there's got to be something in
at
there.
the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
I think.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land. You've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station.
The doors opening in sequence or something like that. You get in the fight with them all. Right. Like there's got to be something like that. I feel like
You've just got to make sure they get to safety.
it's going to be something, and I feel like there's going to be something inside of it. Since we haven't seen it outside of the videos, there's going to be something inside there.
All of this sounds
What's the point of a trench run if there's not something in the trench that's going to mess you up?
So
Oh, they said you take DOT damage in the trench run. That makes perfect sense. That seems like a perfect reason to be
the enemies in
dipping.
the station have their own enemies.
Otherwise, you get melted.
The Van Duel neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood.
Love this. Love this for us.
When you alert the Van Duel by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Van Duel are coming. They're going to come hard. They're going to keep coming. You're going to have one hell of a fight.
Phrasing.
This is part of the suspect because you have to pick up NPCs. Maybe. Wonder Boy, trip it up. Bruh. With nothing but Furies? Yes, is the answer to that question. How long? Yes. It's going to take yes long.
Tactical strike
Wonder if you
groups.
could solo or a small
I'm
team.
personally
Bro,
so invested in
a
this.
cap
So
ship
throughout
that is a
2025,
Vandal or
we created a
No,
variety of content.
there's no
some of it
small
was
team.
Very focused on FPS combat. So personally,
there is no. I feel like that might be
driving
like
a
having
more
to do the trench run several times
vehicle-based
might be
experience
because
was
you
very
have
This
a couple
is
small ships with you type
defining
shit. Like
statement that I want to do in 2026.
you are not fighting a
For
Vandal
spaceship
cap
game,
level ship
there are prize
with a
possessions
small party.
to the
Unless you have
objects
nothing but
that fall in
Infernos.
This is the content.
You gotta have
we
nothing
want
but
to create,
Ares.
which creates
Nah,
scenarios and
this
roles.
is those kind of things. That is literally a raid. You don't do a raid in World of Warcraft without a full team. The whole goal is to get as close to a full team as you can get, as many people as you can get, and guarantee the pay for that mission is going to be fucking stupid. So that is end game tier shit, almost. So you need to have you need to have a large group. This almost feels like a Command and Conquer kind of thing. Because the individual levels you're going to need a strike team leader that is like a 4-person squad leader that is running just small ships that are going inside and wrecking shit inside one of the trench runs. While that's happening, you got the larger ships out there defending from the small and medium ships that are out there wrecking shit. That's before the Vandals show up. Once you get to the point where the Vandals show up, that means it's going to be even more granularity required to properly defend and attack and be going into the trenches. I almost guarantee that's going to be Instant Bastion. Almost guaranteed. At minimum, previously they mentioned in this example was like they used the Siege of Orison. And they said that when they bring that back, that's going to be instanced. So it had a 100 player cap and it was already full. If this doesn't have a similar cap and it is not instanced, I'll be very surprised. Because what's to stop a pirate from coming in? Somebody who literally wants to pirate other players or wreck players' day from coming in and just blowing up everybody that's on the player team, and they're getting everybody else wrecked. I guarantee this seems like one of exactly the things that they would instance because of the savagery of the player base. Like the people who would call into a podcast mad because instancing exists would be the kind of people that would go in here with a friendly A2 incoming and then aiming it at the Idris instead of the Vandal ship. Just because why would you not have the clip of that just to be silly? Because the clip would do numbers online. Not even a question about that. So I don't know. I'm expecting that they would be a little wild. How many people there are and how much is going on? There's no way you could do this where everyone could join. Not possible. Jumptown is always friendly, never friendly.
To use those spaceships.
Jumptown is never
We won't
friendly.
get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see a gameplay space which incentivizes the use of different ships and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
So dope. Absolutely so dope. Hey, Caleb's still pushing that top points. Appreciate you, fam.
Okay. Why do you still have the puppet?
Because why not, bro?
John, come home. All right, so tactical strike
All right, so
groups.
let's skip to
it's
Chris.
CitizenCon, the last word shouldn't be mine. It should belong to our founders and CEO. So take it away, Chris Roberts.
We had to join the server where a bunch of randos working together, Jumptown, allocating everything properly, went in the shot one bullet,
Of
then they all
course,
turn on each
we're
other
not
like
going
that,
to spoil
as
everything
people
that's
do.
currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority.
This alone, the fact that they acknowledged all the shit that people were mad about or were likely to be mad about in, what, 15 seconds?
I hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near
Some.
future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority. These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for StarCitizen.
That alone. Listen to this.
Progress, and many features we haven't discussed today are in active development, like base building, social, and trade tools that are very much a priority.
Base building, social, and trade tools. Base building is like, they show the crafting, so we know the crafting's there. Base building is going to be a step up from crafting, so I feel like that's part of the reason why we don't get much. I wanted the social allude to org-specific tools as well. Gotta be, Bastion, because that's the last time they talked about social tools was last CitizenCon at the level that they could talk about it, and it was heavily featured with org tools. So guaranteed, I can't say guaranteed, obviously, but it's like based on the way that they talked about it, they didn't want to talk about it yet because they know they got work to do to get it done. But I would be very surprised if the social tools did not include the org tools.
These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for StarCitizen.
Bringing over the final polish from Squadron 42. That's also a low-key update about Squadron 42's progress. Bringing over the final... Let's hear it. Let's hear it again.
And trade tools that are very much a priority.
Ooh, and the trade tools I didn't even get into, because that means people can trade other stuff to other people, which I feel like is just going to be dope. I need to get rid of this fucking thing right now. Like, hold on. Hold on! We don't need to be fighting animated armor right now. Like, let me time this vehicle out, bro. Because they doing too much, man. Like, people been burning all kinds of creds trying to stay alive, and like, bro is just doing too much right now. Like, let me pause this shit for a minute, bro. Pause this shit, man. Like, just pause it 30 fucking minutes. Like, give me some time. Can we exist for some time without having to fight some shit? Like, come on, bro. Like, I can't pause. It won't let me pause everything. Like, that's too much, man. There's too much happening, bro. Like, matter of fact, here, let me just give everybody some points real quick. Quick 69. Cause
phrasing.
Cause phrasing and reasons, you know what I'm saying? 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 Let me see. Let me pull this up and do this. What? Force close this launcher because I had the launcher up, and as opposed to when you unmute it, play music, I really wish you could pause the launcher anymore. Doctor, nobody's out there messing with you. Let that dog bark, bro. He's fine. Trade tools are to align with minerals, mats, more than gear and parts for crafting and others. Guaranteed almost. Like I say almost specifically. But like I almost am sure of that because like there's so much that I feel like we're talking about trade tools from trading stuff that you pick up. Raven the Black Heart with the raid. Appreciate you. How was your stream? What were you up to? Thanks for bringing community by. If you've never been before, hi, I'm DJ. Full-time space and sci-fi streamer person. We're currently playing the CitizenCon Recap for StarCitizen. Was last Saturday, which 2 days ago was dope. But yeah, kind of excited about it. So install later. I installed the last update and it set us up for some failure. So let me not rush that. Let's not rush that, shall we? Let's not rush this. Ha 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 ha. New tab. Okay, I'll be watching that later. Appreciate the meme, Felroth. Where's the words I'm looking for? Planet Crafter was fun. You excited for upcoming Star System? Absolutely. Draco, Mama Yosei, appreciate you participating in that raid. If you've never been here before and you enjoy space and sci-fi games, hit the follow, fam. Follow costs you nothing. Also, if you're here hanging out, we got Raven the Black Heart. You might want to find another home on Twitch. Like, click the name. You might find somebody else awesome that you can hang out with. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Excited about Nyx, excited about all the stuff that we just got done watching, about the stuff that like they're very serious about. Kind of surprising us really, because starting off the entire thing saying like, hey, Nyx is coming. It's like, what? Huh? Like, how do you start off CitizenCon with that? And then I feel like a lot of people are like, I wanted updates on other specific things. And it's just like, I love the fact that they started off the closing like, hey, look, we have announced some things. And we got some other stuff happening right now. So I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Sub goal giveaway ending in 10 minutes. All right, cool. We did hit the sub goal. There's a giveaway happening right now. I haven't even clicked it. So let me see what game we're giving away. Bitch, yes, I'm here. Why? Why? How dare you? How dare you? All right, let's see what we got. I don't even remember Mafia being turn-based at all. I thought Mafia was always third person. So that's done. Let's see, who cares about the specific things like ships, content, etc. CitizenCon is always going to be a demo of new technology or content they were trying to release by the end of next year. Agreed. And I feel like there's so much of it that is just dope. I feel like the closest thing I can think of to turn-based Mafia was Omerta, City of Gangsters. So I don't even know about that. Okay, Mafia 3. Gotcha. Let's see. All right, so that got sent. I'm just gonna turn this off because I really don't feel like dealing with this monster right now. Like I was trying to not have it be a thing right now. There's too many things that are happening concurrently, but let me go to this and mute this thing, and then we go back here, and then we finish this out. Because I do want to finish talking about Star Citizen so we can at least hop into Battlefield for a little bit, because Baron is going to be in town in like 50 minutes, and I want to shoot some shit in Battlefield before we leave. How close is 1.0 now? We counted out the things that were existing in the 1.0 tree, Greed. And it felt like 10 specific game mechanics in addition to like the guild mechanics. So that's technically 11 game mechanics before we're ready for 1.0 and 2-star systems. And after Nyx comes next month, we are still looking at Terra and Castra. And Castra only has 2 planets, but I feel like there's going to be something about it that it's going to be weird. But I also feel like we're not going to get those last 2 systems, at least until we get Genesis, the next tier of it. So we got to get Genesis released. Why is Baron coming by? Because we live near enough to one another to hang out. Like, after one of the last flagship Fridays, we were like, bro, we live close enough. We should be hanging out more. What the fuck? Because neither of us spend a lot of time with our buddies. So if anybody counts as a buddy, it's been someone that you've known for a decade, that you share an appreciation of a game like this and a bunch of games. Launch in 12 minutes. Hell yeah, Dietrich. Squadron 42 will also most likely be given a wide berth. Absolutely. 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 They're going to give it space. So we're going to get Squadron 42. I feel like I would expect Squadron 42 to drop next CitizenCon. And then probably for a month or two after, or a month before or after, we won't see a lot. I mean, obviously the verse is going to still grow, but I feel like they're going to give it some space to do work. Also, Lord of the Drip, appreciate you share that so we can all celebrate with you. All right, so let's see what we got. But yeah, TLDR stuff. Let's finish this.
These, along with bringing the final polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue.
Absolutely.
And of course, to all of you for making all
absolute
this
pleasure, Lord of the Drip.
Support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. Yeah. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams. Something that is only more apparent as the video game business becomes more monolithic.
That is one of my favorite parts. I would like to play Squadron 42 before I kick the bucket. I mean, next year, fam. They still have not changed anything about what, like they had this event to say Squadron 42 is not coming next year. Now, would it suck? Absolutely. But like, I feel like they try to be so upfront with what's going on with their development that they would have been better served to say Squadron 42 is getting delayed. But also, I feel like they're gonna work hard as fuck to make sure it doesn't, because they went hard when they said 2026 for Squadron 42. And if they delay past 20, like if they delay past 2026, I think the haters have so much going for them with the clickbait headlines still being a thing that I think they were willing to do whatever they can to make sure that something happens, but also like not breaking Squadron 42. If anything, a worst case scenario, if we get to next year and they're not ready, they're going to launch a beta of something. Infinite money, but limited goodwill. Not even infinite money. Not even infinite money. I feel like there's too much negativity that is happening right now about the gaming industry in general, but also the point that he made. The gaming industry is becoming monolithic. Like, who would have ever thought that a company could have bought Activision? As someone who loves the gaming industry, who loves Xbox, the idea that Xbox was allowed to buy Activision, and now so many places are dropping Xbox games and consoles from their stores, I'm very intrigued if they went too heavy, like too like Icarus, and was like, since everything's an Xbox, the console doesn't matter, and just like, does that mean that the retailers are going to stop selling? Because like, you don't see PC peripherals in stores outside of like Micro Center or Best Buy. So like, there's a lot of stuff. Delay a bitch again. Oh no, don't get it twisted. If it's not done, I want them to delay it. But like, fully understand if they need more time. Just health declining, feeling worried. I understand, and I hope you get to play it ASAP. Absolutely. And I'm sorry to hear that your health is declining. So sincerely hoping it. Even Xbox is getting pulled from display stores. Right, that's the thing that I'm referring to. Like they're taking Xbox games and Xbox consoles out of stores. Why though? So like, was there a deal that like as long as y'all stay specifically console centric, we'll keep your stuff in the stores? Because I've never heard anything being removed with PlayStation from stores. So like, why is it that Xbox is getting removed from stores? So there's got to be something that I've not heard yet, and I'm very intrigued about it. But we'll see.
We are one of the few large independents left standing.
Not incorrect.
And there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies.
EA got bought out by a private purchaser. So he's not wrong with this at all. Electronic Arts, one of the largest gaming publishers in existence, was bought and made private, and they announced it within a week of the rumors happening. What the fuck? Like, monolithic is the word. So the fact that this company still exists says everything. EA is indie. Private, maybe. EA is private. Monolith issues started with gaming engines and its embedded hobbies, same as in happening with the chips underneath them. So we're coming to a singular. Yeah, there's too much happening.
Achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies.
Yeah.
So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
Big and same. All right, I feel like that was probably the best thing that could have been said to end CitizenCon. And I heard you on like start just letting the video play and then swapping over to Battlefield 6, but I also wanted to make sure that we took a second to properly acknowledge what was happening and like not ignore the importance of what was being said. Because also I wanted to make sure to be able to pause. And if I'm focusing on starting a game, I'm not going to pause. I'm not going to pause. I'm not going to do it. And since I know the way my brain works, I want to be right with myself. Get right with yourself type shit. Trying to get right with my mental state. All right, we're Battlefield 6 on Twitch. Blah, 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 blah. All right, 512. And then we scroll it down, and then we go here. Go there. Save it there, and then over here. Click there, and there. Save, 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 save. Save that bitch. What does Abstergo have to do with anything, War? Oh, talk about a deep cut if you've not done the background conversation on Assassin's Creed. Abstergo is the company that basically did everything and was a problem. It was a problem. It was a problem. Let me see. Is that thing still running? I hope it's not. Oh, it is. Okay, no, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. All right, let me see. So we got about 30 minutes. 30 minutes-ish. So knock out some Battlefield. So let's get in here and shoot some people in the face. I'm going to step away for a moment to bio real quick, and then when I come back, we wreck face because reasons. 10,000 became Abstergo. Yep, which fucking sucks. Excuse my American. You hear me? Hey, giveaways ended. Django Wolf. Congratulations on winning the sub-goal giveaway. I think it was Mafia 3 is what it was. So, congrats. Here we go. All right, we back. Let's shoot some shit. Let's shoot some man. Superman. Welcome to Battlefield 6. At some point, we're gonna hit the campaign for this game. It'd be funny if I got it a second time. All right, reroll it. Dope. Ooh, let's see if the server's there. No. Go browse servers. Let me go to filters. Serverly.
Hey, the Depressed Chef.
Appreciate that, Submarino, the Depressed Chef.
This is the way.
Welcome to Night League. Give me some love, hype, and salutes for that race. So appreciate you. How you doing today? How was your day treating you? How's your Monday? All right, server fee, region, any max players, any free slots. There we go. Password off, maybe? And then hit it again, and then on. Is anybody online right now? Somebody's fucking name is Crank That Hog, bro. Why? Party friends. Who's in the friends? Who's in the friends? Smash isn't on? I'm surprised. Fap's in there. All right, no Smash. Hold on, let me see about the server, because I know Smash had a server. You know what? We'll deal with that later. Right now, if I try to look for that server, I'm never going to get in here, because we'll be in here all day. Let's see. Attack and defend. I don't care about one drop. We'll restart the computer here shortly. Pretty decent Monday so far. Just trying to make it. Hey, you got it. You here. It's still Monday. You still with us. Appreciate you. Seriously, thanks for that sub. Glad to hear your Monday is going at least decent, because that's all you can ask for, really. Like, get decent, have a good time. I think, personally. Escalation. We got Conquest. Combined Arms. Breakthrough. All-out warfare. There's so many good options. I don't want some small-scale battles. Let's not even look at that. Let's not even look at it. Nah. All right, let's get up here. Control objectives. I feel like that's the traditional battlefield. I feel like breakthrough. Let's see if we can hop into a breakthrough match. Server fee. That's what I thought I looked for. So we searched. No, not experiences. Servers. And we go to filters. Yeah, server high. And we looked for it previously and it was fine. So, like, not there. And then we go to filters again. And then we turn the password off. And we apply it again. And there's nothing. So, like, that's why I was curious. Like, I feel like something might be just off with it. Hey, Fledger, congrats on winning the sub goal giveaway. If you're here, say words to war. Claim your goodies. Is you making the pew pew? I'm trying to make the pew pew. You gotta pew pew a little bit of something. You know what I'm saying? We gotta pew, 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 pew. Sometimes you gotta pew pew. You gotta pew pew before people QQ. You know what I mean? I think that's just kind of a good way to be. I think. God damn. I absolutely thought we were in a match already. I was like, shit. She hot. Right, assault. Oh damn, we were in a match already. Dope. All right, also, I'm pretty sure I did a thing and it said Battlefield 6. Let's do it again, and do it again, and do it again, because I feel like the overlay hadn't changed yet, so fix it.
Fix it.
Boom, 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 boom. If it doesn't do it, then I know something broke. God, can I pick my class, bro? Can I pick my shit? Oh, hold on. Can I pick my shit, bro? Can I pick my shit, bro? Do I want a DMR engineer? Not really. Go support, bro. Let's just do this. Let's do this support, though. Good luck with your business. Appreciate you. Get your ass up, boy. I got there, bro.
Let's move. Need attack support on the marked objective. Come on.
Woo. Damn it! I should have had my guns out. I was getting too many people up. It's a little focus mode.
I'm fucking hit.
Bro, you right there. You're a medic. I'm right here. Appreciate you.
Let's move.
Go in here. Open the door. What up, house? What up, house? Oh, damn, they got that already. Let's go. Shihata. I'm gonna be able to make it in time. Nah, but I'm gonna try. I was coming to get you, fam, and then you decided to give it up. Damn it! Y'all saw me trying. Y'all saw me doing it. I was making moves. Get your ass up, boy.
Let's go!
Woo. Damn! Shot in the ass. Let's see how you'll play these. They're so crazy insane. I can do Borderlands all day, but this shit is crazy. I actually love this one. Like, give me these all day. Because they're larger. The larger battles for me are the dub, right? Like, I have more stress playing like a COD. Because it's only like 6v6 most of the time. It's like, I don't do 6v6 like that. Like, give me larger battles where there's a bunch of people that I can actually take time to get flat with. There we go. Here. Drop this right here. Take that. Get your ass up. Like, these give you a little bit of a reprieve, right? Like, you gotta take a minute. So let me chill the fuck out. That was bad. Shit! Oh boy. Oh boy. Get y'all's asses up. Oh, damn.
I knew you had my back.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, man. Damn! I didn't even get them first. Sadness. Should we turn the server on? Maybe. 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 Hey, what's good? Say Win. How you doing, fam? A little focus mode. My bad. Drop that. Get flat. With it, though. With it, though. Double, baby! Damn! I was about to throw a grenade. I was about to yeet that shit. Alright. Oh boy, it's going down in this room. Oh, same rifle. Caught me first. Caught me first. Almost hit him. Almost hit him. Oh man, I got myself up too soon. I need to minimize that because there's so many people out here. There's no reason I should be rushing a revive. Oh boy. Shot. Shot. And he got an LMG. Yeah, nah, bro. Nah, bro. Jump in. You have to choose spawn MOS or is it random? I feel like we're still on combat medic. The first one is randomized. And then you just press Y and then switch it back. Golly, I knew it was too much. Kobe, you've been here long enough to know better, bro. You know better, dog. Today's not the day to be fucking around. I'm already fresh out of fucks for the most things, and then you come in here and say shit that you know I don't allow in the stream. Be well. Like, you already been on thin ice, and then you came in wilding like that, bro. Nice. You good. You good. I am fresh out of so many things lately, fam. I be trying to like be easy and like just chill, and then so many people have been fucking up and stressing my trying not to be trying to get bent out of shape mindset. It's just like, I'm not, bro. I'm fresh the fuck out. I'm tired of it, man. Absolutely tired of it. So, nah, bro. SMGs and assault. All right. Sorry, not sorry, bro. Like, you know fucking better, man. Today ain't the day. Today ain't the day. All right, give me a second, man.